The comfort of your home? Wedding at Caesar Sod Shack Park out of...
Good morning, everyone. I just decided to start this a little bit early because I believe the Schabusiness hearing is going to be live before the Megan Imirowicz trial, day 2 starts. So I figured I'd just pop it on the screen, better early than late. And then I will be taking the feed directly from the judge's courtroom once I see that pop up. But it sounds to me like they're going to be doing this Schabusiness hearing beforehand. So just sit back and I'll make the screen a little bit bigger for you. And we'll be starting the Megan Imirowicz day 2 momentarily. Let's see what would be the best. Let's see if this one's a little better view for you. Maybe. We'll leave it like that for now. I'll put a banner up on the bottom so we know what's going on. Hope you're having a wonderful morning.
State of Wisconsin, where a motions hearing for defendant Taylor Schabusiness is set to begin at any moment. Schabusiness is accused of killing and dismembering her lover while in a meth-fueled state last year. She's charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. She's pleading not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. For more on this disturbing case, here's Court TV anchor Vinnie Politan.
Around 3:25 a.m. on February 23rd, police responded to a call from a woman saying she had found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement of her Green Bay, Wisconsin home. Officers were dispatched to the home where they discovered the gruesome scene. A severed head in a bucket with a disembodied male organ and knives, blood on a nearby mattress, and other body parts, including a torso. To see the victim was 24 business. The criminal complaint states Schabusiness told police she and the victim were smoking methamphetamine, having sex involving strangulation in chains when she, quote, went crazy and choked him to death. Schabusiness told police she then performed sex acts on the body before dismembering it. The complaint says Schabusiness told police they were going to have fun trying to find all the organs. Taylor Schabusiness is now charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. She faces life in prison if convicted.
We want to take you to Wisconsin now live. The judge has just taken the bench. Big hearing for Taylor Schabusiness just getting underway. Let's go in together now. Oh, and here's the
various motion here this morning. A couple of things. First of all, I think both of you should have received, I'm hoping, the decision in order memorializing the in limine motions that I decided February 3rd. I committed that to writing because, quite frankly, some of what we're going to be dealing with today has already been decided, and I wanted to make sure that that was memorialized. Did you get that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Mr. Fralick?
Yes.
And I'll also note that I received the thumb drives. That's exhibits 1 and 2. 1 was from the district attorney. Number 2 was from the defense. The defense responded to the DA, asked that I watch the entirety of the videos. I've watched the entirety of the videos, so that was number 2. So that was done before today's hearing. Just to kind of get a sense of the order that I want to go with here today. I know the attorneys have communicated with the court regarding various witnesses you have. My understanding is Mr. Saunders' state has several witnesses that they want to take this morning, and you were planning on taking those first thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, and then Mr. Fralick, you have a witness coming in, I think, from out of state, and that witness is coming in at 1.
Yes, Dr. James O'Donnell.
I'm not sure where things will go as far as our timing, but you know, we might finish before noon and then break for lunch sometime early and then take Mr. Freilich's witness at 1, or he might be running behind, but we'll take Mr. Freilich's witness out of order if we need to do that at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
I guess when I looked at these motions, the first motion chronologically is the defense motion limiting number 1, which really contains in motion limiting number 1, motion 3 is the one that's going to draw forward testimony, I think. And motion 3 appears, frankly, several times in the various motions, including motion to suppress statements. I think it appears in another motion that Mr. Freilich filed. So let's do this. Let's take, because I don't think it's going to take too long, let's dive in completely to motion limiting number 1. We'll go through it. When we finish, though, because I think, frankly, some of it's already been addressed, we can dispose of motion limiting number 1 rather quickly, because the state's also stipulated some things. And when we're done with motion limiting number 1, we'll circle back and do the third part of it, which will include all the motions that are going to come afterwards. So let's start with first motion, Mr. Freilich. That's motion to exclude or limit prior acts. Defense requests that the prosecution be prohibited from introducing any evidence as to alleged acts of criminal or other misconduct by Ms. Taylor Schabusiness, whether prior to or following the date of the alleged offense charged. And as I indicated in the motion that, or the order that I drafted memorializing what's been done already, I think that motion's already been granted by stipulation. Mr. Saunders, do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So that's granted.
Thank you.
Number 2 is exclusion of prior convictions, that the prosecution be prohibited from any mention or use by direct examination of prosecution witnesses or by cross-examination of defense witnesses the defendant's prior juvenile and or criminal convictions and or supervision under the Department of Corrections. I think I already granted that one as well, and that was done by stipulation. You agree with that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's granted. We're going to skip number 3. We'll come back to that. But number 4 is exclusion of physical evidence, that the prosecution be prohibited from any mention or use of physical evidence not previously disclosed to defense counsel. That's already been granted as well in my February 3rd order. And that was done by stipulation. You agree with that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich, so that one's granted.
Thank you.
Number 5, undisclosed statements, that the prosecution be prohibited from any use of or reference to any recorded statements by Ms. Schabusiness or any witnesses the prosecution intends to call that inculpates Ms. Schabusiness and has not been previously disclosed to the defense counsel. That's already been granted by stipulation. You agree with that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Freilich, that's been granted.
Thank you.
Number 6, undisclosed record, that the prosecution be prohibited from calling as a witness any person who the prosecution knows or should know through the exercise of due diligence to have a criminal record without first disclosing that record. That's already been granted. You agree with that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Sequestration of witnesses. So the court ordered the sequestration order in the February 3rd hearing. I did make the one exception to the state. Mr. Freilich, do you want to be heard any further on that exception?
Your Honor, I believe, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Green Bay Police Detective David Groff was the main detective or investigator on the case. Detective Scanlon did play a contributing role along with Detective Kempf, but at counsel table, the defense would object to more than one detective sitting in during the trial.
Well, I'll just clarify my motion.
Things are just warming up there in Wisconsin. This is going to be a huge day because remember, she's going to trial next month. July 24th is her trial date for the House of Horrors case. So today, this is very much a setting the table. The court's going to determine what comes in, what stays out, all sorts of things. And the charges, that's the biggie. This motion right here where they're trying to dismiss the sexual assault charge. The defense has a very creative argument that just might convince the court. They're saying that because the victim was dead at the time of the incident, it can't actually legally fit into the definition of a sex assault of a person. So we'll see what the court does with that in a short time. We're going to squeeze in a break so we don't miss this big motion. This is the biggie, folks, as you know, and we want you to make sure you can hear all of that. So let's hit the commercial break now. We'll be right back right after this. Michigan.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm still getting ready over here. For those of you joining us, the Megan Imirowicz trial, I believe, is set to begin at the top of the hour. I turned on the live stream early because Court TV was going to be covering the Taylor Schabusiness hearing. So if you're just stopping in and wondering what the heck is going on, that's what it is. I got a little ticker going on at the bottom here. So hopefully you can read it. That's pretty small, actually. Right now, I'm just using the Court TV feed, channel feed, but I've got Judge Victoria Valentine's courtroom camera. I've got the screen open for that, so I've got that in the corner of my eye, and we'll switch over to that as soon as that begins. But I thought, well, what the heck? I wanted to watch the Taylor Schabusiness hearing anyway, so we're getting kind of a 2-for-1 over here on Crime Spies. If you're new to the channel, we're just kind of new. We cover all kinds of different crimes. So welcome, welcome. We've got Noodles. That's a new one. Welcome, Noodles. And Talia, welcome, welcome. So again, if you're just clicking on the live stream and the title doesn't quite match up with what you're watching, it's just because I wanted to I was watching Pluto TV and I thought, oh, if they're going to cover this, I better just turn the camera on. So I'm still getting ready over here. And also, if those of you who like to use the Rumble app, I also have a channel over there that's live streaming this trial. If you missed, I'll put this on a banner actually. If you missed the opening statements yesterday for the Megan Imirowicz trial, day 1, there was opening statements which were very quick. And then there was one witness, which was one of Megan's friends. That is in both my Rumble and YouTube channel under Megan Day 1, and it starts at 6 hours, 43 minutes, and 45 seconds. So let me just give you a banner for that in case you missed it. Let's just do this. ICMYI. No. ICYMI. I still don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Day 1 opening statements and first witness. On my starts 6:43:45. I don't know if this makes sense. There. So if you happen to have missed the opening statements, just go back to just my main channel page and you'll see Megan Day 1. It's like a 10-hour video. We covered the Corey Richens trial, well, the beginning was kind of, we were told that we were going to be covering the whole day, the jury selection, etc. in Megan's, and that didn't happen. So you just go to the day 1-1, and 6 hours, 43 minutes, 45 seconds is when it starts.
Of the House of Horrors trial for defendant Taylor Schabusiness, accused of murdering her lover, dismembering his body, apparently all while in a meth-fueled state, according to.
And also, I have the closed captioning on. It's also in red at the bottom of the screen.
In just a few weeks.
Now we know closed captioning isn't the greatest, but
today we're covering the big motions hearing ahead of the trial, where the attorneys are hashing out last-minute things. Right now, they're going over jury instructions. We are not filming this one. Another media outlet is filming this hearing, so just want to let you know it's not one of our videographers doing that. But we're going to be going in and hearing some big arguments on a really big motion to get rid of one of the charges, the sexual assault charge, in a couple of minutes. As soon as that starts, we'll go in there. Right now, I'd bring in my guests and talk about this motion. I have with me trial attorney.
So again, if you're just tuning in, I believe the Megan Imirowicz trial is starting at the top of the hour, so about 10 minutes. I have the judge's court cam on my other screen here, so I'll flip over to that when it happens. I decided to just go live early so we could cover the, at least in part, the Taylor Schabusiness motion hearing. So welcome and relax, and should be about 10 minutes, I'm guessing, from what I've told. And thank you for joining me.
The language doesn't fit. There's a look at it. We've highlighted the portion of this where the defense is arguing that ST, or the initials for the victim, was not a person at the time of the alleged incident, as ST was deceased, and therefore the statute 94.225 does not apply. And so they're asking that this be dismissed, saying this complaint against her is defective, and that charge needs to go away. Curious to know what you both think about this. Vonda, let me begin with you, please.
It's a novel approach, and I respect the defense for bringing that up. And if it doesn't apply, if the Wisconsin legislature has enacted these laws, and they say that a person, once they are deceased, is no longer a person, the defense has an absolute obligation to bring this motion. And if in fact they are correct about the law, that charge has to be dismissed legally. And so I applaud them for taking this stance. I don't think, with that said, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. The state can amend the complaint and have abuse of a corpse, or some other charge where they can get that evidence in regardless. So it's a novel approach, and I think it's very smart.
Right. I'm with you, Vonda. I couldn't agree more. And you took the words right out of my mouth. I said to our show line producer, Madison, this morning, I said, I wonder why it wasn't charged as abuse of a corpse. But, every state is different. There's mutilation of a corpse already charged, but I wonder if there's not a separate abuse charge. To me, that's really what it seems to be here. These facts are so sickening and sinister. Tommy Pope, what do you think about this? Do you think that perhaps the state did err in the way that they charged this?
Well, I'm doing significant legal research while I'm in a break with you guys. So I was Googling it a little bit. Tommy. Wisconsin actually had a case in 2008 where the three guys had dug up a body to have sex with it. And they at least then, did not have a necrophilia statute, which obviously is sex with the corpse. But the court ruled that was a sexual assault based on the lack of the ability to give consent. So it'll be interesting, obviously I didn't read the opinion itself, but it'll be interesting. They're taking an approach now. They're not saying there was or wasn't consent. They're saying this isn't a body. So at a minimum, they're putting an appellate issue. And so I imagine the Wisconsin Supreme Court will have an opportunity regardless, I guess, unless they're found not guilty, we'll hear more about that from that court.
I appreciate that, Tommy. So glad you mentioned that. And Actually, I want to mention this too. Well, the biggie, the one that we honed in on for purposes of this discussion, was the fact that they're saying the not a person language because he was deceased. But they do include in this motion, which is many pages, 14 pages. Yes, the lack of consent. So they did lay, you're right on the money, Tommy. They laid out multiple reasons. Another one has to do with a lack of DNA evidence found on the sex toy that was said to be used to carry out the assault. And so that's another point they raise. And also they raise the fact that her own statements to police aren't reliable because she was under the influence of meth and trazodone at the time she told police what happened. So they also put that, they really did a comprehensive approach here in their arguments. It's a very well-written motion. I can't wait to hear it. Let's dip into the courtroom and see what they're talking about now. Vonda and Tommy, stay with me. Let's listen in together to the judge.
Used to try to just evoke emotions and you know, incite prejudice on the part of the jury, I'll stop it, and I'll certainly be receptive to any objections. And that's what I indicated when I ruled on my on the motion the last time. And so I'm incorporating those findings into this decision, plus the ones I've just made now. And so that motion is going to be denied. 15, use of exhibits and demonstrative evidence during opening statements and closing arguments, that the defense be permitted to use exhibits and demonstrative evidence during their opening statement and closing argument. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No objection. I just asked to be provided notice of what those exhibits are going to be. I just want there to be a good faith basis to expect that it will become part of evidence later, but no objection.
Mr. Farrell, any objection to that?
No objection. I would also ask that the state, if they're going to use any kind of demonstrative evidence or exhibits, that they also provide me the courtesy of seeing those in advance.
That'll go both ways. So if there's going to be some demonstrative exhibits used in openings, they need to be provided to the other side.
Okay.
16, exclusion of unnamed witnesses, that the state be prohibited from calling witnesses not included on their witness list. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
All right, that'll be granted. Okay, so 17, Mr. Freilich, prohibition on prosecution participating in voir dire, that the state be prohibited from participating in the jury questioning during voir dire. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to turn it over to you to make that argument.
I'm going to withdraw that motion at this time, Your Honor. After further reflection and review, based on my prior experience, the state's always participated in voir dire during the jury selection process, so I'm going to withdraw number 17.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. Then 18, that the defense asks that this is the same distance, 18, the defense asks that the defendant's family be allowed to sit in the front rows on the defense side during all hearings rather than being secluded to the back of the courtroom. Mr. Freilich.
I'd ask that, you know, if my client does have family here, that they be allowed to, you know, sit up close so they can hear and see what's going on.
Well, what I'll do is they can certainly, well, let me just ask Mr. Saunders if you want to be heard.
No.
Any family, Mr. Freilich, that your client has can absolutely be afforded good seating in the courtroom. The first row of behind the defendant is closed off. They're not going to be permitted to sit there. And that's been closed off due to the suggestion of security in the courthouse, and not just for this case. That's the way it is for all cases. So the first row on behind the defendant will be closed, but the second row will be open, and they can have that. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Very good. That concludes, other than number 3, that concludes.
All right. Again, not one of our Court TV photojournalists filming this hearing. We are tapping into another signal from another media outlet covering this one. This is going to be a big day for Taylor Schabusiness and her House of Horrors case that's coming up for trial in July. And so all of the important issues are coming before the court this morning. And this is expected to go into the afternoon, too. You heard the judge saying some witnesses are going to be called. The big motion is whether or not the sex assault charge should be dismissed. We'll be right back.
Meet your new best fiends. Play Best Fiends puzzle game. Link matching items and solve exciting puzzles. Collect adorable mini creatures.
Hi, Crime Spies. Welcome, welcome. In case you're joining us and wondering what's going on, Let me just show you. This is the judge's courtroom camera. We still have a blank screen. So I went ahead and just turned on Court TV so we could watch the Taylor Schabusiness hearing. So we're getting kind of a twofer. So I just wanted to pop on quick. I'm still getting kind of ready back here. Got the pets fed. Kids are all off and starting their day. And so just getting situated. So I just wanted to welcome you. We've got quite a nice little crowd here so far this morning. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's what's going on. Just keeping an eye on the judge's courtroom. I'm going to flip you back over to Court TV live stream until the Megan Imirowicz Day 2 begins. Also, just wanted to put up on the screen real quick. Where did I put it? If you did miss Day 1 opening statements, they are on both my YouTube and Rebel channel videos for yesterday. It was like a 10-hour-ish kind of video. And opening statements begin at the hour mark, 6 hour, 43 minutes, and 45 seconds. And actually, I was just thinking about this during the, once court gets going for Day 2 of Megan Imirowicz. What I'll go ahead and do when they have a break in the morning is play the opening statements. They were very short, so we'll get that thrown in here during one of the court breaks this morning. So just relax, grab some coffee or tea. I've got both. I've got a London Fog here, and I've also got a coffee. And let's see. Yeah, we've got Noodles. Noodles found me on Twitter. Oh, that's wonderful. One of these days, I'm going to do a live stream. This channel is like 2.5 months old. It is, I can't even find myself on YouTube. And that's not a joke. So welcome Noodles. We've got a couple new people yesterday too. We've got Shar. I wonder if Shar is going to join us again. And also Jamie. So Jamie popped into the live stream yesterday. She's also new to the channel. And she's got a friend in the Megan Imirowicz, Michigan courtroom. So she gave us the inside baseball because I was like, I'm not sure what's going on. Like if you watch yesterday's video, the first couple hours is like, I thought it was supposed to start now. And also in yesterday's Day 1 video, we've got the entire Corey Richens hearing. It ended up that the judge didn't turn on had the cameras on, but they couldn't get the live stream set up on time. So after the Corey Richens hearing yesterday for bail, which was denied, then they played the opening statements and witness 1 in the Megan trial, and then the jury was let go. So if Jamie's back in here this morning, thank you again. We crowned her the Crime Spies Angel. All right, I'm going to turn Court TV back on, and again, I'm just watching the courtroom over in Michigan.
We're watching a big hearing going on in Wisconsin right now for defendant Taylor Schabusiness. She's accused in the House of Horrors case that's going to trial in just a couple of weeks. So there are multiple motions before the judge, the biggest of which is one where her attorneys are trying to get the sexual assault charge dismissed, and they've come up with a really creative argument to do it. Right now, we've got the first witness called by the state, police officer just taking the stand. Let's go in together now and watch.
Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Can you state how you're employed?
I'm a police officer with the City of Green Bay, currently assigned to the Brown County Drug Task Force as a narcotics investigator.
And how long have you been employed as a police officer?
Since October of 2016.
And is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And your current role with the Drug Task Force, how long have you been assigned to that unit?
Since February of 2022.
So I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. On that date, were you still working as a patrol officer with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall responding to a apartment on Eastman Avenue on that day?
I do.
What was the reason you responded to that?
I was assigned by the sergeant to assist with locating an individual. Located an individual to that apartment.
And did you respond to that apartment?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall who you were tasked with attempting to locate?
Dispatch advised that the individual may have been...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Dispatch advised.
It's not offered for the truth.
It's not. It's offered for motive for proceeding to the venue. So overruled.
So I think the question was, who were you tasked with attempting to locate at the apartment?
The call notes or dispatch indicated that the individual was, I believe, Taylor Coronado.
Okay. And did you have contact with a person who I guess you identified as Taylor Coronado subsequently?
I did.
All right. And I guess for the record, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting to my right. She's in an orange jumpsuit and she has a white undershirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Who will so reflect?
And where did you have contact with the defendant?
While we were walking up to the apartment, the defendant came out of the common entrance door.
And at that point, did you place the defendant in custody?
I did.
And I guess what information did you have at that point as to why Mr. Business was being placed into custody?
Before getting to the apartment, I did some research on my own using police records. I discovered that the defendant also went by the last name of Schabusiness, and this defendant had a warrant for their arrest. I also searched police records for the mugshots of this individual, and the mugshots that I saw matched the individual coming out of the common entrance to the apartment.
And what did you do once Mr. Business was placed into custody?
Once Mr. Business was placed into custody, I subsequently escorted her to my police car where she was searched, incident to arrest, and placed in the back seat.
When you were still at the sort of entrance of the apartment complex, were there any questions being asked of Mr. Business?
I believe Lieutenant Buckman and several other officers went to the apartment that she may have came out of. There were some officer safety issues. Or there was, I think the lieutenant, by his voice, he made it seem like there might have been an armed individual or something dangerous in the apartment. So my question to her was, is there anybody, who else was in the apartment, and if the person was armed?
Those questions that you asked Mr. Business, you said those were related to officer safety?
Yes.
And after that point, did you ask any other questions of the defendant?
I did not, until after I escorted her to my police car.
All right. And then did you transport then Mr. Business to the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
During that transport, was there any questions being asked of her by yourself?
During the transport, no.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived at the Green Bay Police Department?
She was placed in an interview room at the Green Bay Police Department, where I had Officer Kenny assist me in taking pictures of some dried blood that I noticed on her clothing as well as her hands.
In your interactions with the defendant on that day, did it appear to you as if the defendant was under the influence of any substance?
It did not.
Your current assignment with the Brown County Drug Task Force and your 6.5 years in law enforcement, have you previously encountered individuals who you've later determined were to be under the influence of substances?
Yes.
Quite frequently in your current role with the Drug Task Force?
Yes, it is.
During any of your contact with the defendant, did she ever ask to remain silent or say she's not talking to law enforcement?
She did not.
Did she ever ask for the presence of a lawyer?
She did not.
Thank you, officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Curley.
Officer Russell, good morning.
Good morning. So you were called over to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
What time did you get over there, approximately?
I don't remember the time, but I know it was in the wee hours of the morning.
It was dark outside, correct?
Yes, it was.
Snow was on the ground?
Yes, it was. It was. Yes, there was. Sorry.
Okay. And this is basically an apartment complex, correct?
It is.
And there's basically a front entrance and then the parking lot, correct?
There's a parking lot and then there's a common entrance to the building.
And on this particular date, February 23rd, there were various vehicles parked in front of the building, correct?
Yes.
And you walked up, correct?
I did.
And did you walk by any vehicles at all?
I did walk by a vehicle.
What vehicle did you walk by?
Well, there were several vehicles in the parking lot. I did walk by a gold van.
You walked by a gold van?
Yes.
Was it like a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
I believe so, yes.
And you walked between the vehicles to the front, or where did you go?
So I looked in the vehicle and then I walked between the vehicles, memory serves me correctly, and then I walked up to the front of the apartment.
And then as you're walking to the front of the apartment, what happened?
While we were standing by that vehicle, we noticed that the lights, or the marker lights to that vehicle, started flashing intermittently, which made me think that somebody was manipulating a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Are you saying the gold minivan?
Yes.
The vehicle lights came on?
Yes, the marker lights. You know, when you press the keyless entry and it indicates with the flashing lights that the vehicle's either opening or closing, that's what I saw.
Did you hear anything?
I did not. I just saw the lights.
Did you hear any beeps or anything?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And then did you make contact with someone at the front of the apartment complex?
I did.
And who was that?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Taylor Coronado?
Taylor Schabusiness.
When you looked her up, it was Taylor Coronado on the mugshot or the internet?
The police records associated Taylor Coronado with Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. Had you ever met her before?
Never met her before.
She was a complete stranger to you, correct?
That is correct.
And you had some kind of conversation with her at the front door?
I told her that she was under arrest for her warrant.
Okay. And did she say anything to you?
She didn't. I don't believe she did.
She was cooperative with you?
She was.
So, did you put handcuffs on her?
I did.
Was that outside of the apartment complex?
Yes, it was.
And you had her turn around and then you put the handcuffs on, correct?
I did.
At some point then, did you become concerned that there was another person in the apartment building that was a person of interest?
We became concerned that based on how Lieutenant Buckman was acting, yes, we thought there was some sort of officer safety issue inside the apartment.
Officers unholstered their service revolvers, correct?
Service duty weapons, yes.
Duty weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, did you have Taylor Schabusiness then go back inside the apartment complex and sit on the stairs?
I did.
Okay. And what happened next?
So I had her go inside the common entrance area, sit on the steps, just in case there were any exchange of gunfire based on what the officers were doing at the door. I didn't want her to get hit by any gunfire if it ever came to that, because I don't know what they had. So basically I was looking out for her well-being, which is why I placed her on the steps.
And then at some point, did other Green Bay police officers go down the hall and take someone out of the apartment?
I believe they went down the hall and ordered somebody out of the apartment, and then Taylor and I proceeded outside.
That person, was that Scott Tomes?
I'm unsure who that individual is. I never had any interaction with him.
But was it a male?
It was a male.
And the male was ordered to lay on the ground, correct?
Again, I'm not unsure what the officers did there. I didn't see what was happening. My focus was on Miss Schabusiness.
Did you hear officers shouting at this other person to come out of the apartment and lay on the ground?
I heard shouting, saying, "Come outside," or something to that effect.
Then at some point, Officer Russell, did you escort or walk Miss Schabusiness to your police squad vehicle?
I did.
And your vehicle was an SUV, correct?
Yes, it was.
You opened the front door, correct?
I might have opened my front door to unlock the back door to put her inside.
Then you had her get inside the back seat, correct?
After I searched her, yes.
Okay. When you searched her, did you find any weapons or anything of concern?
I did not find any weapons on Miss Schabusiness.
Then you had her get in the back seat of the squad vehicle, correct?
I did.
Did you roll the window down?
At one point, I remember rolling the window down. I asked her if she was okay back there, and she indicated that she was.
You had the window down for a bit to give her some air, correct?
I don't remember if the window was down for a bit. I don't remember how long the window was down. I just remember asking her if she was okay.
Okay. And then on February 23rd of 2022, did you read her any Miranda rights at all that particular evening?
I did not.
And this was early in the morning, correct?
It was.
Very dark outside?
It was dark. The front of the apartment complex was, however, lit.
Did you see anybody else being escorted out of the apartment building into a squad car?
I think I saw a male being escorted, but I don't know if they placed him in a squad car or not.
All right, if you're just now joining us, we thank you for that. We are watching a hearing ahead of the trial for the House of Horrors case involving defendant Taylor Schabusiness. Remember her? She attacked her lawyer not too long ago. She's got a different lawyer representing her today, and the state is presenting some witnesses as they're hashing out some different issues before the court. We're going to hear more from this detective in a moment. We have to hit a break. This is Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
It's me again. So I just sent out a tweet. If you have a chance, because not everyone has time to sit and wait. So if it's easier for you, just follow my Twitter account. Now, where did I put it? And every day of trial, I'm starting kind of a new thing. I'm just pinning today's trial to the top of my profile, and then adding tweets to it, creating a thread for the whole entire day. So I just added one saying, I'll show you, Judge Victoria Valentine's court cam for Megan Imirowicz, Michigan versus Megan Imirowicz. We still have a blank screen. I don't know if Jamie is in the chat today. Jamie was our Crime Spies angel yesterday, letting us know that the court had an issue getting the live stream set up, but assured us that going forward, they would be able to do that. So we ended up watching the rebroadcast of that through Court TV. And where did I put it? So if you missed the Megan Imirowicz opening statements and witness one, just go back to my channel on either Rumble or YouTube for day one, and it starts at the 6 hour, 43 minute, 45 second mark. So I was getting ready over here and saw that they were going to cover this Taylor Schabusiness hearing. So I thought, well, what the heck? Let's turn the camera on. Let's get the live stream going. So that's what's going on. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Absurd Beats is in the chat. He is a UK musician and producer. And he was my only guest. Although Absurd Beats, I talked to Lily of London. And I asked her if she would be interested because she's got some really great medical background. She used to be a paramedic. I think she was a paramedic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they call it over there in the UK. And so she's got some really great insight on this Megan Imirowicz trial. One of her comments yesterday was, what is it, exothermic? So if you mix lye and water together, there's an exothermic reaction, so temperatures can get up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So she's got some great insights. So I just asked her if she'd be wanting to join the live stream, because here on Crime Spies, I think we can have up to 10 people at a time. I'm actually trying to work with like Gisela and some of the others in the true crime community for some of the cases that we're doing research on. Yeah, paramedic. Okay, yep. Yeah, so anyway, she said she'll have time this week to at least pop in for a little while on this trial and be a co-host. So Absurd Beats, you won't be the only co-host on Crime Spies. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Well, she had some wonderful comments I shared with the audience yesterday while, we were just kind of watching. And I thought, wow, well, like I said, I can have up to 10 people from what I'm reading at a time. So I thought, well, see if she wants to come on and join us. And then we've got someone else to talk to in the breaks instead of Crime Spies here rambling on incessantly. You're welcome, Noodles. Absurd Beats, Noodles, Absurd Beats. Welcome, welcome. So, just wanted to show you again. We've got, maybe I'll do a refresh again. I'm trying to refresh it every few minutes. Got another beautiful day here in Minnesota. I'm going to go cut some flowers once this trial starts. Oops. Here, let's go back over here, I guess.
And thank you for being with us.
Let's see if they give us an update.
We are watching a big hearing in Wisconsin in the House of Horrors case against defendant.
It is kind of irritating.
So this woman is accused of killing
So they've
her
got the
lover,
ticker on here that says Court TV, Sleeping Father Death Trial. This is exactly what happened yesterday.
Team is trying to get the sexual assault
But then this lady here, she doesn't ever say, oh, well, we're having a problem with the feed or...
making an argument that
anyway, it doesn't matter. I wanted to see the Schabusiness hearing anyway. I'll be quiet now.
Statute just doesn't fit. So right now we're seeing an officer on the stand, and we're hearing some testimony really going to whether or not Taylor Schabusiness was under the influence at the time she was arrested. We know she made some wild statements to police, essentially saying they were going to have some fun searching the house to find all the body parts. And we're hearing some testimony to that end with the detective who took her into custody and then was able to speak to her right at those moments that she said to be under the influence of trazodone and meth. Let's go back in where we left off.
Did you ask Taylor Schabusiness if she had consumed any drugs or alcohol or substances on February 23rd, 2022 when you had contact with her?
I did not.
Did you ask her when she was sitting in the backseat of the squad when the window was rolled down, do you know why we are here?
I remember asking her if she knew why we were here, and she stated something along the lines of because of my warrant for my arrest or something like that.
Did you ask her other questions?
The only question I asked her was, are you okay back there, when she was in the back of the squad car. I believe that those are the only questions I asked.
On the way, from the apartment building on Eastman Avenue to the police station, did you ask her any questions when you were riding?
I don't believe I did.
And basically you seatbelted her in and drove her to the station, correct?
I did.
What time did you arrive at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022? Do you remember?
It was sometime in the morning. I don't remember the exact time.
Do you know what time you got back to the Green Bay Police Department?
I don't remember that time either, but it was sometime close to 5 or 6 maybe. I'm not sure.
5 or 6 a.m.?
Yes.
All of this is the morning time, correct?
All of this is the morning time.
Okay. Did you smell any odor, like marijuana or anything like that coming from her?
I don't believe I did.
You started to work with the Brown County Task Force when?
February of 2022.
Was it after this arrest of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
Now, you didn't perform any drug testing of Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
I did not.
You don't know if she had trazodone in her veins, in her bloodstream, in her body, do you?
I don't know if she had any drugs in her person.
You don't know if she had methamphetamine in her veins, in her bloodstream, in her body, do you?
I don't know if she had any drugs in her person.
You don't know if she had been using any marijuana or other chemicals, do you?
Nope.
All of this is related to February 23rd of 2022.
That's right.
When you got to the station, there was another officer in the interview room, correct?
I asked Officer Kenny to assist me, and he assisted me by taking pictures of the blood on her hands and on her garments.
You watched when the pictures were being taken?
I did.
And the officer, you said Officer Kenny?
Yes.
He's a taller officer with a beard, correct?
That's correct.
And he was taking pictures with a cell phone?
I gave him my phone so he could use it to take, or my department issued phone so he could use it to take the pictures.
And he took pictures of like her hands, her clothes, her front and her back, correct?
I believe so, yes.
When you were there during all of the picture taking, correct?
I was.
You watched?
I saw him take the pictures.
You didn't take any of the pictures, correct?
I don't believe I did.
Did you see the officer take pictures of Miss Schabusiness's thumbs or hands?
I saw she was instructed to hold her hands out so we could take pictures of the smeared blood on her hands.
Did you observe her hold her hand or her thumb up and kind of make an odd face? Did you see that?
I don't remember if that occurred, to be honest with you.
Did you observe her to be acting odd during the time that during the time of the arrest, during the time of transport, or when you were with her in the interview room?
She was quiet during the transport, but she seemed nonchalant when she was in the interview room. She didn't seem like she was acting stranger than a normal person.
Would you say she was very mellow or chill or calm?
She was cooperative.
But would you say that she was mellow, chill, or calm? That's my question, really.
My answer to that question is she was cooperative. She didn't seem like out of control or anything.
So can I take that as a yes to my question?
She seemed cooperative during the entire time when we were dealing with her.
Okay. Was there any kind of a dialogue between you and Miss Schabusiness or Officer Kenny and Miss Schabusiness when you were in the police interview room having pictures taken?
The only dialogue was instructing her to turn around so I could take the handcuffs off of her, and then instructing her to, or I believe Officer Kenny instructed her to hold her hands out so we could take the pictures, and then to turn around so we could take the pictures.
Okay. And you didn't do any testing of whatever was on her hands, correct?
I did not.
You made, before when you testified that you thought it was blood, that was basically an assumption, is that fair?
It looked like dry blood from my standpoint, and on her, the smeared blood on her garments also looked like dried blood. I could smell a rawness to it as well.
But you made some assumptions, correct? Is that fair? That's my question.
Yes.
Just to kind of conclude the questions for me, after the pictures were taken, what did you do next?
After the pictures were taken, we left from the interview room. I believed I assisted with collecting her garments. Officer Whitman also assisted by collecting her undergarments. I took those garments and placed them in a drying cabinet. And there's a certain time that those have to be dried in order for them to be packaged as evidence.
And then was she put in like a yellow plastic suit?
I don't remember that.
During the time that the pictures were being taken at the police station on February 23rd of 2022, did Miss Schabusiness ask to put on her hat, a baseball cap? and you said, hold on, wait a minute?
So I believe Officer Kenny was having her remove the baseball cap so he could take a picture of her face, and then she put it back on, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. There was some talk about bringing her some water to drink, and then there was discussion about, hold on, don't bring the water. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you, Officer Russell.
Redirect?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, that concludes the testimony of the first witness. The next witness up is the officer who did the sit-down interview with Taylor Schabusiness, where she apparently said something to the effect of, have fun going around the house trying to find all of the body parts. Again, this woman's accused of dismembering her lover after allegedly choking him to death. Police say she dismembered his body, scattered the body parts all around the home, and this victim's mother is the one who found the body parts. There's also an allegation that she sexually assaulted him, and her attorneys are trying to get that charge kicked because they're saying he was dead at the time and couldn't have been sexually assaulted under the law. Stay right there, folks. We just might get to see the videotape of that interview. Wouldn't that be something if we get to watch that today? We'll see if it happens with this next witness. Don't go away.
I started hearing these stories about murder and stuff.
I'm about to be the biggest drug dealer that you can become.
Oh my God, are they starting a war with me or what?
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but Victoria Valentine's courtroom is still dark. You know what? It killed the people on Court TV to, if they're going to have this advertisement that this is supposed to be on. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to go over in the Twitter world. Jamie, SOS, Jamie, Crime Spies Angel from yesterday. Do you know what's going on? So anyway, for those of you joining me, the Michigan versus Megan Imirowicz, dubbed the Sleeping Father death trial, on her 18th birthday. Her 64-year-old naked drunk father was sleeping on the living room couch, and she splashed lye mixed with water, which creates a exothermal reaction, temperatures up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit on his body. So her trial is supposed to be starting day 2. Yesterday, day 1, according to Crime Spies Angel Jamie. The court did not have a chance to put the Zoom camera live stream up. So we ended up watching it after the Corey Richens hearing. So if you go to Crime Spies, either Rumble or YouTube channel for day 1 of Megan Imirowicz video at the 6 hour 43 minute 45 second mark. I'm trying to find it to put it on the screen. Here. That's where opening statements, which were both short. One was like 10 minutes and the other one was like 5 minutes. I will try to play during a break. But I am very curious as to why Court TV keeps... It was my understanding this thing was supposed to start at 10 a.m. yesterday. Or today. Sorry. 10 a.m. Hi, Suzanne. Where did my come? Just a minute. Found. Oh, yay. Found the trial on YouTube, Law and Crime Day 1. Oh, good. Yeah, I've got it also, Suzanne. Day 1. I put it in day 1 at the 6 hour 43 minute 45 second mark. Is opening statements and then the first witness. But I'm going to go once the commercial is over on Court TV. I'm going to go in the Twitter world and try to find what the heck's going on again. Day 2. It's just weird. Leave it to Crime Spies to find the trial that has a glitch in the feed. Murphy's Law. I'm just going to refresh quick while we got you. Well, this is kind of like yesterday. Yesterday we got a twofer also. We got the Corey Richens hearing in, and then we got the rebroadcast of day 1 in Michigan for Megan Imirowicz. And today, looks like we're kind of on the same path. We're catching the Taylor Schabusiness hearing while we wait for the court camera in Victoria Imirowicz. Okay, this is that Taylor Schabusiness hearing that we're watching. This is her. She got in a fight with her attorney.
Good night. That was the attack on her last lawyer. That is Taylor Schabusiness. Thankfully, no attacks today. She's been very peaceful with a new attorney tasked with representing her. They're doing a fine job ahead of trial, arguing several different things to try to restrict the evidence,
can
to
you
try
please
to
tell
reduce
us
the
what's going
charges
on with
coming in
the
against her
Megan
in
trial?
the big House of Horrors case set to happen next month in Wisconsin. Trial date July 24th. Today, we're hearing from some witnesses. We're about to hear now from a witness who interviewed her after she was arrested. We heard from that police officer taken into custody after the victim's mother found his body parts in the house, found his severed head. Called police. Taylor Schabusiness is arrested, and she talks to police a lot, says some very incriminating things, and now we're going to hear from the officer who did that interview. Let's go in together.
What had occurred in the days before your interview. Is that fair?
Yes.
The information that she was telling you and Detective Kemp, were you sort of in the moment relaying that to other officers?
Yes.
Did that include Detective Scanlon?
Yes.
Where was Detective Scanlon during this interview?
He was at the residence on Stony Brook Drive.
And was Detective Scanlon sort of reporting back about what he was seeing at the Stony Brook Drive residence?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
He was reporting back, not necessarily directly to me, but he was reporting back.
Is the information you were getting from the defendant generally consistent with what Detective Scanlon was observing at the residence?
Correct.
Is February 23rd the only time you spoke with the defendant in this case?
No.
Do you recall the date you spoke with her after that?
I believe it was February 28th.
And where did that interview occur?
At the Green Bay Police Department.
And again, in one of the interview rooms?
Yes.
Was that an interview that was recorded as well?
Yes.
When you transported the defendant to the station, was she read her Miranda rights again?
She was.
Again, using the same form that we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 3.
Can I see that first, please? I just need to make sure. Thank you. Let me see. Thank you.
Showing what's been marked Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of the Miranda rights form that I read to Mr. Business on February 28th, 2022.
And is that, again, a form you read verbatim to the defendant?
Yes.
I think you. I'd move Exhibit 3.
Any objection to 3?
No objection, Your Honor.
You'll be received.
And after you read her rights to the defendant, did she then provide you information with respect to this case?
Yes.
The defendant's demeanor on February 28th, did that appear to be consistent to you to the demeanor exhibited on February 23rd?
Yes.
Questions or responses to questions were appropriate?
Correct.
Did it appear on that date that she was under the influence of any substances?
No.
Again, during the interview on the 28th, Was there food and water provided to the defendant?
Yes.
Breaks were offered if needed?
Correct.
In either interview, I guess, what was your general interview technique? Were there any sort of special techniques used to conduct this interview?
In this particular case, I tried to build rapport with her, and I didn't really use any specific techniques. I just asked her to go over the facts, and she did.
So there are no interview techniques that you're trained in using? You didn't utilize any of those?
No.
During your contact, I skipped this. So I'm going back to the February 23rd interview, Detective. Sorry to jump around on you. Apart from your observations of the defendant, did you also ask the defendant if she was under the influence of any substances?
Yes.
What did she indicate?
She stated no.
Okay. Was there discussion about methamphetamine use?
There was.
And was there sort of a timeline or a proximal time that the defendant stated she had used that substance?
She referred to like 2 days before.
Actually before the homicide?
Before the homicide occurred, yes.
And you're interviewing her in the morning of February 23rd?
Correct.
And I guess, is there sort of a timeline on when the alleged acts would have occurred?
Well, we know that she, according to her, initially had contact with Chad on the 21st, which I believe is a Monday. And then they had the homicide occurred the early mornings of Tuesday, the 22nd, I believe.
Apart from methamphetamine ingestion, did you ask about alcohol use?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was under the influence of alcohol?
Right, no alcohol. I also asked her if she was taking any prescription medications, and she stated she was not.
Did you ask about marijuana use?
Yes.
And what did she indicate?
Initially, she indicated no, but I think later on in the interview, she might have been several days prior.
Several days prior to your interview?
Yes.
In your, I guess, training and experience, does marijuana have an effect on an individual for several days after use?
To my knowledge, no.
Just a few more questions. So, subsequent to your interviews of the defendant, did you have the chance to listen to any sort of recordings of the defendant with respect to phone calls that she made?
I have listened to some phone calls, yes.
Are those phone calls that were made at the Brown County Jail?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a call on March 3rd of 2022. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do.
And did you make a note of a phone call made on that date?
I did.
And I guess the voice on that call, did you recognize the voice?
Yes.
And who did you believe that voice to be?
Taylor Schabusiness.
And why was that a phone call that you made a note of?
Well, it's not untypical for me as part of my follow-up to listen to the jail phone calls from inmates of after I've been in arrest, especially in serious felonies. The jail's calls are recorded, and I do have access to them remotely.
You made note of the call on March 3rd of 2022?
I did.
Why?
Because of a statement that she made.
And what was the statement that she made?
Well, she was talking to a male,
and the mail specifically wanted to know that why exactly did she provide information to the police. The male believed that she was under the influence of some sort of drugs at that time, specifically methamphetamine.
When you said under the influence at that time, was that like a question referring to the interview with law enforcement?
Yeah, he basically wanted to know, that she must have been under the influence of drugs when she provided all the information that she provided to us.
And what was Ms. Schabusiness's response to that?
There was a pause, and then she stated, no, not really.
All right, we're going to hear more from this hearing in Wisconsin for the House of Horrors case involving defendant Taylor Schabusiness in just a moment. We have to hit a break. Thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live.
Michigan daughter now facing
Well, it's just like, remember that movie Groundhog's Day? Oh, here.
Water on her own father while he was sleeping.
The chemical reaction caused severe burns and ultimately his death.
Police caught up with the daughter, and she was arrested soon after.
The teen faces life in prison if convicted.
And Court TV will bring you inside the courtroom for every moment.
The Sleeping Father Death Trial. Live coverage today.
When? Court TV. It's just like the movie Groundhog's Day over here on Crime Spies. We started day one of the Megan Imirowicz trial and ended up watching the Corey Richens hearing, which, again, I wanted to see. So we kind of got a twofer. But it would be kind of nice. And then today, I saw that this Taylor Schabusiness hearing was going on. So I turned on the live stream early to catch that. And thinking that the Megan Imirowicz trial would be starting, and it was not. So just showing you again over here on the judge's court cam, we're going to do a refresh. So Suzanne was saying that Law and Crime was live streaming the Imirowicz trial. That's actually day one, opening statements and the first witness, which in this red banner down here is also on my channel, Rumble and YouTube. At the 6 hour, 43 minute, 45 second mark of day one of Megan Imirowicz. It's like a 10-hour video. I saw that Grizzly True Crime is also rebroadcasting that, but we've already got it embedded in that one video. I had planned on, during today, day two, the court breaks, the morning break, and then the lunch break and the afternoon break, just replaying that for those that happen to have missed it. Opening statements were very short. I believe the prosecution was around 10 minutes and the defense was around 5 minutes. And then there was one witness. I think she was up there like a half an hour or so, if I recall. So yeah, but I did see that Law and Crime and Gisela over on Grizzly True Crime currently have a live stream going of day one opening statements and the first witness. So you could, so that's that. I was like, what? Day two? Where? I've got the judge's courtroom on right now. I'm not seeing it. So just hit another refresh on this. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm sorry about the confusion. It would be nice if somebody on Twitter or during one of these breaks, before or after one of these breaks on Court TV, if the gal could give us an update on what the deal is. I know with day one, Jamie, who was in the chat yesterday, I'm not sure if she's here today, but Jamie has someone in the courtroom over in Michigan and informed me that they were having difficulty getting the live stream started in the courtroom, which is why Court TV ended up just rebroadcasting it after the Corey Richens hearing yesterday. I'm not sure if that's the case today. And again, I wanted to see this Taylor Schabusiness one. So I guess we're getting a twofer. I know the title is kind of confusing, but I've got a banner going on the bottom here. So there's that. I hope that helps. I mean, nothing like having a fairly new YouTube channel and having this mountains of confusion going on. Am I right? Why me? I do know that Law and Crime is... Oh, we're back on Court TV. Let's switch you back over here. Share... Unmute.
In the House of Horrors case we've been telling you about in Wisconsin.
And I do have
This
the closed
incident happening
captioning on.
the
It's in
Green
this
Bay
like
area.
red.
The defendant
on
is
the
a woman
bottom.
named Taylor Schabusiness. She made headlines all across the nation when she attacked her attorney in court at one of her previous hearings. She now has a different attorney. She has been deemed competent to stand trial. A trial we know she's going to be pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. And we're hearing from the officers who took part in the arrest and the questioning of her after she was charged with the murder of her boyfriend and the dismemberment of his body. Let's go in now and hear more from the officer on the stand who did the questioning of her, where she made the horrible comment about police having fun searching the house for the body parts.
6:34 a.m., approximately 15 minutes later on February 23rd, 2022, that's when you gave her Miranda rights, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not give her the Miranda rights before you did the buckle swab? Why didn't you do that right away before you started doing anything?
Miranda rights are required in custodial interviews prior to asking questions. I had not asked her any specific question about anything that occurred or why she was there. I only explained to her about the obtaining of the DNA and asking her consent from the DNA, but there was no specific questions about what had occurred, why she was at the police department until after her rights were read to her.
You knew this was a homicide investigation when you came down to the station on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew you were going there to get information from Ms. Schabusiness as far as what may or may not have happened, what she knew, and all of that, correct?
Yes.
You were provided details and information about alleged body parts and things of that sort that were found?
Not initially, no.
Later on, you were?
Yes.
You were told that during this interview that was going on with you and Detective Kemp?
I was told by Schabusiness, yes.
Were you told by any other officers?
No.
I know that during the interview you took some breaks, correct?
Yes.
You went to confer with other detectives, Detective Scanlon, correct?
I don't recall specifically talking with him, but yes.
And then you came back to the interview room and continued on with the interview, correct?
Yes.
At some point during the interview, you stopped the interview on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Well, there's breaks, yes.
But at some point you took a break where you had Ms. Schabusiness transported to the hospital?
Yes.
What hospital?
St. Vincent's, I believe.
St. Vincent's Hospital. Do you know what time she was transported over to St. Vincent's Hospital?
I don't recall the exact time, but it was several hours after she initially came to the police department.
So you and Detective Kemp asked Ms. Schabusiness questions for several hours on February 23rd, 2022, before you went to the hospital?
Essentially, we talked about the injury that she had prior to all that also.
Okay. And did you observe the injury?
Yes.
It was basically a cut on her thumb?
Yes.
And were there other cuts on her hand?
There were some scratches.
And were there scratches on her arms?
Yes.
And did Ms. Schabusiness complain about the cut on her thumb or her hands or the scratches?
She pointed it out to us, but I cannot say she complained about it. If she would have complained about it, we would have probably taken more immediate action.
Detective Groff, at some point it got to a point where she wanted to go to the hospital, correct?
I think it was the point that we felt we were comfortable enough having gotten the information that we needed, that it was a good time to just take her to the hospital to get it checked out.
Take a break?
Yeah.
Okay. So then how long was she at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Approximately 90 minutes, I believe.
She was examined, correct?
Yes.
Were you present during the medical exam of her thumb, hands, and arms?
No.
Other officers were?
Detective Kemp was with her the entire time.
And then at some point after the 90 minutes of being at St. Vincent's Hospital, she was transported back to the Green Bay Police Department?
That is correct.
And you and Detective Kemp then renewed or continued the interview, correct?
We continued our interview with her, yes.
Detective Groff, how long did you continue the interview after you came back from the hospital?
I'd say about an hour, hour and a half.
Did Ms. Schabusiness say that she was tired, that she wanted to go to bed, that she was sleepy at any point during your interactions with her?
I don't recall those specific words at this point.
You, from your training, do you agree that if you're a methamphetamine user, that oftentimes you get sick if you don't continue to use it?
I think that after a period of time after use, there is what they call coming down, which can be a time period which you do not feel well, yes.
Did Ms. Schabusiness ever say to you that she didn't feel well, that she was feeling nauseous or anything like that?
No.
During the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did she go on to tell you that she and the deceased were smoking the bitch?
Yes.
And the bitch means ice, correct?
Well, I asked her what that meant, what the bitch meant, and she referred then to it as ice.
And ice, did you take that to mean street slang for methamphetamine?
Yes.
And did she say that she was smoking meth before she was brought down to the station?
Not immediately before, approximately 2 days before.
She didn't say the specifics as to when she smoked, is that fair?
Well, she indicated that she smoked meth when she was at her apartment, which we know was on Monday night.
And did she say that she smoked meth at the Stony Brook Lane residence, the Packenich residence?
I don't recall her specifically stating that, but I know there was signs of use in the basement.
Did Ms. Schabusiness indicate that there was a meth pipe and a plastic spindle that was in the basement at Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did Ms. Schabusiness indicate that her and the decedent had smoked some methamphetamine at the apartment on Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Before February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did she indicate that Taylor Schabusiness took some trazodone pills that belonged to Mr. Tomes?
Correct.
Did she indicate that Taylor Schabusiness crushed up the trazodone pills and used a hypodermic needle to inject herself and the deceased?
That's what she told me, yes.
And did she indicate that both of them were in her bedroom when they took the trazodone?
Yes.
Did she also talk about some chains?
Yes.
That chains were put around her neck, correct?
No.
Did you look at her neck to see if she had any marks or anything like that on her neck?
I did.
Did you see anything like that?
I did not.
During your interview of Ms. Schabusiness, did she ever say, I want a lawyer, or what can a lawyer do for me?
No.
Did the word lawyer ever come up during any of your contact with her?
No.
You had contact with her on February 23rd of 2022 and February 20th of 2022?
February 28th of 2022.
Did she mention a lawyer at all? Was it the topic, did that come up on either interview?
Never.
This defense team for Taylor Schabusiness doing a fine job trying to keep out what they can ahead of her trial. So much damaging evidence this jury will hear in July. Let me bring in Ted Rollins. He's going to be taking over. Ted, at the end of the day, they really want to get this third charge kicked, but will it matter much?
Yeah, let's face it. I mean, she's going away likely for a lot more serious things, and but it's a great look at this case for us pre-trial, right? We're going to be there in a couple weeks to see this, and it is gruesome. So maybe this is a good sort of primer for our viewers. We'll get you back into the courtroom after this break. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Court TV, you're really ticking me off. Okay, so MB Inks just said, he just said, Court TV, thank you MB Inks for stopping in and letting us know. I just sent a tweet again. Court TV has released more of yesterday's testimony. Okay, so then I went over on this channel here, which is Law and Crime Trials. This is the one that Suzanne was mentioning, but the title says Sleeping Father Death Trial Day 1. So let's just turn on the volume here.
It was bag trash. Some of it was just laying around.
And you indicated
I'd say majority of it was bag trash. Yeah.
Okay. And you'd indicated there were cats in the house?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
Yes.
Any idea how many?
I think I saw at least 3.
Now.
There's no audio.
See them
there's back.
flying around in the room.
So there
Well, chat, what should I do?
And if I may, when we got to the hospital, the patient stated that he had set off a flea bomb the day before but stayed in the house. So that we were considering that as a possible cause, but I deduced that.
So here's what I was thinking. Since the Taylor... What a clusterfuck again. Why? Crime Spies. Honest to God. So I was wondering in the chat, since, you know, we're watching the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, and it appears that day 2, you know, I'm wondering if, why would they say day 1 here? See, it says day 1. This is day 2 of the Megan trial. I'm wondering if we should just watch the... God, what should I do? I would like to finish watching the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, and since Court TV seems to be releasing the judge's video in chunks, what should I do? Put it in the chat. What do you think? So I'm just gonna... Go. You're gonna probably have a seizure.
That if it was the case from that flea bomb, that
and I'll just flip back and
his
forth.
lungs would have been burned, and his lung sounds were fine. So I pretty much ruled that out at that time.
Okay. And you also...
No. Don't give me the circle of death. I'm going to close a couple windows here. Crime Spies is frustrated. I've got full bars. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. Well, I can see Court TV in the background. And they're probably going to come back from commercial here.
And download now. It's free!
From goal line stands to standout goals.
Okay, well,
Live sports, live here.
I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's just keep watching the Taylor Schabusiness.
Eagles, Amen Corner.
Let's just keep watching the Taylor Schabusiness trial until it's, or the Taylor Schabusiness hearing until it's over. And then we'll go back to that, Megan, and we'll watch it in like 1.25 speed to get caught up. Sound good? And I'll try to change the title.
Live, I'm Ted Rowlands. Glad to have you along with us on this Tuesday. We're focusing on 2 cases this morning here at Court TV. In Wisconsin, a motions hearing underway for a woman accused of killing and dismembering a man during a sexual drug-fueled encounter. Taylor Schabusiness, charged with first-degree intentional homicide, third-degree sexual assault, and mutilating a corpse, is for the murder of an individual that she was with in Wisconsin. The judge here is hearing arguments on 13 motions. Most of them were filed by the defense here. And we're going to go back to the courtroom right where we left off just a minute. We're also bringing you the trial for 19-year-old Megan Imirowicz. That's in Pontiac, Michigan. We started watching this one yesterday. Prosecutors say that Megan threw drain cleaner on her father while he was asleep on a couch, and it would eventually lead to his death. The defense claims there's no evidence that Megan threw the chemicals on her father. We'll get you into that courtroom when they're up and running. But let's go back to Wisconsin now for that motions hearing.
Okay, he said we'll get you in that courtroom when they're up and running. So that corroborates my other screen here. God.
Things like
I appreciate your patience, people.
in the past, she had feelings that she loved something so much that she killed it.
Yes.
You found that odd, correct?
Well, in my experience, I've had people tell me lots of different things, and I think that it was relevant to the investigation, but did I find it specifically odd? No.
And when you were talking with Ms. Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022, you talked about the fact that she indicated that she killed other people, correct?
Yes.
She couldn't give a lot of details, correct?
Correct.
Did you follow up on that?
Yes.
Was there anything there?
I have not found anything, no.
So those are things that she said that really were not true, correct?
Well, at the time, I was not aware, and I have since done my best to follow up, and I have not found any facts or evidence to suggest that it was true.
At some point after the interview on February 23rd of 2022, when it was done, did you drive her around to have her show you, like, where this or that occurred?
No.
Was there anything like that done for her?
On February 28th?
Oh, yes. I stand corrected. Thank you. On that date, what happened then? You gave her a ride somewhere to have her show you some things?
Well, on our way back to the jail, she had described some sort of apartment building with white pillars as being some sort of building. At one point in time, she had potentially killed another person. So we drove some areas that she described to see if anything would spark her memory, so to speak, and nothing did.
Let's strike that. You've interviewed hundreds of people over the 30 years that you've been a police detective and police officer, correct?
I would consider it in the thousands, sir.
Thousands, okay, sorry. You've seen people that have memory problems, correct?
Basically, you name it, I've seen it.
All different kinds of things.
Yes.
Did Ms. Schabusiness have any kind of memory problems, processing problems, based on your interview with her on both dates?
No, she was able to recall facts and information when asked questions.
Okay. Did she get sick on either date? Did she say that she wasn't feeling well?
No.
She was given, I think, something to drink and something to eat.
At one point, I know she was given some water and a power bar.
Was that on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were any kind of promises made that, hey, if you give us information, we'll go easy on you, or?
Never.
Was she given anything to eat or drink on February 28th?
Not that I recall. Well, potentially maybe a drink.
As far as chemicals like methamphetamine or trazodone, do you know how long those substances stay in one system based on your training and experience?
My understanding that, depending on the use and how much was used, methamphetamine can stay in the system. What is interesting is trazodone is actually, my understanding, a depressant, whereas methamphetamine is a stimulant. So you can, almost say that the two would counteract each other, so to speak. As to how long like trazodone will stay in someone's system, I imagine it's in there for a period of time, but the actual, how long are they under the influence of it, I couldn't say.
When you interviewed Taylor Schabusiness, did you see any evidence of paranoia, hallucinations, or anything like that?
Not from her, no.
How about distractibility? Did you see that on either date?
No, sir.
How about memory loss? Did you see any evidence of memory loss during your interactions with her?
Well, at one point, she stated that, when she was doing what she was doing, she did black out. And so I gave her a period of time to take her time to remember. And it wasn't very long that she was, again, able to continue to recite facts of what had happened.
Did you see any evidence of psychosis in Ms. Schabusiness during your interviews?
No.
Did she ever say that she wanted to stop talking with you or answering questions?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing.
Thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
Hey, council, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. It's about 10:10, so we'll come back in about 10 minutes, so 20 after 10. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
Thank you.
All right, they're taking a break there in Wisconsin, and let's bring in Marie Pereira. She's a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor as well. Marie, this case is one of those when you look at the detailed cases, because it's insanity. What is alleged here? She apparently dismembered this individual, and the state says sexually assaulted him. The defense is saying, well, you have to throw out the sexual assault case because he was dead, and you can't sexually assault a dead person. That's mutilation of a corpse. And, from a legal standpoint, it does make sense, doesn't it? That, they're arguing that he was deceased, no longer a person as defined under the statute in the state of Wisconsin. Should they have this charge thrown out, as the defense is asking, in your opinion?
First off, let me just say, I think the defense is doing a great job, and I really commend the public defenders, because at the end of the day, it's hard to defend someone who attacked you, because Taylor Schabusiness is in the business of beating down people, especially lawyers that she doesn't agree with their point of view, how they're defending her. And I do agree with the defense's attack, because at the end of the day, if the body part was not attached to his body and he was already deceased, apparently they found his penis somewhere else. So how is she going to be accused of utilizing a penis that's detached from the dead person's body to commit a rape? I think the defense is doing a great job, and their points of arguments have a lot of validity to it.
Yeah, and we'll see what the judge does here. At the end of the day, we're talking about the top charges being, the murder charges, and the sexual assault component here at the end of the day likely won't make a big difference in terms of incarceration or penalty. Best to just take it off the table so it doesn't create problems potentially on appeal.
Yes and no, because for both sides it matters, because we're assuming that she is going to be convicted, even though she is cloaked in a presumption of innocence. Now, let's say, God forbid, they find her not guilty, and the state dropped the rape charge. it could become an issue because at the end of the day, you know, they want to rack up as many charges as possible so that they can try to get the defendant on something to hold the defendant accountable. So I wouldn't say it doesn't matter and they should just drop it. But I do think that defense has a great plan of attack against these charges because, again, the penis was not connected to the body and the body was already deceased. So how are they charging with rape? They should be going more for a desecration of the body, misuse of a corpse, that sort of thing.
Which they do have that charge as well. And his, not just his penis, but his he was dismembered. I mean, she went to town here and put different parts of his body in different areas in these different bags, and just off the charts crazy. This is going at this point in a few weeks, and because they're having this hearing, one would think that they are actually going to go to trial, but these are cases notoriously that do get pushed, do they not, when you also take into account the behavior of the defendant, who we all have seen the video of her attacking her attorney in court.
Absolutely. This case may be pushed back because at some point maybe they might want to do a competency hearing to see if in fact that, you know, she was experiencing a temporary insanity or something to rise to the level that her mental status couldn't allow her to formulate any type of mens rea or appreciate what she was doing was wrong, as she was allegedly dismembering his penis from his body and violating him and putting vibrators in his anus, that sort of thing. Maybe she was impaired to the level where she couldn't appreciate what she was doing was wrong. And that could be done at any point in the case.
All right, we'll see. Let's get a break in here. We'll talk more about what is ahead in Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. That's next. Stay with us.
Michigan daughter now facing charges.
Megan Imirowicz is accused of throwing lye and water on her own father while he was sleeping.
The chemical reaction caused severe burns and ultimately his death.
Police caught up with the daughter, and she was arrested soon after.
The teen faces life in prison if convicted.
And Court TV will bring you inside the courtroom for every moment.
The Sleeping Father Death Trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Hi, Crime Spies. I'm your host. Miss Frustrated. Okay, so welcome in the chat is Lily from London. She is a paramedic from the UK. I actually asked her this morning if maybe one of these days during the Megan Imirowicz trial, if she'd like to join us. And today is definitely not a day, Lily, for you to join us because it is a clusterfuck. MB Inc. Yes, yes, yes. Hopefully I did attempt, I can't see from StreamYard. StreamYard still has the original title, but I did go into my YouTube video and also into my Rumble channel to switch the title from Day 2 Michigan versus Megan Imirowicz to Taylor Schabusiness hearing and Day 2 Megan Imirowicz. So Suzanne was in the chat earlier, and I was under the impression there is a video on Law and Crime that's entitled Megan Imirowicz Day 1, but we did put a little tiny bit of it on, and the guy that was on the stand, some type of officer with kind of a blonde grayish mustache, he was not the witness yesterday. So we kind of started playing it, but then we got the spinning circle thing. I just wanted to show you over here in Judge Valentine's courtroom, her Zoom court cam is still black. Now, yesterday, Jamie was in the chat, and she's got a friend who's in the courtroom in Michigan and told me that they were having difficulty getting the live stream started, but that would be rectified starting today going forward. So I'm not sure if it's a technical thing But it looks like Law and Crime is rebroadcasting. However, so we did try to play it during the last commercial break on Court TV. And the guy started talking, and then we got the spinny circle. So then Lily just said, prepare yourself. The sound is going on mute every time they ask a question. So they're having some technical issues. And then MB Inc. just said that I concur. It is a clusterfuck. So here's what I'm going to do. Since I started the live stream a little bit early to cover this Taylor Schabusiness hearing, which that trial is set to start, I believe they said now July 24th. I will be covering that because that is so strange. But I started this live stream early because they had that on. And so since it sounds like the Michigan courtroom is releasing the video and it's got glitches, let's just finish out the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, and then we'll try to find the video. We'll play it in 1.25 times speed to get caught up. Frankly, when I did the Letitia Stout trial, I did about halfway through, I started it on a delay, like a 3-4 hour delay, and then we just watched in 1.25 times speed, skipping over all the breaks, etc. And we're able to catch up. So if this continues going forward, I'm going to push back the start time on these Megan Imirowicz trials. And it looks like Court TV is going to probably come back here in a second. Until they can get it figured out, because we've already been on for an hour 45 minutes. Again, I wanted to see the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, so I guess I'm not too horribly upset. I'd rather see this and then catch up with the other one. Don't mean to bait and switch you people, but that Michigan courtroom needs to get their act together. How is Crime Spies supposed to grow her brand new 2-month-old channel when these technical glitches continue to plague me every time I decide to cover a live trial, which I vowed I wasn't going to do. But this one, the Megan one really looked interesting. This Taylor Schabusiness one, Giselle on Grizzly True Crime a couple weeks ago, probably 3 weeks ago or so, did a Taylor Schabusiness kind of summary, and it is just gruesome. This woman, this Taylor Schabusiness. And then the Megan Imirowicz one, Lily of London. Now, pardon me if I say it wrong, but the combination here, let's see what
motions hearing for murder suspect Taylor Schabusiness up in Green Bay, Wisconsin. They're on a short break there. As soon as they're back at it, we'll get you into the courtroom for more of this live testimony. Investigators say that Schabusiness admitted to killing this individual, Shad Thyron, back in February of 2022, and then sexually assaulted him and dismembered his body. Her defense wants the statements that Schabusiness made to police to be suppressed. Before we talk more about this motions hearing, which we've been watching this morning, let's get you caught up on the case. And for that, we turn to Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan.
Why don't you tell us what's going on over in Michigan before you segue over?
Responded to a call from a woman saying she had found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement of her Green Bay, Wisconsin home. Officers were dispatched to the home where they discovered the gruesome scene. A severed head in a bucket with a disembodied male organ and knives, blood on a nearby mattress, and other body parts, including a torso in bags. The last person to see the victim was 24-year-old Taylor Schabusiness. The criminal complaint states Schabusiness told police she and the victim were smoking methamphetamine, having sex involving strangulation in chains when she, quote, went crazy and choked him to death. Schabusiness told police she then performed sex acts on the body before dismembering it. The complaint says Schabusiness told police they were going to have fun trying to find all the organs. Taylor Schabusiness is now charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. She faces life in prison if convicted.
So this trial is set to go in a few weeks up in Green Bay, Wisconsin. You know, it may get pushed, but there is the fact that we are here at this pretrial hearing, and that usually means that they are getting ready for trial. So we'll see what happens. This pretrial hearing is basically a motion filed by the defense, and they want this sexual assault charge thrown out. So they have they're arguing that today, and the reason they want it thrown out was because they believe that the victim was already dead and possibly dismembered before any potential assault took place, even though she did articulate it to investigators. So today we've been watching these different officers with the Green Bay Police Department and investigators with the Brown County Sheriff's Department come up and testify. And the first witness this morning was a patrol officer who testified about arresting Schabusiness. Take a listen.
At some point then, did you become concerned that there was another person in the apartment building that was a person of interest?
We became concerned that there, based on how Lieutenant Buckman was acting, yes, we thought there was some sort of officer safety issue inside the apartment.
Officers unholstered their service revolvers, correct?
Service duty weapons, yes.
Duty weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, did you have Taylor Schabusiness then go back inside the apartment complex and sit on the stairs?
I did.
Okay. And what happened next?
So I had her go inside the common entrance area, sit on the steps, just in case there were any exchange of gunfire based on what the officers were doing at the door. I didn't want her to get hit by any gunfire if it ever came to that, because I don't know what they had. So basically I was looking out for her well-being, which is why I placed her in the steps.
Then at some point, did other Green Bay police officers go down the hall and take someone out of the apartment?
I believe they went down the hall and ordered somebody out of the apartment, and then Taylor and I proceeded outside.
That person, was that Scott Tomes?
I'm unsure who that individual is. I never had any interaction with him.
But was it a male?
It was a male.
And the male was ordered to lay on the ground, correct?
Again, I'm unsure what the officers did there. I didn't see what was happening. My focus was on Miss Schabusiness.
Did you hear officers shouting at this other person to come out of the apartment and lay on the ground?
I heard shouting, saying, "Come outside," or something to that effect.
And that other person is not alleged to have been a part of this dismemberment, et cetera, with the victim in this case. Let's talk more about it with former prosecutor and defense attorney Marie Pereira. She's in New York. And Marie, we're talking about getting the defense wants this sexual assault charge thrown out, but the defendant claims that she did assault the corpse and or body of the victim in this case, and the state alleges here, this is what it says, and it's kind of uncomfortable to read, but it says the state alleges that a sex toy was placed into the anus of the alleged victim, and the defense argues, well, there's no lab. It says the state lab reports were uninformative in terms of evidence off of that, which was swabbed, and the possible contribution was inconclusive. At this point, doesn't the state have enough? Did the defendant admitted, yes, she was under the influence of drugs, but she admitted to doing something that one would think would carry the day, yes or no?
I think the state has enough if they can prove that she basically made the confession of her own volition, that she wasn't coerced. They read her Miranda rights, and she waived an attorney being there, and she willingly made this confession. And then it doesn't stop there. The state has to prove that that confession chronologically puts him in a situation where he was alive, but incapable of giving consent when she was inserting this sex toy into his anus and violating him and having sex with him. That all the sex and all the sex toys and the penetration and everything else happened before she detached his penis while he was alive. That's what they're going to have to prove in order for this to sustain, that it was a confession that was given of her own volition. It wasn't coerced, it was legally obtained, and chronologically, all of this happened while he was alive but unable to give consent. If they're connecting the sex act to a body that was already deceased, then defense has a point. How was the confession written up? Chronologically, it's extremely important. Was he alive or was the penis unattached? You can't rape a loose penis or a dead body, in my opinion. It's maybe desecration of life and the corpse.
Mutilation of a corpse, yeah.
Right.
Which is already charged with. How can you prove that timing without her? And if she's not going to assuming she's not going to do any more interviews in this, I don't know how the state proves the timing to be accurate, especially when you factor in her influence, and that is of the drugs that she was clearly on.
If they videotape the statement, or if they have something written that she read and chronologically she says that the sex act occurred before the dismemberment, then of course that's going to stand up. But if they don't have anything signed by her, read by her, a videotape to say and to show that she herself with her own words said, I had sex with him and inserted this into his body cavity when he was alive, and they could say he was incapable of giving consent or he did not give consent, then it's a problem. That's why, they're trying to keep it in, and that's why defense is trying to keep it out. But I think the facts here perhaps favor defense more, because now they're claiming she was incapacitated by drugs. But both sides are doing a great job, because the police officers are making her seem very lucid when she was giving this statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a break in here. They should be back from the break any minute, so we'll rejoin this motions hearing when we return. Stay with us.
On the next episode of Accomplice to Murder.
Annika Jenkins, she was a master manipulator.
She is going to have Melissa go and get dental work under her name and then burn her body.
They didn't want it to seem like I was murdered.
It was a diabolical plot.
Two defendants in the courtroom, mother and daughter.
Seeing a guy who was even afraid to testify against Annika said a lot.
Accomplice to Murder with Fanny Politan. All new episode, Sunday night, 8/7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
Meet your new best fiends.
Play Best Fiends puzzle game. Link matching items and solve exciting puzzles. Collect adorable mini creatures with superpowers that help you progress. And enjoy a variety of special events and unique adventures. Play now and discover more. Download Best Fiends for free and start your new chillaxing adventure.
Best fiends.
Download now.
You know, every summer, for as long as I can remember, I've been coming up here to skip. You see, it's so thin and crispy, it's not just perfect for eating, it's also perfect for skipping.
Whoa. You know, every summer, for as long as I can remember, slices of thin crust pizza just fly out of the lake like a miracle. I got one!
Me too!
The lake giveth thin crust!
It's a hot and ready thin crust summer at Little Caesars. Pizza, pizza.
This is our new reality.
This is my legacy.
I'm gonna own this city.
This message is for Jean-Luc Picard.
We got this.
Men kill quick, and I kill much slower. Damn.
So what's next? Me showing up dead?
I wasn't ready to die.
You want to start a war out here?
How bad could it get, really? What keeps you up at night?
Things are about to get wild.
The price is always fun. Always exciting. Always Drew.
We gotta flaunt it, that's what I say.
And now, always on.
Yes!
With its very own channel.
How about that?
Get ready to jump, bid,
Actual retail price is...
and spin.
Look at this!
With Drew Carey 24 hours a day.
That's all you gotta do to have fun, fun, fun.
The Price is Right channel. Watch now.
Hang on, Dad, we're going in.
Out of the way!
Are you crazy?
Trust me.
I'd be safer sleeping with a snake.
You're embarrassing us.
We are going to die!
This is fun! Popcorn Summer Movies on Pluto TV.
He once beat the sun in a staring contest.
Your trouble's just beginning, pal.
He doesn't wear a watch. He decides what time it is.
I think it's time to go for the kill shot.
And behind his beard is another fist. Chuck Norris is Walker, Texas Ranger.
When you live on the edge, you never far from falling off.
Every night at 6 p.m. Eastern on the TV Land Drama Channel on Pluto TV.
Are you ready?
Watch us go. I'm doing revenge, I do it bigger. Congratulations. Want to be on top? Just sit back and enjoy the show. I'll see you later. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back. Perfect timing. The mid-morning break is just finishing up there in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where a judge is hearing arguments on more than a dozen motions in the case against murder suspect Taylor Schabusiness this morning. She's accused of killing and dismembering someone last year, and today's motion hearing is set to determine what evidence will be allowed at trial. This is set to go to trial next month at this point. Let's go back into the courtroom now. Detective Kempf is on the stand, and he has just finished his credentials and is now talking about the case. Let's listen.
Points in time?
Just at points of time.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was tired and that she didn't want to continue talking?
I believe that was at the end that she said she was tired and she just wanted to go.
What time was that?
I don't remember the time. It was approximately, we'd gotten back from the hospital, so I believe the interview was just over 7 hours. I believe that would have been just about the 7-hour mark that she made the comment.
So Taylor Schabusiness was subjected to 7 hours of questions or questioning, correct?
It was constant questioning. In fact, there was times where we'd question, there'd be large breaks in between. There was probably an hour and a half. She was at the hospital being transported there back and forth. So it wasn't constant questioning. There were times that she was given food, water, bathroom breaks.
So is it your testimony that the total was 7 hours between when she started being questioned until the interview was done, with the hospital transport being in between?
The 7 hours I'm talking of is when we started the room camera. That was basically just after the officers brought her in and had just gotten her into the room till the camera was shut off, and that's when she had just been taken out of the room.
Okay, she was taken out of the room and then brought to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
Yes, and the camera in that interview room continued to run.
Okay. And she was at the hospital for an hour and a half, correct?
I believe about an hour and a half. That's my guess.
Okay. And then she was brought back to the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd, right?
Yes, we transported her back, yes.
And how long was she there at the hospital, or at the police department, after coming back from the hospital?
I believe she asked for the medical attention about 3 hours into the interview room. Just over 3 hours. She was transported to the hospital. That's an hour and a half. 4.5, probably another 3 or 4 hours.
Okay. Did the issue of her wanting an attorney or the topic of an attorney ever come up at all?
No, she never invoked her rights or asked for an attorney.
Did she ever say she did not want to answer questions?
No.
She was complaining about the strike that. Did she have cuts on her thumbs?
She had a cut on her thumb. She initially indicated she didn't even know it was there until we kind of pointed it out. She was asked if she wanted medical attention. Initially, she declined. We put a Band-Aid on it for her, and then later she stated she wanted some medical attention.
Did she say that the cut on her thumb was throbbing?
I don't recall if she said it was throbbing. I remember she said it wasn't really bleeding.
But it was a pretty good gash on her thumb, right?
It was through the skin.
So yes?
It depends on what, I guess, your definition of what a gash. It's a cut, yes. Okay. It was something that probably could have used stitches.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it was a deep cut?
Yes.
Did you talk with her when you were transporting her to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
No, we didn't question her on the way there.
Were you questioning her on the way back to the police department from the hospital?
No.
When she said yes, that she wanted medical attention, was she crying at all?
No.
Was she complaining about any pain?
Not really. No, she just said she wanted to get her thumb looked at.
Did she get stitches? Do you know?
They indicated that they couldn't do stitches because too much time had passed.
Okay. When she got back to the station, was she given Miranda rights again?
No, because it had been one type of custody. If we gave their initial Miranda rights, she had stayed in my custody the entire time, so we did not read Miranda rights again.
Detective Groff didn't read Miranda rights again either, correct?
No, because she had been maintained in our custody the entire time.
Who took, let's strike that. Did someone take swabs of her hands, fingers, palms?
Detective Groff did.
Do you know if Miranda rights were given to her before that occurred?
I believe the Miranda rights, I remember Detective Groff had spoke about them. I believe the Miranda rights were given right after that.
Now, did she indicate during the interview on February 23rd that she had injected trazodone and that she took methamphetamine?
She had indicated that she had used methamphetamine several times during the interview or up at the hospital, but indicated that I believe that was 2 days prior to our contact with her. She had mentioned trazodone and that she had crushed it and injected it.
Injected it with a needle?
That's what she had indicated.
Have you been to seminars on the effects of using drugs?
I've been to different schools, classes on it. I did at the hospital where she was up for medical treatment. I mentioned that to the doctor and mentioned that she had indicated that she had injected the trazodone, which, reading his body language, it seemed that he just seemed a little, that it was strange.
And did Miss Schabusiness indicate that she had used methamphetamine as well?
Yes, 2 days prior to, basically would have been 2 days ago. She kept indicating it was 2 days ago.
Based on the schools and training that you've had, can you tell me what you've learned as far as the effects of meth or trazodone on people that use?
A lot of times what you'll see is they're jittery. They're unable to maintain their thought patterns. They seem nervous. They seem excited. They have issues such as that. And that was not what I was seeing with Miss Schabusiness. She was able to sit in a chair, talk to us, collect her thoughts, repeat, and be able to clearly tell us things that matched what we later found on scene.
Did you find her to be fidgety during the interview? Moving around or?
She would move around. When we weren't interviewing her, she would get up and stretch.
is that kind of unusual for law enforcement to take a break, take someone to the hospital for medical treatment, and then bring them back for further questioning? Is that unusual?
If somebody requests medical attention, we're obligated to get them the medical attention. So, no, it's been done before. You know, if somebody requests medical attention, I have to give them medical attention. So the break has to be taken at that point.
And when she said she wanted to leave, then the interview stopped?
We were actually already waiting for a transport. So I remember I actually told her that we were just waiting for the transport car to transport her to the jail.
Did you know, when you had contact with Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022, did you see any problems with her being able to concentrate?
No, she was able to recall a lot of items and explain them very clearly.
Okay. Any problems with her being able to focus and maintain attention when you were asking her questions for 7 hours?
No, when we were asking her questions, she seemed to be able to answer questions and listen clearly and answer clearly to the questions that were asked.
You had never met Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
I do not believe I've ever met her prior to this.
You didn't know anything about her history as far as whether she had mental health problems or drug use problems or anything like that, fair?
Yes.
If someone was, based on your training and experience, if someone was using trazodone and meth prior to a police interview, would you have concerns about that?
It would depend on the amount of time prior to their use of the interview and the way that they were acting and behaving when we wanted to interview them. If they were acting very oddly, not able to maintain behavior, jumping around the room, acting in a manner that an interview couldn't be conducted, that would be the issue.
If she said things that weren't accurate or true and was using, would that be cause for concern on your part as a detective?
It would, I believe, come down to what the reason that they're saying what they're saying is. I mean, there's different reasons. People can embellish things or want attention, so they can make something sound different than what it is or make it more serious too.
She said some things to you about killing other people, correct?
Yes.
And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
You checked that out, correct?
Detective Groff and Scanlon did check into that.
None of that was true, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't able to be verified that it happened, correct?
No, it wasn't able to be verified. Like I said, there's a number of reasons that I feel that could be done or why it would be done.
A lot of different reasons, including being under the influence, correct? That could be one reason.
It could be, but what she was, the way she was acting, I would not say that was the reason. I would say that it'd be my opinion, but I would say that she liked the attention.
There was as part of your investigation, did you come to find out that chains were maybe used, dog collars, things of that sort?
Yes, she did indicate that.
Did she indicate that one was put on her neck?
At one point, I believe she said that she had one placed on her neck and there was one placed on Chad's.
Did you see any like marks or bruising or anything like that on Taylor Schabusiness's neck on February 23rd of 2022?
I did not. I believe she indicated that the one on her neck wasn't pulled or used.
She wasn't choked?
I believe she said that she was not choked.
And did you come to find out during the interview on February 23rd that her and the deceased had purchased $100 worth of methamphetamine, and then those two and AJ Gannon went to use the drugs at the Eastman Avenue apartment?
Yes, she had indicated that, I believe.
That over there they smoked methamphetamine?
Yes.
There was also some marijuana use, correct?
I don't recall the marijuana use.
Did you form any impressions that Taylor Schabusiness was in a a drugged state or in an intoxicated state on February 23rd of 2022 when you and Detective Groff were talking with her?
I did not feel that. If that would have been something that I would have noticed or thought, I would have been more concerned about doing the interview with her and causing issues. I felt that she was aware of her surroundings, able to talk, able to understand everything, and I felt that the interview was fine to do.
The interview on February 23rd, you didn't find out about the trazodone use or the methamphetamine use until deep into the interview. Is that fair?
Yes, it was later into the interview that she'd indicated about the trazodone and the meth.
It's true that you and Detective Groff did not ask Taylor Schabusiness anything about using drugs prior to Miranda warnings being given. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be a fair question.
You didn't smell anything like any kind of odor of marijuana, meth, cocaine, any kind of drugs coming from her?
No.
Did you or Detective Groff make any promises to Ms. Schabusiness on February 23rd?
No.
Did you put any pressure on her or coerce her into, talking to you or making any admissions or anything like that?
No, I believe it was a very laid-back interview as we talked to her.
You would agree that the Miranda rights were read at 6:35 a.m.? If I said that's what the form says?
6:35 a.m.? I believe it was earlier. It would have been earlier in the night.
Okay.
I could be incorrect on that. I know it's on the video recording of the Miranda rights being read.
Okay. And can you tell me approximately what time that interview on February 23rd ended? Just an approximate time, do you have anything?
Like I said, I'd have to look at when the interview started. And like I said, the camera was turned off. I believe it was about 7 minutes and 4 seconds, or 7 hours and 4 minutes, I believe was the time frame on the bottom.
So the interview ended.
All right, we need a break. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more right after this. Stay with us.
I started hearing these stories about murder and stuff.
I'm about to be the biggest drug dealer that you can become.
Oh my God, are they starting a war with me or what?
I'm not gonna lie, it felt good to be a gangster.
She just points the gun right in my face.
Boom, 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 boom.
Just shoots me.
We knew that what we were doing had consequences, but we just didn't care.
Vice on Court TV, tonight at 7/6 Central, only on Court TV.
Best fiends.
Carrie, you're looking great. Were you on vacation?
Adventure. I walked on relaxing trails, took on exciting challenges, met new friends, and together we
Play trades?
More like the burnout slug!
Download Best Fiends and begin your chillaxing, exciting adventure.
Take me there. Best fiends.
You know, every summer, for as long as I can remember, I've been coming up here to skip. You see, it's so thin and crispy, it's not just perfect for eating, it's also perfect for skipping.
Whoa. You know, every summer, for as long as I can remember, slices of thin crust pizza just fly out of the lake like a miracle. I got one!
Me too!
The lake giveth thin crust!
It's a hot and ready thin crust summer at Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza. Ready? Fight.
Street Fighter 6.
Hello.
Let's play a game.
Good morning, aviators.
The game's started.
It's smiling at me.
What do you say we come in for my close-up now?
I am not gonna keep running.
Let's make her run.
Do not run!
Give this a chance.
it.
We got him now.
Let's take him down.
Come on.
Here's the twist.
Having any fun yet?
Hang on, Dad, we're going in.
Out of the way!
Are you crazy?
Trust me.
Hello. I'm frustrated. So Lily of London said someone did send an email to the court. Let's see if you can see this. Someone did send an email to the court because the Zoom link is still not working. And sound just cuts out all the time. So then I went over to I'll show you, my court cam, and the meeting has been ended by the host. So let's just try to hit a refresh here. Now I gotta go all the way back. Okay, back over here. You know, they've got one job. Court TV, you got one job. You advertise on the bottom of the screen here that your program is Court TV Live, Sleeping Father Death Trial Live. Yet 2 days now, you have failed to produce what you're advertising. God. And these guys don't seem to do a very good job of updating us either.
With first-degree intentional homicide.
So we'll just keep watching this Taylor Schabusiness thing, and we'll end up having to find a
get you back into the courtroom.
rewatch of the Megan.
Detective Kraft continues.
Hey, Guy, why don't you tell us what's going on in Michigan?
And there's questions, 2 sets of questions that we ask them, and we ask for confirmation, yes or no, if they agree to answer or waive their rights. And she would have answered yes, or yes to each, or yeah to one of the, either one. If she would have agreed, and that's all on video. So that's, we don't have them sign, no, because it's captured on video.
And Ms. Schabusiness didn't put any initials on the Miranda waiver form either, correct?
No, because it's all captured on video.
Ms. Schabusiness made no markings on the Miranda waiver form either, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the questioning, did law enforcement take her clothing articles like her hat, her hoodie, her sweatpants, her shoes? Did that happen?
Yes, I know patrol initially collected some of the items when they brought her in, such as a hat, and I'm not sure what they all took.
Was that before the Miranda warnings were given?
Yes.
And what was she put into then? Was she given different clothes or?
She was in her initial, what she was wearing underneath the coat and the hat at that time. I can't recall directly, but I know that I took photos of those, and we would later also take those items and collect those items. And she was then placed into kind of a Tyvek suit, because that's all we had at the time, and she had nothing on underneath.
She had basically underwear and like a black spaghetti strapped top, correct?
I believe so, yeah. I took photos of it.
A female officer came to collect the clothing and
she was actually taken to another room because we don't turn that video off, so she has to be taken to a room where there's no video occurring, and then there was a female officer present while she took those clothing items off.
The female officer was with her when she changed out of the clothes that you wanted to keep, correct?
Yes.
Then she was put in a yellow plastic suit, so to speak?
Yeah, it's just a protective suit. That's all we had at that time.
Were her arms secured where she couldn't put her hand through the suit?
No, they could pull through. She was wearing no cuffs. Just the suit was kind of a larger size.
So it had like feet, legs, and body for the arms and all that?
I believe it's basically a long-sleeved top, long sleeve, and pants.
So she had to sit in that for 7 hours?
No, as soon as we were able to get her to the hospital and she was being treated, I requested if they had any extra gowns or surgical scrubs that she could wear back. And at that point, they got her surgical scrubs, and we also got her 2 sets of socks from the hospital for her to wear.
So she wore her socks from the hospital back to the police department?
No, socks from the hospital. You know, like when you go to the hospital, they give you the kind of the ones with the no-slip patterns. We gotten her clothing. That would be more comfortable and something at the hospital. You'll see in the interview, she's initially in the orange suit or the yellow suit we have. She comes back from the hospital, she's in hospital scrubs.
Did she ever complain that she was cold or hot or anything like that, or uncomfortable?
Not that I recall. She would have said she was cold. We would have gotten her a blanket. I mean, like I said, we have to address her basic needs as we're talking to her.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
No.
Okay, thank you. Step down. Mr. Saunders, state's next witness.
State calls Detective Phil Scanlon.
Okay, they are going to call another witness there before going to lunch, and then the judge is going to have to decide whether or not to agree with the defense to throw out this sexual assault charge for Taylor Schabusiness. We're going to get, again, her trial is set for a couple weeks from now. We'll see if it actually goes. We're going to break in here and come back with some more right after this. Stay with us.
Meet your new
Best Fiends.
Play Best Fiends puzzle game. Link matching items and solve exciting puzzles. Collect adorable mini creatures with superpowers that help you progress. And enjoy a variety of special events and unique adventures. Play now and discover more. Download Best Fiends for free and start your new chillaxing adventure.
Best Fiends.
Download now.
Oh, I moved my desk around here. Where am I? It doesn't matter. Where am I? Where's Crime Spies?
You know, every summer for as
There's
long
Crime
as
Spies.
I can remember,
I'll fix
I've
it
been
later.
coming up here to skip.
Doesn't matter.
You see, it's so thin
Just
and
wanted to
crispy.
show you over here. We've got, so the first Judge Valentine live stream was ended by host, which leads me to believe that they are working on a functioning live stream. So again, thankfully we've got Lily of London in the chat, or we had Lily of London in the chat. She had said that someone sent an email to the court because the Zoom link is still not working and the sound just cuts out all the time. Hopefully it'll be resolved soon. So it's kind of hard to have a YouTube and Rumble live stream when the shit never works. So what we're doing, and I had wanted to watch the Taylor Schabusiness hearing anyway, so we're just going to let that play out and let the Megan Imirowicz court figure their shit out. We had a real nice group of people over here in both Rumble and YouTube this morning. And now we've got kind of a skeleton crew. So if you're still hanging out, thank you so much. I'm trying to post updates on Twitter, but my updates are like, yep, still nothing. Yep, still nothing. So, like I said, at this point, I think what we'll do is just continue the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, and then we'll have to catch a rebroadcast somewhere. I'm guessing, I'm not guessing, but I'm wondering if because there was technical difficulties yesterday in the Megan Imirowicz courtroom, I'm kind of thinking that, and then they ended up playing like the rebroadcast of it. I'm kind of thinking maybe that's what they're going to do again today. So I did start the live stream a little earlier than normal, just because the Taylor Schabusiness hearing was starting. So we're at almost like 2.5 hours. I apologize. This is not anything I can control. And naturally, Crime Spies would pick the trial that that has a glitch. I know Law and Crime is streaming the Melly rapper murder trial, and then also week 2 of Parkland, the officer who is on trial for the Parkland shooting. And Suzanne, who was here earlier, had mentioned that Law and Crime was broadcast. Here, let's see what they
Miami,
say.
Florida. Later today, he faces 37 federal counts related to allegedly mishandling classified documents after he left office. Trump says he plans to plead not guilty and plans to fight the charges.
Crime Spies here is really
Indictment
excited
alleges
for
that
this
Trump
hearing.
kept the documents in a ballroom, a bathroom, even a shower at Mar-a-Lago. All at
I'm
his
so
Florida
excited to
state.
see.
These federal charges come just a
We're
few
comfy.
months after
Let's
Trump
just
was
say,
charged
let's
by
just
a
say
New
the
York
underground
grand
news
jury in a
world is
separate
comfy
case.
with this
The
whole
Miami hearing gets
situation.
underway 3 o'clock Eastern time. It is in federal
That's a
court. No
conversation I'll
cameras
have to
in the
have with all
courtroom.
of you
We'll update
after
though, throughout the day here
the
on
live
Court
stream's
TV.
over
Coming
over
up,
on
we'll have
Rumble,
more
if you're
testimony
interested.
out of Michigan for the daughter accused of dousing her father with drain cleaner while he slept. We'll start that at 1 o'clock Eastern time after they're done with the lunch break there. But right now, it is your true crime at lunchtime. Up next,
so,
Forensic Files. This episode investigates the disappearance of
I wonder if they're going
going
to start from the beginning.
husband, Key West.
Okay, I'm going to go back over on Twitter and then update that. Thank you for joining me. I'll put it in the chat as well.
See you back here at 1 o'clock Eastern time.
In today's electronic world, security cameras track.
Oh, great. Oh, great. So now they're going to play Forensic Files for an hour. Okay. Oh, I know what I'll do. Oh, that's my channel. God. Uh-oh, I think the lawn people are coming to mow the grass. They take like 5 hours to mow the grass. Where's my filter? Well, let's see. We've got a subcommittee hearing on the Rona. Trying to find that long crime video. So earlier, Suzanne was in the chat earlier, and she had mentioned Long Crime was broadcasting the feed from the court, and in the description it said day 1. It's the day 1, so I'm like, oh yeah, we watched that yesterday already. And here it is. Let's just add to the confusion, shall we? Okay, so then when I went over and looked, the witness on the stand was a mustached man. Okay, here's what we'll do. Okay, so let me just pause this 1 second. I'll put it in the chat, and I'll go over on Twitter and put it there. But this is what Long Crime had on earlier while we were watching I don't know where they got the feed from because the judge's courtroom. I guess it doesn't matter. So I'm going to put this on because according to Law and Crime, they said they will be coming back in an hour because the court is on lunch in Michigan and then resume. So let's just put this on and see what happens. What I heard is it was kind of glitchy. The sound goes in and out.
Some of it was bag trash, some of it was just laying around.
And you indicated
I'd say majority of it was
got
bag
closed
trash.
caption.
and
No.
you'd indicated there were cats in the house?
Yes.
I'll put it in the description what we're doing. I'm sorry, folks. This isn't ideal.
Now,
See them flying around in the room.
so there were a lot of fleas around?
Well, this there was. And if I may, when we got to the hospital, the patient stated that he had set off a flea bomb the day before, but stayed in the house. So that we were considering that as a possible cause, but I deduced that if it was the case from that flea bomb that caused it, his lungs would have been burned, and his lung sounds were fine. So I pretty much ruled that out at that time.
Okay. And you also...
I don't remember exactly. I think they were a pair of shorts and like a T-shirt, but it's almost 2 years ago, so I don't
Understand.
remember.
Okay. You indicated he was intoxicated?
He appeared to be intoxicated, yes.
You didn't do any measurements or anything with that?
We don't have any way of measuring that.
You just took him to the hospital, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
His skin that badly, it would have affected his lungs.
Okay. Do you know what a flea bomb is?
Yeah, it's a same thing we buy at the store just to kill all the bugs in the house.
How does it work?
Push the lever on top, it sprays a chemical into the air. You're supposed to evacuate when you do that.
So that's like an aerosol can, right?
Yes.
So it creates stuff, a gas, basically.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so if he was inhaling the gas...
Correct.
Thank you.
His skin, and they were going to obviously do an X-ray or whatever.
They were going to take a look at it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, do you have any questions? This court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may be seated.
Yeah, proceed, Judge?
Yes, please.
Employed, sir.
I am a registered nurse at Ascension Genesis in Grand Lake, Michigan, in the emergency department.
How long have you been a nurse?
14 years.
Have they been all at Ascension Genesis?
No, I worked at McLaren Flint's emergency department for 4 years prior to coming to Genesis.
Okay. Was that also in the ER?
Correct.
Okay.
I did my associate's degree for nursing at Delta College up in Saginaw, and then I'm basic life support trained, advanced life support trained. I have certifications in trauma certifications for our ENPC as well, or TNCC, as well as pediatric trauma as well. I was also critically care trained when I became employed at Ascension Genesis.
Okay. And what was your position then?
I was just staff nurse in charge of I was assigned to the trauma rooms.
So what's your duties there? What do you do?
I take in all of the level traumas, anywhere from level 1 traumas all the way to level 3, and then depending on if my coworkers need assistance, I assist with them as well.
Now, what's more serious, level 1 trauma or level 3 trauma?
Level 1.
Level 1, okay. Do you recall a patient? Why do you recall him in particular?
It was a pretty unique case. I remember it was a few hours before my shift was ending, and we got the call about a possible burn coming in. And even before Groveland brought the patient in, the paramedics approached me like, "Hey, we should probably take a look at this guy because we don't know like what's the cause of these burns, because we were concerned about possible chemical or some type of chemical exposure." So
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you there.
yeah.
Did he come? Did you have?
Oh, I'm not sure if we actually activated a level for this, to be honest with you.
Okay, why not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So what happened?
So I'm like, I said, absolutely, let's go take a look, and I kind of looked the extent of the burns. I'm like, okay, let's get him into the trauma room, and then get the physician in there to assess him, and then kind of proceed with the care. After
I'm gonna interrupt you again. I'm sorry. When you were examining,
it was like in like the EMS like ambulance garage area, I do believe.
okay, and when you examined him, was he wearing anything?
He was dressed. I think he just had t-shirt and pants on, I think.
All right. Did you see any injuries to him?
I saw extensive burns, a lot to the forearms and then face and head.
Okay. Did you?
Not extensively as much as when we got him undressed, but I did notice burns to his lower extremities, yes.
Okay. What happened after you examined him in the ambulance garage?
I promptly told him, let's get him into the trauma bay and get him undressed and on the monitor, and then I went and got the physicians on duty that day.
All right. And what happened then?
Started getting him undressed, obtain IV access. The physician at the time said that we should decon this patient, meaning we don't know what the offending agent is, so we put him into our decontamination room and started rinsing the patient down for any type of chemical materials or anything like that.
Had you ever done that before?
No, actually I haven't.
So 15 years, this is your first time?
Correct.
Okay. Did that have any kind of effect on him?
It was uncomfortable, and the water's warm, but with burns and all that, the deep burns aren't necessarily as painful, but like the surrounding tissue around that's quite painful.
I want to stop you there.
Yeah.
You said the deep burns are
with full thickness burns, as we classify them, the nerve endings are damaged to where they're not functioning anymore. But with all burns, it's not solely just like a full thickness burning. It'll go from full thickness burn in the most worst part, then it'll kind of progress out to deep partial thickness and like superficial, and like the surrounding tissue around like the deepest burns still have active nerve endings and cause quite a bit of pain.
okay, but the deepest ones themselves don't have those.
Typically,
burns.
no.
Okay. And you said some of these burns are pretty deep.
He had quite a bit like on the top of the head, and I want to say right lower leg, I recall being some of the worst ones, and then left forearm as well, I believe. So I've seen, yes, but not from, not in my nursing career. I was a paramedic as well, and so I've seen like house fire burns that were that bad.
Okay.
I really just with any patient, just making sure we have a patent airway. We go like airway, breathing, circulation are like the primary for any type of assessment. And he was conscious. He was maintaining his own airway. He was talking to us a little bit. He was uncomfortable during the decontamination, and then also becoming cold, because you lose your ability to thermal regulate when you have such profound burns. Your skin can't keep heat in, so you can get pretty cold pretty quick.
Now, you said he was
moaning. He wasn't necessarily crying out at this time, but he was moaning and stating that he was it hurt when we were wiping him down, and then he was shivering a little bit from the decontamination.
Okay. What were the next steps?
Dried him off, got him back into the trauma room, and then back onto the monitor. I started asking him what was going on, what happened, and he originally stated that he's like, oh, well, I did bomb my house, used like an insecticide bomb a couple days ago. He's like, maybe that's what caused this. And
what did you do based on that information?
After he was hooked up to the monitor and I started doing fluid resuscitation, I contacted poison control about the exposure to a possible insecticide. My discussion with poison control, she stated that it's not typical of like an aerosol pesticide to cause any type of like chemical burn or anything like that. It's mostly just respiratory irritations, difficulty breathing. Can provoke worsening like asthma symptoms and stuff like that. She stated.
I'm going to stop you so I can.
Correct.
Okay. So then what?
She said what I was describing was more like an alcolytic type burn. After I got off the phone with Poison Control, I reported my findings, what I spoke with from Poison Control to the physicians, and I received no further orders at that time.
Okay, I'm going to stop you here again. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to flip through a few pages here. Do you recognize this? Yes. Okay, what is this?
It's the patient's electronic health record.
Okay, so these are his medical records?
Correct.
Okay. How do medical records work at your hospital?
Well, we have a electronic health record that we enter in data such as like the HPI or like history of present illness, kind of going over how the patient originally presents, and then we typically include like PERT positives and PERT negatives, meaning like PERT positives, like what we objectively see that would kind of point us towards like a differential diagnosis, and PERT negatives meaning that like it's not likely for other differential diagnoses. And then we enter in vitals where we where our IVs are accessed, medications administrations, and then any other pertinent information regarding to the patient status, whether if we contact a main physician for orders, or if there's a change in the patient status.
Now, this is something that all medical personnel are required to do, correct?
Correct.
And this is part of your ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And you make it as close to the time that you actually did the action as possible, is that correct?
Best of our abilities.
Okay.
If I could, just quick, briefly questions. So,
No. The physicians enter their portion in, and then whoever else is consulted enter their portion in.
and those.
I don't understand.
Did you take a look at the record?
Correct.
You don't really know if they're accurate or not, but you believe that they are?
I do.
Okay. I'll have no objection.
So admitted?
Thank you. These medical records are made by...
I believe I did.
Okay. And after you talked to them, you had said you had no further instructions for a little bit.
Correct.
What happened next?
I went back to assess my patient. I recall I only had a very small gauge IV access at that time. And with burn patients, fluids resuscitation is quite important because you lose quite a bit of fluid through the burns, and then just through the patient's inability to, through cell destruction, you lose intercellular fluid. So we follow what's called the Parkland fluid resuscitation to keep the patient's vascular system intact.
Were you able to stabilize him?
I didn't get another IV like I wanted to, but his vitals were stable at the time.
Okay. At some point, did you allow him to see visitors?
Yes, two gentlemen came in. I believe they were both sons.
Okay. Did you...
They did.
Were you present when they were talking to visitors?
I was.
Can you tell us what they were talking about?
They were trying to discuss, they were, like most of us, what had happened. At this point, the patient did seem slightly more responsive than when he first came in, discussing with that he remembered his daughter throwing a white powder on him when he was on the couch.
So you heard him say this?
I did.
Okay. Did you also...
I believe so.
Okay. Can I use a screen share?
Yes. Yes. Juror seat number 1, can you please turn off the first 3 lights closest to the door? Thank you.
Okay, it's still warming up a little bit, but can you see that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm showing on the screen what's in previous exhibits 14, page 91 of that. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's like a patient update in his medical record.
Okay, now I've highlighted 2 portions here. Can you tell us who made those portions?
I would myself.
Okay, and the first word is PT in the top one there. What does PT stand for?
Patient.
Okay, and what is your note there?
patient recently recalls that the patient's daughter had thrown something on the patient. Oakland County was called about alleged assault.
Okay. And what about the one at the very top here? I have my cursor on it over
Sure.
here.
That's just like kind of like a basic, like what I could like a HPI of just how the patient presents.
I'm going to stop you there. What does HPI say?
Like history of present illness.
Okay. So that's kind of what he's there for, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Showered. Patient had dark skin sloughing from the tips of his fingers, blistered legs, top of the head, and on upper arms.
I want to ask you about one word here. You said blister legs. Is that bilateral? Is it too little small to see? Judge, can you approach the screen?
Yes, absolutely, sir. You can step down and go
Step
closer
a
if you
little
need
closer.
to.
I would say with me saying legs, it would pursue bilaterally.
Okay. And what does that mean in this instance?
Both left and right legs were burned.
All right. And then the next. Oh, and what does sloughing mean? Sloughing of the tips of his fingers.
Sloughing, just like the skin is just kind of coming off.
Okay.
Like as we kind of like white, skin would come off with each intentional wipe of the skin.
Is that typical of burns?
Yeah.
Okay. The next note here, that's indicated.
Was called, and for poison control, pesticide homes normally present with respiratory distress. Poison control recommended standard tox screening and standard burn protocols. Dr. Gamble was informed and will continue to monitor the patient.
Okay. And the next one down there is the one where you wrote that you had heard him recall that his daughter had thrown.
Crime Spies is so crabby.
Oakland County.
I think I called Genesee County, who then transferred me to Oakland.
Okay. And when you say called, what did you call?
I did 911.
Okay. Is that part of your job?
All assaults are reported.
Okay, so you said all assaults. Did you
Correct.
think this was an assault now?
It did.
Okay. Based on what?
Based on the patient arrived with alteration in skin and stated that something was thrown onto him without his consent. So I take that as an assault.
Okay.
SK8 coach. Thank you for saying that because Crime Spies is so upset. It's hard enough to have a brand new true crime channel. Bleifnick, we had technical difficulties with that one too. We didn't get the live feed until the next day. So we had to run around Twitter like a squirrel trying to get nuts to get, inside scoop.
My patient's name is Konrad, K-O-N-R-A-D. Last is I-M-I-R-O-W-I-C-Z. He's a 64-year-old male patient with a date of birth of August 11th, 1957. Arrived via EMS with multiple chemical burns across his body. When he first arrived, he said that he thought maybe this was from a bug spray. Upon further investigation, the gentleman stated that his daughter had thrown some substance on him, possibly causing these burns.
Okay.
And I'm stopping there because the remainder of the call is not admissible.
Thank you.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything else about what had happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. Anything else, Judge?
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Okay. I need back up. Sure. Let's start with that. All right, sir. On the bottom part, you testified that he said a white powdery substance. You didn't put that in your report, did you?
Appears that I did not.
Okay. That would be important, wouldn't it?
Yes, so.
So that's not in the report, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're remembering that today?
That's what I remember, yes.
Okay. But you didn't put it in back then, correct?
I did not.
All right. He was intoxicated too, correct?
Yes.
Did you do any tests on that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you pull up? Just 50, I think.
Yeah, just one second. stages on this one if it's.
Okay, yeah, I've got new glasses coming in a week, and these are a little tough.
Here, give me that. I'll hold it for you. You want the 51 first?
Yeah, I pulled 51st just because I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, all right, that's better. All right. This indicates his blood alcohol level is 355 mg/dl. What's that mean?
355 milligrams per deciliter.
All right. Now, being an attorney and not a doctor, I'm used to having him put it as a breathalyzer. Do you know what that would be if it was a breathalyzer?
Typical breathalyzer is anything over 0.80 is above, the legal limit, so that would put him at like 3.55.
3.55?
Yeah, like on a breathalyzer.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain that to me a little better, all right?
Best of my knowledge, it's the concentration of how a breathalyzer measures the alcohol being exhaled versus being a blood. So, like say, if this was a breathalyzer, typically you just carry the decimal point 2 places to the left, and it'd be like 3.55 on a breathalyzer.
Or 0.355, right?
I think so.
Judge, can I ask a question? I mean, should we ask him if he knows the formula?
Do you know the formula and how to?
I don't know.
Okay,
It's
so
just,
you're guessing.
It's just from my experience.
Okay, just from your experience. He was fairly well intoxicated then, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't feeling any pain. Well, he was feeling pain, but it was not as much as you'd expect from a burn patient.
It's fair to say.
Why don't you pull up the other page? Sure. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, and again in this page, he does drink alcohol, and he attempted to get rid of the fleas in his house by using a bug bomb. Doesn't say what day he did that, does it?
No, sir.
Let's see. Actively intoxicated, you put as well, correct?
This would not be. This would probably be the physician's charting.
Okay. So you didn't write that note?
No, that's Dr. Warby's HPI and review of systems.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Furr.
Just quickly, who's Dr. Warby?
She would be the attending ER physician that was on the case.
All right. Was she in the room with you when later on Konrad was talking to his sons?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, do you have any questions? Okay, you may step down or excuse as a witness.
Judge, people are going to call Austin Imirowicz.
Okay.
Austin, go.
Morning, sir.
Morning, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
I, Austin Imirowicz.
Thank you. And can you just turn around for your oath, please?
Father Elliot, perjure, you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give forth is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do this, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Sure. I mean, we're gonna. Can you please state and spell your name?
Do
Sorry.
you want the lights back on?
We can do it for a while, Judge, but you have some photos I am going to display at some point.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Proceed.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the records?
Austin Imirowicz, AUSTINIROWICZ.
And Mr. Imirowicz, do you know a Konrad Imirowicz?
I do. That was my father, yes, sir.
That was your father. And your father is deceased now, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know a Megan Imirowicz?
I do. That would be my sister.
Okay. Do you see her in court today?
Yep, she's to the right, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
She's to the right, yes, sir. My bad.
To your right?
Yeah, to your right, or my right.
This is my left.
Your left, sorry.
It's okay. You're a little nervous.
Yeah.
It's okay. Judge, ask the record for the witness to identify the defendant.
No objection.
So noted.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you can speak up for us, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Do your best. Thank you. Where were you living around October 1st, 2021?
I was living around October. I was living out in Pontiac off of Stanley.
Okay, so you weren't living with your father at that time?
In October, no.
Okay. Who was living with your father?
In October, it was still my father and Megan.
Okay.
I was still visiting, though.
Okay. You still had a room at the house?
I had given my room to him, but I was more so like visiting for the day, and then he was taking me home or to work. But
All right. Where was Megan's room in the house?
Megan's room in the house was, so if you walked up the stairs and you went right, it'd be right across the hall, so it was on the second floor to the right.
All right, so like when you walk in your house, it's a split level, right? So
Yes.
you walk in the landing, there's the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yep.
Okay. You go up the stairs, to the left is the living room with the couch.
Yep.
And to the right down the hallway is Megan's room.
Yep, Megan's room, and then to the left was the bathroom, to the right was my room.
Okay. I want to take you to October 1st, 2021. You came to be aware that something happened that day, right? Did you get a phone call from Kayla?
Yes, no, yes, sorry. I
That's
did
all
get a phone call from Kayla that day.
Okay. And that's Kayla Buswet?
Yes, sir.
And what was your relationship with Kayla at the time?
As a neighbor. She was a friend and a neighbor.
Okay, you'd known her for a while.
Yeah, I'd known her since freshman year, I believe.
Okay. And you were already graduated by then?
I had just graduated.
Just graduated. Right. So she called you. How did she sound on the phone?
She sounded kind of confused and concerned. She had told me how that she had thought my dad had an accident or something. I had asked her, like, what do you mean? Like, what's he look like? She had mentioned how he was kind of covered in, like, black something, or not sure if it was, like, not sure how it was described, but, like, he didn't look well.
Okay.
And then I had told her to call the ambulance and that I was on my way.
All right. Now, she was upset on the phone, you said?
Like, concerned. She seemed just more concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. What were you thinking when she was describing to you what she was seeing?
I thought that maybe he had just had an injury or maybe he had fallen or something like that. I wasn't expecting to see what I had seen when I got there. That's
Okay.
what you're asking.
And you said you left then?
Yes, I was on my way to go meet her after I told her to call for an ambulance and police. I was on my way with my roommate, Lucas, who was driving me out there.
Okay. Was there anyone else with you and Lucas?
It was me, Lucas, Bella, and Chase, I believe.
Okay. And who are Bella and Chase?
Bella was also a roommate at the time, Lucas's girlfriend. Chase was also a roommate at the time, a good homie of all of us.
Okay. How far was it from where you lived to the home here? To your father's home?
To the old house?
Yes.
I'd say 15, 20, but no further, really.
Okay. Did you leave right away?
I did leave right away, yes. Actually, as soon as she described that he looked like he was black and covered in something, I had started throwing out my shoes as I was talking to her on the phone, and then I got in the car and left.
Okay. Everyone else came with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you got to the house, what did you see? When you first pulled up?
Well, when I first pulled up, I had seen, if I remember correctly, I believe there was an ambulance already. We had gotten there, walked up, and he was like, just all black and like burnt.
Okay. So you said he. Are you talking about your father now? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You gotta keep your voice up if you can. I know it's
Yes,
hard. Was he already outside?
He was on his way getting transported outside in the stretcher.
Okay.
But he was, like, he looked black, he looked a bit burned or whatever, and...
All right, so you could see his injuries?
Yes, sir.
Did you try and talk to him at that point?
I did. Actually, I tried to talk to him. I'd asked him what had happened. He just had told me that he was fine. He doesn't know, as they were loading him into the ambulance. And then I further talked to him a bit more when we first got to Genesis.
Okay, we'll get there. What did you think when you saw some of these injuries on him that first time?
I mean, to be honest with you, sir, there's not really a good, not really something I formulated in my head. I was kind of more just shocked, and like what had happened.
Okay. When you were talking to him there and he said he was fine, how did he sound to you?
He sounded normal, which to me was a bit surprising considering how he had looked. But he sounded normal. He was happy. He was him. I mean, he was normal.
Okay. And they put him in the ambulance and then they left, is that right?
Yes, and then we followed that.
Okay. Did you go in the house first?
I had gone in the house real quickly once to go and see, like, maybe if there was something I could see to would have happened or something, but, yeah.
Okay. And when you went to the ambulance, or went to the hospital, that was Ascension Genesis, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there before you got to talk to your dad?
Ooh.
Roughly, if you recall.
Roughly, it wasn't that long. I'd have to say maybe like at most 25-minute wait. I'd gotten in there pretty quick to it, speaking to him and be talked to by the nurse.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in first or did somebody else go in first? To see your dad?
No, I believe I was the first one in with Lucas to see him.
With Lucas, you said? Okay. And who is Lucas?
Lucas is an old friend.
Okay. How long have you known Lucas?
Known Lucas since high school.
Okay. Was he over at your house a lot?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went in with Lucas to talk to your father?
Yes, sir.
When you were in there, what did you guys talk about?
I'd asked him what had happened, if he had known, like, because he had told me that, I asked him what had happened, I told him, like, you don't look all right. He had told me that he had just set up a bug bomb or something, Lucas and I both agreed and told him, like, you know, Dad, above ground doesn't do this to you. And that was it, because for the rest, he had insisted that that's what it was. He couldn't remember anything else. He had told us that, like, he was fine. He said he just had, like, one drink and went to bed, so that was it. That was the last thing he remembered.
So he told you you had one drink and gone to bed?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall him saying anything about Megan?
I don't. I know before, if I'm allowed to backtrack.
Well, yeah, answer the question, I guess.
Oh.
Do you recall if he said anything about Megan?
No, not at that time, no.
Okay. Not at that time. Did he say anything about Megan another time?
I had heard that before.
Well, heard from whom?
Kayla.
Okay. We're not going to talk about what Kayla told you.
Okay.
But you didn't recall everything he told you, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wrote out a written statement in this instance, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was closer in time to when this happened, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when you wrote that written statement?
I believe, well, I know it was right after, in the same day that night after I had visited my dad, after we'd gotten to the other hospital, but I do remember writing that statement, yes, sir.
Fair to say that that incident was fresh in your memery then?
Yeah.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Do you think this might refresh your recollection?
Possibly, yes, sir.
I'm just going to ask you to read your statement. And then when you're done reading it, just read quietly to yourself. When you're done, just put your face down and look up at me, please. Does that refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall your father telling you anything about Kate, or Megan at that point?
No.
Okay. You wrote down something about that, though, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to have to change my order of exhibits. At this point, I'm going to move to admit this statement as a past recollection recording.
Mr. Miller?
No objection.
So admitted.
And this will be, just so we don't mess up all the order of all exhibits, Exhibit 19.
I have a 19. Is this Exhibit 20?
Sorry, yes, Exhibit 20. Thank
Okay.
you. All right. Austin, I'm going to ask that you read your statement into the record, please.
Out loud?
Yes.
So I was at home. Then Kayla had called me at 6:58, letting me know my dad was in bad condition. I told her how to help him and to call the police, and rushed over when I got there. He was sober, conscious, but had the burns when they took him to the hospital. I then checked the spot where he was where he was there. There was blood and smell of some chemical at the hospital. My dad mentioned to me how stuff was thrown at him, like clothes, cans, hairspray, and he said he believes it was cleaning supplies.
You can reach page 2, sir.
He had trouble remembering. He also mentioned he bombed the house. Lucas and I asked if he was covering for Meg. That's when he stated Megan said she threw bread at him, to my mom and grandma, but my dad said trash, clothes, cans were thrown at him. He also said how him and Meg did fight but talked. Then he went to bed and woke up like that to being put in an ambulance, and then stated he can't and couldn't remember as he was at the hospital. As he got emotional. Also, when I was at the hospital, Megan called knowing I was at the hospital and wasn't concerned about him, only asked about how to get his credit card to work. I told her I don't know, I don't care, I'm at the hospital, and she got mad and hung up.
Okay. Again, that statement was made on the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Closer in time and better recollection at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were talking to your dad there, how did you seem?
Scared. If I'm going to be honest, scared.
Were you scared?
Yeah. No, I'm not going to lie, yeah.
Okay. You also talked to Megan that night, right?
Yep.
Okay, and that was encapsulated in your statement. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So while you're at the hospital, you talked to Megan on the phone?
Yep.
Do you recall who called whom?
She had called me.
Okay, she called you.
Yes, sir.
What did she say to you when she called you?
She had called me and it had gone that she was asking about if I knew Dad's pin or whatever. I told her no, why, because he's at the hospital, and that's when she was like, oh, and then just hung up, and that was it. Okay. That was the end of that phone call.
How did you feel about that?
I was angry.
Why?
Well, I mean, to show no care at all, but I mean, to dismiss something serious when...
All right. Now, while you were at the hospital, other people showed up, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Julie Conrad was one of those people?
Yes, sir.
And who was Julie Conrad?
My mother.
Okay. Was she and your father together at that time?
No.
Okay, they were divorced.
Yeah, it happened for a very long time.
Okay. At some point, you went back to the house. Is that right?
I went back to the house later after getting approved with a group of roommates to get the cats. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were inside the house briefly. You said when Conrad was being taken out.
Yes, I had gone in just for a second before following the ambulance. Yes, sir.
Okay. In those times, what did you observe about the area where your father was?
There was some sort of white, whatever it was. I'm assuming it's safe to say it's probably chemical. But there was just like a ton of it, white stuff all over the couch. And then next to the end of the couch, there was like, I think cleaning supplies or whatever, and then just a bunch of other junk.
Okay. 1 second, Judge.
If you're wondering what's going on, I don't have a clue.
The witness would have previously.
So this morning I started the live stream early because the Taylor Schabusiness hearing was on Court TV. And I thought, oh, good, we'll get this in before trial starts for Megan Imirowicz. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And it's been a cluster all day. So this is the only live stream I have found. We're watching it at 1.25 speed. Court TV is on a lunch break. They're supposed to come back at the top of the hour and supposedly get the Megan trial or be broadcasting the Megan trial. I don't know. I can also tell you that I've got the judge's court cam on my other screen here. And this morning's one was ended by host about an hour ago. Lily of London said, stopped in and said that there was emails sent to the court letting them know that their live stream wasn't working properly. So on this one that we're watching from Law and Crime, you'll notice that it glitches out here and there. So I don't know what to tell you. So if you rewind all the way back, we've got the Taylor Schabusiness trial or hearing. And then about 45 minutes ago, we started watching this at 1.25 speed. I am sorry. I wish I could tell you more. I have tried to adjust the titles of these live streams, and I'm trying to post updates on my Twitter when there is news. That's the scoopers.
Yes, 4 through 8.
Yes.
Take a look at those for me. Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
I don't recognize it, no, sir, but I know that that is what was on the couch that I saw, yes.
Okay, so you don't recognize, you don't know what the bottle itself is.
No, sir.
Okay, but are those photographs of your couch at the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do those photos fairly accurately depict what you saw when you were examining the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, I move to admit People's Pros Exhibits 4 through 8.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put on the screen here if that's all right.
Juror seat number 1, can you turn off light 1, 2, and 3, please? Thank you.
She should get a raise for extra work.
I'm showing People's Pros Exhibit 4. Austin, tell us what we're looking at here.
It's a couch, the blanket, and that's the white stuff that I saw from the bottle, and then above that's the window seal.
Okay. Now I'm gonna highlight something with my cursor here. Is this the bottle itself that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about the couch here? This is a brown couch, but there's some discoloration here, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That I do not know. I had assumed that maybe it was from the white bottle, but that I don't know, and to this day I still don't.
Okay. Was the couch wet?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. Now, all right, moving on to the next one. This is People's Exhibit 5. Now, the bottle's in a different location here, but is this what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that some of the white powder you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever touch any of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
I left it in the same position it was the whole time until I believe it was finally later moved by what I'm assuming would be authorities.
Okay. In fact, you went with authorities to open the house for that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is another picture of that bottle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and more of the white stuff on the couch.
Yep, that's still the couch too. Yes, sir.
All right. And is that the bottle you saw?
Yeah, that's a bottle I saw. I'd never seen the front of it like that, but yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen this stuff before in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. You were over there for Valentine, right? You used to live there.
No, yeah, I lived there my whole life, actually. I knew about almost everything that we had, whether it was in the cabinet, bathroom, etc.
Okay. But you had never seen this before?
No. No,
All
sir.
right. And is it that same blanket?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it has a red pattern on it. But can you tell me what this looks like to you here that I'm circling?
From here to me, other than the red pattern, it looks white. Some of that stuff.
Okay. And this here as well?
Yes, sir. Same with there. It just looks like it's a ball form or whatever.
Okay. Now, I'm going to unplug here for a moment. A couple months later, in fact, in December, you went back to the home with an investigator from my office and myself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, you had been going to the home periodically throughout.
Yes, sir.
Because you were taking care of the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the appearance of the couch had changed in that amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I'm showing the witness people's it was 10, 11, 12. May I approach?
Yes, 10, 11, and 12, no, 9.
Correct. 9 minutes in the negative. Just take a piece for me. Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
Other than the living room and the blanket, no, sir.
That's the couch, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the couch as it looked a couple months after?
After, no, it did look a bit different, but I'm not sure what really had happened. But like this was like later though.
Okay. So let me phrase this way. The couch changed appearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know why, but it did.
Yes, sir.
Is that how it looked?
After or? I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. A couple months after October 1st. Is that what the couch looked like?
A couple months after. I believe it still had some, but not to that extent, no, sir.
Okay. This is the same couch,
Yes, sir.
and you saw it look different, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do these pictures show what the couch looked like at some point later?
Kinda. It's just missing the bottle.
Missing the live bottle?
Yes, sir.
Right, the live bottle didn't move, but the couch in particular.
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I'd move to admit these as people's 10, 11.
Guess I would object to those, Your Honor. It's like, he's not real sure. I know he didn't take them. I don't believe they're admissible at this point.
Judge, you said that these are the this is the couch, this is how it looks, just the live bottle's missing. That's the only thing you said was different.
Okay, but it has to be at the time that the photograph was taken, and was that ever established? You said a couple months after. The witness indicated that that is not what it looked like a couple of months later.
Let me try this.
Yes, sir.
Middle of December, 2021. You went to the house with myself and investigator Don Talk, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall that incident?
Yes.
Okay. You had been at the house between then.
Yes.
Yes, you'd been in the house after.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did the couch come to look different? In that whole period of time?
Yes, but no. Like the white stuff was still there.
Okay.
You could tell some was kind of disappearing, but not fully.
The
But
color of the couch fabric itself?
I didn't notice a difference in the fabric. No.
Okay. So the fabric here doesn't look different.
I mean, it looks white.
Okay, so the fabric did change color.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Don't be sorry. It's okay. Let me ask you this. Did you pay close attention to the fabric of the couch?
I paid close. I mean, I took a glance at the couch and I took a glance at the bottom. That was it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Judge, I'll withdraw the motion to admit those. Thank you. Okay. Now, your father was in the hospital for quite some time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when he came home?
It was either. No, it was March.
Okay.
It was around March.
Of the next year, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were the next of kin for your dad, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You authorized a lot of medical care.
Yes, sir.
Your father was sedated often?
Yes, sir.
He was getting much medication, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about some of the procedures that your father went through while he was in the hospital?
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is a form of the question. He may not know the procedures. He can say what he authorized.
Okay.
Well, I know a good amount of that.
All right.
Let me ask you this. There was treatments done to your father's legs.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in the decision-making around those decisions?
Yes, I will say I did participate in one of the decisions, but I also left the decision in his hands because I had told him that, yes, I'm in charge, but it's not my life. It's also up to you.
Okay.
So he had told the nurse, shook his head, and they authorized it. And eventually he had lost both his legs. Yes, they were, I believe it was carcicated and then whatever.
So that was for the amputation of his legs?
Yes, sir, amputation.
Did they amputate both of his legs?
Yes. By the time before he had come home, yes, both legs were amputated. At first they amputated one, and they started with the left side leg.
Okay. Did you come to learn why? What were you...
They amputated the legs because the legs were too severely infected and damaged with burns. And because of how deep it had went and gone, they had told me that he would bleed a lot if they had tried to laser or scrape it out, whatever they were doing. And so they had said that the best option, the best procedure to go about it was just to do an amputation, to cut it off from there, clean it up from there, and so that's what they did.
Did you authorize treatment pertaining to infections?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times that was?
I don't, but I know he had a lot of treatments because I visited daily, and there were times where I had to wait, times where I actually couldn't visit. I mean, he had a lot of treatments, medication, numbing, then he had a lot of skin therapy, graphing, yeah.
Were you there when he was put on dialysis?
I was, actually, yes.
Right. Were you there when they gave him, when they did a tracheotomy?
The treatment, yes.
Okay. And what was the tracheotomy?
It went down in his throat, I believe, and it was something that they had given him to help him speak, and it's something that I remember because he had thought that he was not going to need it when he was coming home, but he still had it when he was coming home.
Okay. Was he having trouble speaking during those couple months?
Well, at first he didn't speak at all, but then after a while, he started speaking again. He struggled, yeah, a little, but when he came home near the end, I mean, it was a bit better.
Okay. Now you said when he came home near the end.
Yep.
How did it be that he came home?
Came home in hospice.
You want some tissue, sir?
No.
Would you like some water?
Right next to you.
You said
Thank you.
You said he came home in hospice.
Yep.
Okay. Did he make that decision or did you?
Whew. He made that decision, sorry.
Okay.
He made that decision. I remember because I wasn't expecting him home. I thought I had more time, so he decided that he wanted to come home. So me and a great group of friends that I had helped me out, helped me get the house ready, and he came home.
Okay. And then he died 3 days later, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Okay. Austin, Mr. Imirowicz, you indicated that your father, when the accident occurred, was he able to talk then?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir. So it was sometime later he had a tracheotomy and had problems talking?
Well, at first, before he had the tracheotomy, he couldn't talk at all. And if he did, it was like a little... After the trach is when he started to have something of a voice again, yes.
Okay. How soon after the accident did he stop talking? Do you remember? Because you indicated that he made some statements when he was at the hospital or the emergency room when he got there, right?
I don't know, to be honest with you. All I know is he was talking, and then at Ascension Genesis, they moved him. And whatever they started doing after that, wasn't talking.
Okay, so he didn't talk for a while, correct?
Yes.
Not to you. And this was a very difficult situation, I understand that. Your father drank quite a bit on occasion, correct?
Yeah, everyone drinks, sir.
Okay. He drank more than most, though, right?
No, sir. I will admit this much because I lived there my whole life. He drank, yes. But on more occasions was there more than others? No, sir. Because at all times, at least especially when I was there from what I had seen and had always seen, he'd still get up, he was still functional, he still talked, he still called his family, and he still sat there and talked with me in my room. Because him and I hung out a lot, sir.
Okay.
But I will say, no, yes, he did drink. But then again, I mean, who doesn't? Who hasn't?
Well, he showed up at your graduation party, didn't he?
I didn't have a graduation party, sir. Actually, it was a little get-together. But I'm not the one that had planned or hosted it because I did not want one.
All right. But he showed up at that party, correct?
I mean, it was at the house, so yeah, he was there.
All right. He smelled of urine at that time, didn't he?
No, sir, not that I know of, no. He smelled totally fine to me that day.
He was slurring his speech, wasn't he?
No, not that I know of either on that day. Because on that day, in an honest answer, an honest remembering, he smelled fine and he wasn't slurring no speech. But also, then again, I was hanging with a bunch of people.
You didn't talk to him?
No, I'd spoken to him, yes, but he had nothing like that you are saying on him or described in that way.
The medical records indicate that he was severely intoxicated. Would you disagree with it on that day?
No, because I know that's something that the nurses did tell me about, that he had shown up with a pretty high level.
All right, but go ahead. You indicated when you got there in your preliminary exam transcript that he was slurring his speech the first time.
I put that in my transcript. Is that what you said? Or
that's what you testified to the last time.
I testified to that he drank, yes, sir. Because I'm not going to lie and say that someone doesn't drink alcohol. If that's what you're asking, yes. And last time, that is what I testified to, is the fact that, yes, he does drink alcohol.
He did slur his speech on that
He did
occasion?
not slur his speech. No. Not that I know of, and not that I remember hearing. And I knew my father pretty damn well.
All right. You indicated that he set the bug bomb off that day?
He had said that it was a bug bomb that had done it, and he had said that he had set one off later that night, yes, but I do not believe that a bug bomb had done that to him.
Well, I'm asking you what he said to you, not what you believe, all right?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you saw him prior to that date? Do you remember?
Before I saw him in the hospital?
Prior to the October 1st date.
I saw him literally the night before because he had dropped me off, picked me up from work. I was working at Mexico Window, picked me up around 11 o'clock at night, took me back to Startling, which was my place that I was with my roommates, dropped me off. I'd asked him if he wanted to stay the night. He said no. And when I talked to him, he went home because he said he had to take care of Megan.
Okay. And he would look fine on that date,
Yes,
correct?
sir. No, yeah.
Good. All right. You indicated, and you testified that he stated that Megan and he had a fight that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, there were some things thrown.
Yes, sir.
After that, he indicated that it was over. He went and took a nap.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So the fight was over and he went and took a nap, correct?
That is the last thing that he had remembered, that he had told me. I do not know because I was not there that day when they had the fight.
I understand, but that's what he told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you have another brother and sister, correct?
Yeah. I haven't spoken to him in 4 years, though. They stopped visiting him, and I just stopped caring.
Did you ever notify them that their father had passed away?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
There was a notification.
There's an objection.
Hold on, sir. Response?
Your Honor, there's some hostility here. There are other children involved. I believe that he has basically a bias towards everyone. He's the one who's in charge, and I think it shows his attitude about the situation.
I don't know what a bias towards other people who were not involved.
Other
not
family
there.
members.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. The court is going to sustain the objection.
All right. Okay. At any time your father talked, did he say that Megan threw this white powder on him?
No, not for the white powder.
At the hospital on that first date, did he ever say Megan threw the white powder on him?
No, but then again, he could not have remembered, and he had a hard time remembering.
Well, now, I asked what your father said. All right?
I know.
Okay. I didn't ask what you think he remembered or what he didn't. Okay? After the incident, did you go back in the house?
I went back there one time after getting permission to get the cats, and then another time with DeSantis and one of his, I believe, officers or buddies.
Okay.
And then after that, the other time, every time I made sure I'd gotten permission, but it was just to make sure there was nothing left, evacuate anything that still could have been saved at the time, and then that was it. The rest of it I left. It was dewinterized for a while.
All right. And when you were in the house, it was a fairly messy house, correct?
Yeah.
That's kind of the way he lived?
No, not always, but it's what became of it, yeah.
Near the end, when you moved out, the house was messy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were fleas in the house at that point in time?
No.
No fleas?
No.
Were there cats in the house?
I mean, the cats were in the house, yeah, but then, the cats were inside and outside house, so it's like 50-50. Sometimes they were in, sometimes they weren't. I don't fully remember if the cats were in that house that day, though.
All right. Okay, if I could have a minute.
Oh my God, I'm so frustrated. Well, for starters, absurd beats. Your weather map here
Mr. Miller asked
isn't
you
very
about whether or not your father
user-friendly.
told you that Megan threw.
I'm trying to figure out where the hell Wales is.
Okay. He didn't specify what kind of cleaning supplies. No. Okay. Do you know what the white
Is it
powder
close to
From
Glasgow?
From what I had asked and what I had looked up, I believe it is known as lye powder.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? Okay, sir, you may step down.
Or Liverpool? Which one is closer? Then that'll give me a spot I can pursue.
Jeff, can we take a short break?
Sure. It is 11:28.
Cardiff? I don't know where that is on the map here. Hey, Judge Valentine, your courtroom camera sucks ass. FYI. God. They've got one job. One job. So if you still are watching, I'm not sure why. So we started off yesterday we started this trial because it didn't look like anybody else was covering it. And then they had some camera technical difficulty bullshit. And so we ended up watching the Corey Richins trial, or hearing, which was fine. I wanted to watch that. And then we were told by Jamie, who stopped in yesterday in the chat, that there were some technical difficulties and that today would be better. Well, today is not better. Today is just as bad. So I've still, over on the one screen, I've got the judge's supposed courtroom camera link on. And I actually did start early because the Taylor Schabusiness hearing was on. I thought, oh, we'll watch that until the Megan thing gets started. Well, it's a good thing that I did, because at least I captured all of it on this live stream. And it's just been a nightmare for, I don't know how long now. 3.5 hours. So Suzanne was in here earlier and had pointed out that Law and Crime was live streaming this trial. Well, because in the title it says day 1, I'm like, oh no, we've already watched that. Well, then I ended up like looking at it. I'm like, wait, the guy with the mustache, he's new. So after Court TV went on a hiatus, we just flipped over and are trying to watch it on 1.25 speed to get caught up. We're like halfway through. I don't know what the hell is going on. So I've got the judge's court cam, blank screen, and then I've got Court TV's screen, which is now finishing forensic files. They're going to supposedly pop back and go to the Megan trial. Well, I don't know if that means they're going to the Megan afternoon trial, in which case we'll just keep watching this. And the audio kind of glitches out on it. The hell? Here, I'm going to go over here and just put this on to see what happens. I'm so frustrated. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I've only had one coffee. Because I'm babysitting this.
I'm Ted Rollins, glad to be with you on this busy Tuesday.
Hey Ted, tell us what the hell's going on with the
Michigan 19-year-old Megan Imirowicz in Pontiac, Michigan. She's accused of dousing her father with drain cleaner while he was sleeping. His name is Konrad Imirowicz. He suffered chemical burns all over his body and later died from those injuries. The defense
Did you hear his legs got amputated?
Megan is the one that threw the chemicals.
I don't think I like the microphone over there either.
Before we get back into court in Michigan, let's get you caught up on this case, the case against Megan Imirowicz. Here is Court TV legal correspondent Julia Jeanette.
On Friday, October 1st, 2021, 64-year-old Konrad Imirowicz was on the couch at his house when he and his 18-year-old daughter Megan allegedly had a fight that ended with her throwing lye powder and water on him and then leaving their house. Friends say that Megan had just celebrated her 18th birthday 2 days earlier and was planning a party for herself later that night at a nearby hotel. According to investigators, Megan texted one of her friends, Kayla Busquette, around 10 a.m. on October 1st and sent a picture of herself crying. When asked why she was upset, Megan told Kayla that her dad was drunk and that she had freaked out and thrown stuff at him. Several hours later, Megan asked Kayla to go to her dad's house because she thought he was sleeping and she wanted to get his credit card number from him. When Kayla got to the house, she found Megan's father with burns all over his body and immediately called 911. While Konrad Imirowicz was being treated for those injuries at the hospital, his daughter called her friend Kayla twice more, asking for her father's credit card number. During the second call, Kayla told Megan that her dad was in the hospital, and Megan hung up the phone. Police caught up with the daughter around midnight at that hotel where her party was happening, and she was arrested soon after. Konrad Imirowicz suffered severe burns all over his body and was hospitalized for months before he died of his injuries 5 months later in early March of 2022. His daughter Megan is charged with domestic violence and possession and use of lye, a chemical irritant that caused her father's death. If Megan Imirowicz is convicted, she could be sentenced up to life in prison.
All right, the court is on the lunch break right now in Michigan. We're going to get you caught up on today's testimony because we were watching that motions hearing out of Wisconsin in the Schabusiness case earlier today. So we missed a little bit of testimony in this one, but we'll get you caught up right now while they're in the lunch break, and then we'll head into that courtroom up in Michigan. So the fire chief who responded to the scene took the stand this morning, and here is a portion of what he told the jury.
You said you saw him on the couch.
Correct.
How was he seated on the couch?
Just along the right-hand side of the couch, slouching in the couch. Still, there's a lot of trash all around, and there are numerous cats in the house, and there's a lot of what we assume were fleas in the house at the same time.
Okay. Now you said he was on the right side of the couch. Is it the right side of the couch as you're looking at it?
No.
Okay.
It's right.
All right. How did he look to you?
Well, he was in. He looked like he was in pretty rough shape. He had what the witness outside said it was burns, so we assumed it was going to be thermal burns.
And what is a thermal burn?
Well, obviously from fire.
Okay.
But when we got up there's no indication of a fire. So we were confused at first, like, well, what could this be? Because no Laura nor myself had ever seen chemical burns like that.
All right, now I want to stop you. When you say you assumed it was going to be burns, what about the injuries made you think it was burns?
Just the condition of the wounds, they big blotches of, I don't know how to explain it, but necrotic tissue that's obviously something's happened to that skin that it's not normal. So it was basically dark red and wasn't bleeding, but it was just dark red tissue that obviously was damaged.
Okay, was any of it black?
I think there were spots of black, but I don't believe it was, completely black.
Okay. Did he say anything to you when you came in?
Yeah, he was talking, and we asked how much pain he was in. He stated he wasn't in any pain, and he did not know how those burns got on his body.
I assume you asked him that question.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. When he was talking to you, have you seen an intoxicated person before?
Oh, yes.
In your career?
Oh, yes.
How many times?
Hundreds of times.
Okay. Do you think he was intoxicated?
Yes, I do.
Cross-examination, the fire chief also told the jury that Imirowicz had apparently set off a flea bomb in this home the day before. The medical team considered that possibly was what happened to him. The next witness for the state was a nurse practitioner. David Tom Batos is his name, and he testified as well about being there when the patient victim arrived. Take a listen.
Two gentlemen came in. I believe they were both sons.
Okay. Did you talk to them yourself?
I did.
Okay. Did they talk to Mr. Imirowicz?
They did.
Were you present when they were talking to Mr. Imirowicz? Can you tell us what they were talking about?
They were trying to discuss, like most of us, like what had happened. At this point, the patient did seem slightly more responsive than when he first came in, discussing with that he remembered his daughter throwing a white powder on him when he was on the couch.
So you heard him say this?
I did.
He said a white powdery substance. You didn't put that in your report, did you?
It appears that I did not.
Okay, that would be important, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
But that's not in the report, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're remembering that today?
That's what I remember, yes.
Okay. But you didn't put it in back then, correct?
I did not.
So then a major witness took the stand for the state, and that is one of the victim's son. His name is Austin. Let's go now and listen to what he told the jury about what he heard, what happened.
Yes. Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Austin Imirowicz, A-U-S-T-I-N-I-M-I-R-O-W-I-C-Z.
And Mr. Imirowicz, do you know a Konrad Imirowicz?
I do. That was my father, yes, sir.
That was your father. And your father is deceased now, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know a Megan Imirowicz?
I do. That would be my sister.
Okay. Do you see her in court today?
Yep, she's to the right, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
She's to the right, yes, sir. My right.
To your right?
Yeah, to your right, or my right.
This is my left.
Your left, sorry.
It's okay. You're a little nervous.
Yeah.
It's okay. Judge, ask the record to reflect the witness to identify the defendant.
No objection, Your Honor.
So noted.
Thank you.
Can you speak up?
Yeah, and if you can speak up for us, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Do your best. Thank you. Where were you living around October 1st, 2021?
I was living around October. I was living out in Pontiac off of Stanley.
Okay, so you weren't living with your father at that time?
In October, no.
Okay. Who was living with your father?
In October, it was still my father and Megan.
Okay.
I was still visiting, though.
Okay. You still had a room at the house?
I'd given my room to him, but I was more so like visiting for the day, and then he was taking me home or to work. But
All
yeah.
right. Where was Megan's room in the house?
Megan's room in the house was, so if you walked up the stairs and you went right, it'd be right across the hall. So it was on the second floor to the right.
All right. So like when you walk in your house, it's a split level, right?
Yes.
So you walk in the landing, there's the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. You go up the stairs, to the left is the living room with the couch.
Yep.
And to the right down the hallway is Megan's room.
Yep, Megan's room, and then to the left was the bathroom, and to the right was my room.
Okay. I want to take you to October 1st, 2021. You came to be aware that something happened that day, right? Did you get a phone call from Kayla?
Yes. No, yes, sorry. I did get a phone call from Kayla that day.
Okay. And that's Kayla Bosquet?
Yes, sir.
And what was your relationship with Kayla at the time?
As a neighbor. She was a friend and a neighbor.
Okay. You'd known her for a while?
Yeah, I'd known her since freshman year, I believe.
Okay. And you were already graduated by then?
Yeah, I had just graduated.
Just graduated, right. So she called you. How did she sound on the phone?
She sounded kind of confused and concerned. She had told me how that she had thought my dad had an accident or something. I had asked her, like, what do you mean? Like, you know, what's he look like? She had mentioned how he was kind of covering, like, black something, or not sure if it was, like, not sure how it was described, but, like, he didn't look well.
Okay.
And then I had told her to call the ambulance and that I was on my way.
All right. Now, she was upset on the phone, you said?
Like, concerned. She seemed just more concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. What were you thinking when she was describing to you what she was seeing?
I thought that maybe he had just had an injury, or maybe he had fallen or something like that. I wasn't expecting to see what I had seen when I got there. If that's
Okay.
what you're asking.
And you said you left then?
Yes, I was on my way to go meet her after I told her to call for an ambulance and police. I was on my way with my roommate, Lucas, who was driving me out there.
Okay. Was there anyone else with you and Lucas?
It was me, Lucas, Bella, and Chase, I believe.
Okay. And who are Bella and Chase?
Bella was also a roommate at the time, Lucas's girlfriend. Chase was also a roommate at the time, a good homie of all of us.
Okay. How far was it from where you lived to the home here? To your father's home?
To the old house?
Yes.
I'd say 15, 20, but no further, really.
Okay. Did you leave right away?
I did leave right away, yes. Actually, as soon as she described that he looked like he was black and covering something, I had started throwing out my shoes as I was talking to her on the phone, and then I got in the car and left.
Okay. Everyone else came with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you got to the house, what did you see? When you first pulled up?
Well, when I first pulled up, I had seen, if I remember correctly, I believe there was an ambulance already. We had gotten there, walked up, and he was like, just all black and like burned.
Okay, so you said he. Are you talking about your father now? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You gotta keep your voice up if you can. I know it's
Yes,
hard.
sir.
Was he already outside?
He was on his way getting transported outside in the stretcher.
Okay.
But he was, like, he looked black, he looked a bit burned or whatever, and...
All right, so you could see his injuries?
Yes, sir.
Did you try and talk to him at that point?
I did, actually. I tried to talk to him. I'd asked him what had happened. He just had told me that he was fine. He doesn't know, as they were lowering him into the ambulance. And then I further talked to him a bit more when we first got to Genesis.
Okay, we'll get there. What did you think when you saw some of these injuries on him that first time?
I mean, to be honest with you, sir, there's not really a good, I guess, not really something I formulated in my head. I was kind of more just shocked. And like, whoa, like what had happened.
Okay. When you were talking to him there and he said he was fine, how did he sound to you?
He sounded normal, which to me was a bit surprising considering how he had looked. But he sounded normal. He was happy. He was him. I mean, he was normal.
Okay. And they put him in the ambulance, and then they left. Is that right?
Yes, and then we followed that.
Okay. Did you go in the house first?
I had gone in the house real quickly once to go and see, like, maybe if there was something I could see to what would have happened or something, but, yeah.
Okay. And when you went to the ambulance, or went to the hospital, that was the Sense and Genesis, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there before you got to talk to your dad?
Ooh.
Roughly, if you recall.
Roughly, it wasn't that long. I'd have to say maybe like at most 25-minute wait. I'd gotten in there pretty quick to it, speaking to him and be talked to by the nurse.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in first or did somebody else go in first? To see your dad?
No, I believe I was the first one in with Lucas to see him.
With Lucas, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and who is Lucas?
Lucas is an old friend.
Okay. How long have you known Lucas?
Known Lucas since high school.
Okay. Was he over at your house a lot?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went in with Lucas to talk to your father?
Yes, sir.
When you were in there, what did you guys talk about?
I'd asked him what had happened, if he had known, like, you know, because he had told me that, well, no, hang on. I asked him what had happened. You know, I told him, like, you know, you don't look all right. He had told me that he had just set up a bug bomb or something. Lucas and I had both agreed and told him, like, you know, Dad, a bug bomb doesn't do this to you. And that was it, because for the rest, he had insisted that that's what it was. He couldn't remember anything else. He had told us that, like, he was fine. He said he just had, like, one drink, then went to bed, so that was it. That was the last thing he remembered.
So he told you had one drink?
All right, let's get a break in here. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more of the son talking about visiting his father, and they're trying to figure out.
Thanks, Court TV.
Here.
Thanks, Court TV, for screwing up what could have been a really great trial over here on Crime Spies. By now, I'm sure everybody else has said, screw that, Crime Spies. I'm out of here. The hell? So, where are we at? I don't even know. We started off this morning all nice and chipper. Started a little bit earlier than planned because the Taylor Schabusiness trial was happening. And I had wanted to see it, so I thought, well, let's just turn it on early. Let's take a look and see at this crazy trial. She is on trial for dismembering and doing some very horrifying things with her boyfriend. The mother found the head of her son in a bucket with a towel on top of it. So we watched that hearing. Then Court TV decided to take an hour of lunch and put on Forensic Files, in which case I went over, thanks to Suzanne, who's long gone now, but Suzanne came in the chat earlier and said, well, Law and Crime has got it on. And I looked and I'm like, oh no, that's day one. That's opening statements in day one. But then a little bit later, I went to go look and I saw some guy with a mustache on. And I thought, well, holy cow, I haven't seen that guy before. So when Court TV broke for their lunch break, I went over to Law and Crime and turned that on. The audio was very glitchy. I still have the judge's screen on over here, waiting for some life there. So we watched that for the hour while Court TV was gone. Now they came back after lunch, and they're playing clips of the witness testimony this morning. And I am led to believe that they're going to go live when the judge's camera goes live. And my plan was to use the judge's live stream. But at this point, I don't know what the hell's going on. Trump's hearing is in like an hour and a half in Miami. That was what I was originally going to cover this week, was a subcommittee hearing. There's a Rona subcommittee hearing this morning. But yesterday I had this harebrained idea of breaking my never, ever, ever stream another live trial again, because this one was interesting and there's a story behind the story and it wasn't being covered. yesterday, and we had some really great activity yesterday. And this morning started off good until all hell broke loose. And now we're like little squirrels. Hey, Absurd Beats, what's that old... Well, you probably don't know. There was that old 80s songs. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut. I don't know. That's what I feel like I'm doing, running around. Crime Spies is hangry. Okay, so Absurd Beat says, what if she wanted to prank him, like in a I'm an annoyed way, and just went south real quick? You know, that's kind of what, I don't remember now who I was talking to yesterday. It might have been Patriot Pollywog. Or Shar. Shar was here yesterday. Like, you know, did she just pick up a cup and think it was water? And because he was so drunk, he didn't, you know, like hop up and go, oh my God, ow, you know, I mean, he was burning. We thought, well, maybe she just like, you know, grabbed a cup on the counter thinking it was water and splashed it on him. Like, listen here, you drunk loser, get up. It's my birthday. And then just surmised it was water because he didn't wake up or start screaming and probably just left. I don't know. So there was a guy with glasses on, those red circular glasses. Do you remember that yesterday, Absurd Beats? And he had said there's a story behind the story. So that's why I'm really interested in this, if they could ever get their act together.
A couple different trials. We just watched that motions hearing up in Wisconsin during the morning at Taylor's Schabusiness there on a lunch break in Green Bay. We'll be monitoring that throughout the day and updating you. We're also in Michigan for the trial against teenager Megan Imirowicz. The 19-year-old is accused of throwing lye on her father. Prosecutors say that the chemical ended up burning his body and led to his death.
41% of his body was hospitalized for months, had his legs both legs amputated, and subsequently succumbed to his injury.
Before, if I'm allowed to backtrack.
Well, yeah, answer the question, I guess.
Oh.
Do you recall if he said anything about Megan?
No, not at that time, no.
Okay. Not at that time. Did he say anything about Megan another time?
I had heard that before.
Well, heard from whom?
Kayla.
Okay. We're not going to talk about what Kayla told you.
Okay. All right.
But you didn't recall everything he told you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote out a written statement in this instance, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was closer in time to when this happened, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you recall when you wrote that written statement?
I believe, well, I know it was right after, in the same day that night after I had visited my dad, after we'd gotten to the other hospital. Mm-hmm. But I do remember writing that statement, yes, sir.
Fair to say that the incident was fresh in your memory then?
Yeah.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Statement. Okay. All right. Do you think this might refresh your recollection?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you to read your statement. And then when you're done reading it, just read quietly to yourself. When you're done, just put your face down and look up at me, please. Does that refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall your father telling you anything about Kayla or Megan at that point?
No.
Okay. You wrote down something about that, though, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to have to change my order of exhibits. At this point, I would move to admit this statement as a past recollection recorded.
Mr. Miller?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And this would be, just so we don't mess up all the order of all exhibits, Exhibit 19.
I have a 19. Is this Exhibit 20?
Sorry, yes, Exhibit 20. Thank you. That's it, Your Honor. All right. Also, I'm going to ask that you read your statement into the record, please.
Out loud?
Yes.
So I was at home. Then Kayla had called me at 6:58, letting me know my dad was in bad condition. I told her how to help him and to call the police, and rushed over when I got there. he was sober, conscious, but had the burns when they took him to the hospital. I then checked the spot where he was there. There was blood and smell of some chemical at the hospital. My dad mentioned to me how stuff was thrown at him, like clothes, cans, hairspray, and he said he believes it was cleaning supplies.
You can reach page 2, sir.
He had trouble remembering. He also mentioned he bombed the house. Lucas and I asked if he was covering for Meg. That's when he stated Megan said she threw bread at him to my mom and grandma, but my dad said trash, clothes, cans were thrown at him. He also said how him and Meg did fight but talked, then he went to bed and woke up like that to being put in an ambulance, and then stated he can't and couldn't remember as he was at the hospital, as he got emotional. Also, when I was at the hospital, Megan called knowing I was at the hospital and wasn't concerned about him, only asked about how to get his credit card to work. I told her I don't know and I don't care, I am at the hospital, and she got mad and hung up.
Okay. Again, that statement was made on the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Closer in time and better recollection at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were talking to your dad there, how did he seem?
Scared. I'm going to be honest, scared.
Were you scared?
Yeah. No, I'm not going to lie, yeah.
Okay. You also talked to Megan that night, right?
Yep.
Okay, and that was encapsulated in your statement.
All right, we are going to get a break in here. First, let's bring in Rick King and Corey Pegues, both former police lieutenants. Rick is in West Palm Beach. He's also an attorney now, and Corey is the author of Once a Cop. He's in New York, retired NYPD. Gentlemen, welcome. Thanks for your time on this Tuesday afternoon. This case is boy, there's a lot going on here with at this point we haven't heard that Megan knew that lye was the potentially deadly substance, and her behavior afterwards, even just now, the brother's saying, I called her and said Dad's in trouble, and she said I don't care, it's her 18th birthday, she's got her own world. Does this help or hurt the state? I get it that she comes across as being an uncaring teenager, but there's a lot of them running around in this country of ours. Rick, to you first.
Yeah, I think that right now the testimony of the brother, first of all, I can't imagine the terrible position that brother's placed in, testifying against his sister, called by the state to do it. I think that his testimony, ultimately, it paints a picture of what was going on that day. Her father was clearly in distress, in a very terrible position in the hospital, burned with some sort of chemical, and all she cares about is the party she had planned for that day and trying to get his credit card. So I think the state is doing their part to paint her in a picture that she is that uncaring teenager that there are so many running around today, as you quite eloquently pointed out.
Corey, any way the defense can turn it around and use this evidence to their advantage?
Well, not only is it painting a picture that what happened that day, I think this is painting a picture of the family dynamics. And I think that's where the defense is going to go. Listen, her big defense is that she threw something. It was she was throwing everything. Did she know? I think it's going to come down with the jury. Did she know that what she threw at him was that chemical agent lye? And that's what the defense got to harp on that big time. Yes, she was throwing stuff. She threw everything but the kitchen sink at him. She threw the white powder, but she did not know what the white powder was.
Yeah, one would think that's where they're going to go, and maybe that will come out on cross here with the brother, or as we move on, because it has been clearly stated by the first responder that they, in their estimation, he was drunk, and he had, at the time on the couch, so that could factor in here, and he didn't say, hey, it's my daughter, she threw a lie on me, and and there's no internet search. What does lie do to person? Any of that. So we'll see where it goes. We're going to break in here and go back and listen to more from the brother on the stand. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Wisconsin woman accused of killing.
Hello, I'm your host, Crabass. Crabass Crime Spies. That's me. Oh, I had to close my weather window. Sorry, absurd beats. What I did see the humidity was 37%, which that's nothing. 37% humidity? Are you kidding? And that's too hot? It said 79, I think it said 79 degrees Fahrenheit, 32% humidity. That's about what it is here, and it's beautiful outside. We get way more humid. I did find a website that had a dew point, but then it just showed you like little green 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all over the whole UK, and I didn't know what the heck. Oh, hi, skate coach. I rewound to watch the brother. The prosecutor talks way too fast. Okay, so welcome back, skate coach. Okay, so here's where we're at. So this morning you were here. And we played, I started early because Court TV was broadcasting the Taylor Schabusiness hearing. I thought, oh, goody, we'll watch that. I wanted to see it while we're waiting for the Megan thing, which has just been a cluster from start to finish. So Court TV, about an hour and a half ago, broke for a 1-hour lunch break and threw on Forensic Files. So Squirrel here went to go find a nut over on Law and Crime, where Suzanne this morning had said that they were watching day 1. And I was thinking it was day 1 from yesterday, which I guess they were doing too. I don't know. I'm just so confused. But when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, the guy with the mustache. He wasn't the witness yesterday, because yesterday was opening statements and then the one girl witness that was her friend. So about an hour and a half ago on this video that we're watching now, I went back to that video and started off with the guy with the mustache, and then there was another guy after that, and the third one was the brother. So we watched that for about an hour and then put it on pause, kind of in the middle of the brother's testimony, when Court TV came back and said, okay, well, court's on break right now, so they have been playing for the last half an hour. They've been playing clips of the morning Megan trial witnesses. Thankfully, on at least Court TV's audio, it doesn't have the in and out glitch that the one that we were watching was. I mean, is this hard? They've got one job. Figure out, the other trials that are going on, that Melly rapper guy and the Parkland one, they're not having problems. They just turn it on and off they go. Why does Crime Spies always pick the ones that there's something screwy with? So right now what they're doing is taking a commercial again, but they're playing selected clips from they've done the first 2 witnesses of day 2, and this is the brother. Now I am unclear if when the court, both the Michigan and the Wisconsin courts are at lunch right now, I am unclear if Court TV is going to resume the Taylor Schabusiness live stream, or if they're gonna go over to the Megan live stream. I mean, look at this. Their banner here. Oh, I guess you can't see. Their banner here. I mean, this is exactly the same shit they did yesterday. Court TV live, Sleeping Father Death Trial live. It hasn't been none of it. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay, I've ranted. I apologize. Thank you for listening to me vent.
product on her dad, Konrad, after she was upset that he was drunk and refused to give her his credit card for a party she was having later that night. It was her 18th birthday. Konrad would later die from his injuries 5 months later. Let's go back into court where Megan's brother, Austin, is on the witness stand.
Okay, so skate coach, like I said, they're just taking clips from the brother's testimony.
Yep. Do you recall who called who?
I'm sorry.
She had called me.
Okay.
I'm doing the best I
What did she
can.
say to you when she called you?
She had called me and had gone that she was asking about if I knew Dad's pin or whatever. I told her no, why, because he's at the hospital, and that's when she was like, oh, and then just hung up, and that was it. Okay. That was the end of that phone call.
How did you feel about that?
I was angry. Why? Well, I mean, to show no care at all, but I mean, to dismiss something serious when...
All right. Now, while you were at the hospital, other people showed up, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Julie Conrad was one of those people?
Yes, sir.
And who is Julie Conrad?
My mother.
Okay. Were she and your father together at that time?
No.
Okay, they were divorced?
Yeah, have been for a very long time.
Okay. At some point you went back to the house, is that right?
I went back to the house later after getting approved with a group of roommates to get the cats, yes, sir.
Okay. And you were inside the house briefly, you said, when Conrad was being taken out?
Yes, I had gone in just for a second before following the ambulance, yes, sir.
Okay. In those times, what did you observe about the area where your father was?
There was some sort of white, whatever it was. I'm assuming it's safe to say it's probably a chemical. But there was just like a ton of it, white stuff all over the couch. And then next to the end of the couch, there was like, I think cleaning supplies or whatever, and then just a bunch of other junk.
Okay. 1 second, Judge. The witness would have previously marked as People's Exhibits 4 through 8, I believe. Yes, 4 through 8. May I approach?
Yes.
You have the list. Take a look at those for me. Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
I don't recognize it, no, sir, but I know that that is what was on the couch that I saw, yes.
Okay, so you don't recognize, you don't know what the bottle itself is. And
No,
stuff.
sir.
Okay, but are those photographs of your couch at the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you were examining the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, I move to admit People's Exhibits 4 through 8.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put on the screen here, if that's all right.
Juror in seat number 1, can you turn off light 1, 2, and 3, please? Thank you.
She should get a raise for extra work.
I'm showing People's Exhibit 4. Austin, tell us what we're looking at here.
It's a couch, the blanket, and that's the white stuff that I saw from the bottle. And then above that's the window seal.
Okay. Now I'm gonna highlight something with my cursor here. Is this the bottle itself that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about the couch here? This is a brown couch, but there's some discoloration here, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That I do not know. I'd assume that maybe it was from the white bottle, but that I don't know, and to this day I still don't.
Okay. Was the couch wet?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. Now, all right, moving on to the next one. This is People's Exhibit 5. Now, the bottle's in a different location here, but is this what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that some of the white powder you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever touch any of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
I I left it in the same position it was the whole time until I believe it was finally later moved by what I'm assuming would be authorities.
Okay. In fact, you went with authorities to open the house for that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is another picture of that bottle? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and more of the white stuff on the couch?
Yep, that's still the couch too, yes, sir.
All right. And is that the bottle you saw?
Yeah, that's the bottle I saw. I'd never seen the front of it like that, but yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen this stuff before in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. You were over there pretty often, right? You used to live there?
No, yeah, I lived there my whole life, actually. I knew about almost everything that we had, whether it was in the cabinet, bathroom, etc.
Okay. But you had never seen this before?
No. No,
All
sir.
right. And is this that same blanket?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it has a red pattern on it, but can you tell me what this looks like to you here that I'm circling?
From here to me, other than the red pattern, it looks white. Some of that stuff.
Okay. And this here as well?
Yes, sir. Same with there. It just looks like it's a ball form or whatever.
Okay. Now, I'm going to unplug here for a moment. A couple months later, in fact, in December, you went back to the home with an investigator from my office and myself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you had been going to the home periodically throughout.
Yes, sir.
Because you were taking care of the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the appearance of the couch had changed in that amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I'm showing the witness People's Supposed it was 10, 11, 12. May I approach?
Yes, 10, 11, and 12, no, 9.
Correct. 9 minutes later. Just take this piece for me. Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
Other than the living room and the blanket, no, sir.
That's the couch, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the couch as it looked a couple months after?
No, it did look a bit different, but I'm not sure what really had happened. But like this was like later though.
Okay, so let me phrase it this way. The couch changed appearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know why, but it did.
Yes, sir.
Is that how it looked?
After or? I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. A couple months after October 1st. Is that what the couch looked like?
A couple months after. I believe it still had some, but not to that extent, no, sir.
Okay. This is the same couch?
Yes, sir.
And you saw it look different, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do these pictures show what the couch looked like at some point later?
Kinda. It's just missing the bottle.
Missing the lye bottle?
Yes, sir.
Right, the lye bottle hadn't moved, but the couch in particular?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I'd move to admit these as People's 10, 11, 12.
Guess I would object to those, Your Honor. It's like he's not real sure. I know he didn't take them. I don't believe they're admissible at this point.
Judge, you said that these are the this is the couch. This is how it looked. It's just the lye bottle's missing. That's the only thing that you said was different.
Okay, but it has to be at the time that the photograph was taken, and was that ever established? You said a couple months after. The witness indicated that that is not what it looks like a couple of months later.
Let me try this.
Yes, sir.
Middle of December, 2021. You went to the house with myself and investigator Don Tullock. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall that incident?
Yes.
Okay. You had been at the house between then.
Yes.
Yes, you'd been at the house after.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did the couch come to look different? In that whole period of time?
Yes, but no. But like the white stuff was still there.
Okay.
You could tell some was kind of disappearing, but not fully.
The color of the couch fabric itself?
I didn't notice a difference in the fabric, no.
Okay. So the fabric here doesn't look different to you?
I mean, it looks white.
Okay, so the fabric did change color.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Don't be sorry. It's okay. Let me ask you this. Did you pay close attention to the fabric of the couch?
I paid close. I took a glance at the couch and I took a glance at the bottom, but that was it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Just I'll withdraw the motion to admit those. Thank you. Okay. Now, your father was in the hospital for quite some time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when he came home?
It was either... No, it was March.
Okay.
It was around March.
Of the next year, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were the next of kin for your dad, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You authorized a lot of medical care.
Yes, sir.
Your father was sedated often.
Yes, sir.
He was getting much medication, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about some of the procedures that your father went through while he was at the hospital?
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is a form of the question. He may not know the procedures. He can say what he authorized.
Okay.
Well, I know a good amount of that.
All right.
Let me ask you this. There was treatments done to your father's legs.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in the decision-making around those decisions?
Yes, I will say I did participate in one of the decisions, but I also left the decision in his hands because I had told him that, you know, yes, I'm in charge, but it's not my life. It's also up to you.
Okay.
So he had told the nurse, shook his head, and they authorized it. And eventually he had lost both his legs. Yes, they were, I believe it was carcicated and then whatever.
So that was for the amputation of his legs?
Yes, sir, amputation.
Did they amputate both of his legs?
Yes. By the time before he had come home, yes, both legs were amputated. At first, they amputated one, and they started with the left side leg, I believe.
Okay. Did you come to learn why? What were you...
They amputated the legs because the legs were too severely infected and damaged with burns. And because of how deep it had went and gone, they had told me that he would bleed a lot if they had tried to laser or scrape it out, whatever they were doing. And so they had said that the best option, the best procedure to go about it was just to do an amputation, to cut it off from there, and clean it up from there, and so that's what they did.
Did you authorize treatment pertaining to infections?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times that was?
I don't, but I know he had a lot of treatments because I visited daily, and there were times where I had to wait, or times where I actually couldn't visit. I mean, he had a lot of treatments, medication, numbing, then he had a lot of skin therapy, graphing, yeah.
Were you there when he was put on dialysis?
I was, actually, yes.
All right. Were you there when they gave him, when they did a tracheotomy?
The tracheotomy, yes.
Okay. And what was the tracheotomy?
It went down in his throat, I believe, and it was something that they had given him to help him speak, and it's something that I remember because he had thought that he was not going to need it when he was coming home, but he still had it when he was coming home.
Okay. Was he having trouble speaking during those couple months?
At first he didn't speak at all, but then after a while he started speaking again. He struggled, yeah, a little, but when he had came home near the end, I mean, it was a bit better.
Okay. Now you said when he came home near the end.
Yep.
How did it be that he came home?
Came home on hospice.
You want some tissue, sir?
No.
Would you like some water? Okay.
There should be tissue right next to him.
You said he...
Thank you.
You said he came home on hospice?
Yep.
Okay. Did he make that decision or did you?
Yeah. He made that decision, sorry.
Okay.
He made that decision. I remember because I wasn't expecting him home. I thought I had more time, so he decided that he wanted to come home. So me and a great group of friends that I had helped me out, helped me get the house ready, and he came home.
Okay. And then he died 3 days later, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
All right, the son of the victim here recalling his father's death. Let's get a break in here. We'll get you into the courtroom for more right after this. Stay with us.
Michigan daughter now facing charges.
Megan Imirowicz is accused of throwing lye and water on her own father while he was sleeping.
The chemical reaction caused severe burns and ultimately his death.
Police caught up with the daughter, and she was arrested soon after.
Hi, did you see I changed my name? Look at this. Check this out. Maybe not. Look at my new name. Can you see it? See? Queen Crab Ass. That's my new name. Queen Crab Ass for today. TK Phillips over on Rumble said, Queen Crab. Yep, that's me. That's me. TK Phillips said a little while ago, hello, crab ass. I'm a bit of a crab ass today, too. 2 crab asses better than 1. Thanks again for all your hard work. Yes. So my name is now, for the rest of today, Queen Crab Ass. Do we like it? See, I've got a little, I need to put a little queen emoji by it. And then a little queen in the front and a little crab on the end. Okay, so, oops. Oh my goodness. Well, at least we have fun here. We haven't totally lost our sense of humor. I think I saw some whimpering with Megan. Oh, yeah. Well, okay, so yesterday when we were watching, now let's see which one of these layouts I was using before. I don't know if that's it, but that's going to have to just be it for now. Okay, so there was a guy yesterday that was providing some sort of insight. I think he's an attorney. He's got the red circular, like way too small for his face glasses. But he said there's a story behind the story here. Okay, so that's one observation. Number 2, somebody over on my Twitter thread posted a comment, and that read, I was watching her brother testify today, which is the guy that's on the witness stand now, this is a replay. We'll get to that in a minute. That's the name, Queen Crabass. I was watching her brother testifying today, and he was a hostile witness. He seemed more embarrassed to admit his father's alcoholism and conditions of the home. She faces life in prison and clearly a toxic environment. I would be an open book if it was my sibling and I knew the truth. So that's an interesting observation too. So I think we're still all kind of confused as to where they're going with this. But like I said, the guy with the little tiny red glasses yesterday had said there's a story behind the story. So Absurd Beats and I were asking earlier, like, she was clearly upset with him. Did she grab an already mixed, I'm going to ask Lily of London, when you add the water to the lye, does it effervesce? Effervesce, is that the right word? Like fizzle? Okay, so for example, I have a pool, and every single time you have a pool and you mix your chemicals, like fix the bromine or the pH up, down, or whatever, you always have to add the chemical to the water. So I have a separate bucket that I fill up with water, or I, grab pool water, and then I add the whatever chemical I'm doing to try to level off the things to that bucket. You never add the water you never put the chemical in first and then add the water. So I'm kind of wondering if that's how lye reacts too. But like when you add the chemical to the water, then it doesn't bubble or anything. I don't know if that makes any sense.
When the accident occurred, was he able to talk then?
Okay, so Court TV is just rebroadcasting certain parts of this morning's testimony. The judge's camera is still black, and I went all the way back out and came all the way back in again. So this is Queen Crabass muting her mic again.
How soon after the accident did he stop talking? Do you remember? Because you indicated that he made some statements when he was at the hospital or the emergency room when he got there, right?
I don't know, to be honest with you. All I know is he was talking, and then at Ascension Genesis, they moved him, and whatever they started doing after that wasn't talking.
Okay, so he didn't talk for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not to you. And this was a very difficult situation. I understand that. Your father drank quite a bit on occasion, correct?
Yeah, everyone drinks, sir.
Okay. He drank more than most, though, right?
No, sir. I will admit this much because I lived there my whole life. He drank, yes. But on more occasions, was it more than others? No, sir. Because at all times, at least especially when I was there and from what I had seen and had always seen, he'd still get up, he was still functional, he still talked, he still called his family, and he still sat there and talked with me in my room. Because him and I hung out a lot, sir.
Okay.
But I will say, no, yes, he did drink. But then again, I mean, who doesn't? Who hasn't?
Well, he showed up at your graduation party, didn't he?
I didn't have a graduation party, sir. Actually, it was a little get-together, but I'm not the one that had planned or hosted it because I did not want one.
All right, but he showed up at that party, correct?
I mean, it was at the house, so yeah, he was there.
All right. He smelled of urine at that time, didn't he?
No, sir, not that I know of, no. He smelled totally fine to me that day.
He was slurring his speech, wasn't he?
No, not that I know of either on that day. Because on that day, in an honest answer, an honest remembering, he smelled fine and he wasn't slurring no speech. But also, then again, I was hanging with a bunch of people.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, I'd spoken to him, yes, but he had nothing like that you are saying on him or described in that way.
The medical records indicate that he was severely intoxicated. Would you disagree with it on that day?
No, because I know that's something that the nurses did tell me about, that he had shown up with a pretty high level.
All right, and...
But...
Go ahead. You had indicated when you got there in your preliminary exam transcript that he was slurring his speech the first time.
I put that in my transcript. Is that what you said? Or
that's what you testified to last time.
I testified to that he drank, yes, sir. Because I'm not going to lie and say that someone doesn't drink alcohol. If that's what you're asking, yes. And last time, that is what I testified to, is the fact that, yes, he does drink alcohol.
He did slur his speech on that?
He did not slur his speech. No. Not that I know of, and not that I remember hearing. And I knew my father pretty damn well.
All right. You indicated that he set the bug bomb off that day.
He had said that it was a bug bomb that had done it, and he had said that he had set one off later that night, yes, but I do not believe that a bug bomb had done that to him.
Well, I'm asking you what he said to you, not what you believe, all right?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you saw him prior to that date? Do you remember?
Before I saw him in the hospital?
Prior to the October 1st date.
I saw him literally the night before, because he had dropped me off, picked me up from work. I was working in Mexico Lando, picked me up around 11 o'clock at night, took me back to Startling, which was my place that I was with my roommates, dropped me off. I'd asked him if he wanted to stay the night. He said no, and when I talked for a bit, he went home because he said he had to take care of Megan.
Okay. And he would look fine on that day, correct?
Yes, sir. No, yeah.
Good. All right. You indicated, and you testified that he stated that Megan and he had a fight that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, there were some things thrown?
Yes, sir.
After that, he indicated that it was over. He went and took a nap?
I believe so, yes, sir.
So the fight was over and he went and took a nap, correct?
That is the last thing that he had remembered, that he had told me. I do not know because I was not there that day when they had the fight.
I understand, but that's what he told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you have another brother.
All right, Austin Imirowicz testifying against his sister, talking about his father and what he told him after this incident. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more right after this.
The mosquitoes are just
Hi.
in the backyard.
Quiet, please.
Okay.
Queen Crabass is back.
Wow, that's good. Okay, got that one. Whoa.
What's going on?
Maybe I'll just leave it like that. Because usually once every time I cover a trial, skate coach might have left because she's already seen this brother testimony. Absurd Beats. Should I tell you about my London fog addiction, which is in my cup here with the straw? Okay, so I don't know if you have Target over there in the UK. I'm assuming not, but Target is kind of like a Walmart. Hi, skate coach. Absurd Beats was wondering where you went. And I said, well, she's already seen the brother testify, and actually her comments are up here somewhere. Let's go through some of these, shall we? Well, let me finish my London Fox very fast. So Target is a store here, kind of like Walmart. So like where you go and you can get groceries, you can get lawn and garden stuff, get toys, you get baby cribs, you can get food, TVs, you name it, garden supplies, what have you. Well, in America, Target has lost their mind. And so it's right up the street from me, and I'm trying not to go there. But they have this. It looks like a you know those containers that like heavy cream comes in. I don't know if that's a liter, no, a pint, a quart. I don't know. And it's called London Fog Concentrate. And London Fog is made with Earl Grey tea, which is kind of an orangey. It's kind of got an orangey, lavendery kind of flavor. And then you add, well, so if you buy just the concentrate at Target, you mix it with 1 part of the concentrate and 1 part milk. And it is just delightful. Well, because I'm not shopping at Target right now to protest, that's like the closest grocery store we have. But I did go to a different grocery store yesterday to get some Earl Grey tea, and then I got some vanilla coffee creamer and some milk, and I ended up making something that's almost exactly the same. And you know, last year I had lavender in the garden, but lavender does not come back here at Minnesota, so now I gotta start all over again. Oh, so a message coming up on the screen, but not in my chat box. Weird. Okay, what were we talking about? Oh, so I had said Skate Coach has already seen this testimony of the brother. Oh, so I was going back up here. Okay, so I don't know if you heard me earlier. Okay, so she said, I rewound to watch brother. The prosecutor talks way too fast. And then... so then Court TV came back after lunch break, and they're playing clips of the testimony from this morning. What a mess. We're not going to dwell on it. And so then over on Twitter, somebody had wrote, I was watching her brother testify today, and he was a hostile witness. He seemed more embarrassed to admit his father's alcoholism and conditions of the home. She faces life in prison and clearly a toxic environment. I would be an open book if it was my sibling and I knew the truth. So then over here on the YouTubes, Skate Coach and Absurd Beats and I are talking about, what is the real story going on here? I mean, I'm getting kind of a weird vibe from the brother. Like, is he telling the truth? Would he have a reason to lie? Oh, they're covering the Trump thing outside. Would the brother have a reason to lie on the stand? I don't know. And Skate Coach, are you also getting a weird vibe? I know and then Skate Coach and I were also talking just a minute or so ago. Oh, blood alcohol. I gotta look that up. She said he's a little too prepared. And then I said, well, do you think the brother would have a reason to lie? And then Absurd Beat says, I'm getting so many weird vibes from this whole thing. And so all of us are kind of getting the weird vibe-ish. I don't know, it's strange. I'm kind of half paying attention because I'm frustrated.
Brutalized first with chemical burns. He ended up dying several months later. Megan is charged with unlawful possession.
And the little red on the bottom of the screen here, the little red, that's, I can change the color if you don't like that color, I think. That's just, I leave the closed captioning on because sometimes you can't hear very good. I'm going to go look up that blood alcohol. Weird vibe. Yeah, weird vibe. And then Absurd Beat says, I want to know why he moved out, the brother.
He's up there testifying
And then
against
Skate
his
Coach.
sister. And, you can
Well, at
tell
least
that
we're
he
all on
still
the
has
same
a lot of
page
the
over
weight of the
here.
world on his shoulders as he recounts what
What say
happened
you
to
over
his
on
father,
Rumble,
and now
TK
it's
Phillips?
going back and forth with the defense attorney on cross-examination. Let's go back in and watch together.
I haven't spoken to him in 40 years, though.
So again, this was testimony this morning.
They stopped visiting
The
me.
judge cam, I still don't have a picture on the judge cam.
Father
The
passed
hell?
away.
I'm going to object as to relevance.
There was a notification.
There's an objection.
Hold on a second. Response?
Your Honor, there's some
Write in the
hostility
chat
here.
what you're
There are
thinking while you're watching the
children
guy. I know Skate Coach, you probably don't want to watch this again, but if you stick around and watch
He's the
it,
one who's in charge, and I think it shows his attitude
just
about the
observe him and,
situation.
I don't know what
and the sister, the side by side.
Other family members.
You know what? We need body language guy in here.
To sustain the objection.
Jesus Enrique Rosas. Let me go see if I can SOS him.
At any time your father talked, did he say that Megan threw this white powder on him?
No, not for the white powder.
At the hospital on that first date, did he ever say Megan threw the white powder on him?
No, but then again, he could not have remembered, and he had a hard time remembering.
But now, I asked what your father said. All right?
I know.
Okay? I didn't ask what you think he remembered or what he didn't. Okay? After the incident, did you go back in the house?
I went back there one time after getting permission to get the cats, and then another time with DeSantis and one of his, I believe, officers or buddies.
Okay.
And then after that, the other time, every time I had made sure I'd gotten permission, but it was just to make sure there was nothing left, evacuate anything that still could have been saved at the time, and then that was it. The rest of it I left. It was dewinterized for a while.
All right. And when you were in the house, it was a fairly messy house, correct?
Yeah.
That's kind of the way he lived?
No, not always, but it's what became of it, yeah.
Near the end, when you moved out, the house was messy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were fleas in the house at that point in time?
No.
No fleas?
No.
Were there cats in the house?
I mean, the cats were in the house, yeah, but then, the cats were inside and outside house, so it's like 50-50. Sometimes they were in, sometimes they weren't. I don't fully remember if the cats were in that house that day, though.
All right. Okay, if I could have a minute.
Sure.
Since there was no active stimulus for us to engage toxicology and where we believe everybody was going, and we were kind of looking in that direction.
I just sent Jesus Enrique Rosas a SOS. Sometimes he responds.
Yes.
Mr. Miller asked you about whether or not your father told you that Megan threw white powder, but in your written statement it did say cleaning supplies, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't specify what kind of cleaning supplies?
No.
Okay. Do you know what the white powder is?
If I remember correctly, from what I had asked and what I had looked up, I believe it is known as white powder.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? Okay, sir, you may step down. Your excuse as a witness.
Look at the emotion there. As sister, defendant watches the brother testify, you could tell that there's a lot there to unpack for both of them, emotionally seeing each other in court, and then to have them basically at odds. It's heartbreaking. Let's bring back in Corey Pegues here to discuss this with us. He is a retired NYPD. What was your top rank, Corey? Lieutenant?
Deputy Inspector.
Deputy Inspector. Yes, you were way up there. Yes. And he's also the author of Once a Cop. So watching these two in the courtroom, you could tell there is a lot going on there. And as you pointed out earlier, the family dynamic is very interesting. Overall, how did the brother come across to you in the courtroom?
I think the brother came over fairly truthful, and what really stood out is that, to me, it looks as if he actually was testifying for the prosecution, but when he did the cross-examination, you could see that he actually was probably deferring to his sister. I don't think he wants to see his sister convicted. I forget what question it was. There was one question that he had. It was a very important question. He had a delayed answer. I think the question was, did your father tell you that Megan threw the white substance on him? And there was a short pause for like 1 second before he even answered the question. And you can see it's very emotional. But I think he did fairly well, given the circumstances.
From an investigative standpoint here, you have the dad, first responders say he's drunk. His blood alcohol is high at the hospital. He believes that maybe this has something to do with this bug bomb that he let off the day before. He doesn't come in accusing his daughter of throwing the lie on him, because either it was out of it or maybe he's trying to protect her, who knows. But there are a lot of pieces that an investigator has to put together, correct? And this one didn't seem very clear of actually what happened, because even in the hours and hours afterwards, it really didn't add up to some people.
Yeah, even days and weeks later, months later, he's never implicated his daughter for throwing the stuff. Now, that could be just a loving father instinct, because he know that if he implicated her, she would be locked up. It looks as if they probably had a very volatile relationship, all of them, in that house. And I'm just thinking, as a father, him, wanting to protect his child at that point.
Yeah, maybe even if he knew what happened, he didn't want to implicate his daughter because.
So that's why they're calling it drain cleaner.
Coming up next, a family friend on the stand. We'll watch together. Stay with us.
I guess I didn't know drain cleaner had lye in it.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Wisconsin woman accused of killing a man, sexually assaulting his corpse, and then dismembering him. Taylor Schabusiness awaits trial in this alleged gruesome drug-fueled murder. And on the
that one is
Lori
just nuts.
Daybell seeks a new trial in the murders of her 2 children. We'll break down what to expect from this week's motion hearing and.
Oh, so she's trying to get a new trial. Good luck there, Lori.
Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
So last week I started keeping track. I started hashtagging stories I want to cover on Crime Spies, because I'm trying to put together a daily. Drain cleaner has lye, but lye isn't drain cleaner. I have to look. I have drain cleaner, but I don't know what. Okay, so do you want to know the real trick of opening up a drain? I learned this a long time ago, and 99 times out of 100 it works. I have 4 bathrooms and 4 kids, and we have clogs all the time, especially the girls' showers. Their drains in the shower get awful. Anyway, what you do is you take Dawn dishwashing liquid, not generic Dawn or store brand Blue Dawn, regular old Dawn Blue, and you squeeze it down the drain. Then you go boil, like a big kettle of water. And as soon as the kettle of water is boiling, you carefully bring it over to the drain and you hold it waist high and dump it down the drain. And because of the pressure from having it way up high like that, plus the Blue Dawn, liquid Dawn has been sitting there for, 5-10 minutes, works like a charm. Works on toilets, works on sinks. That's another one. The girls' drain underneath, I have to take it apart all the time because they have ponytail holders that go down it. And then, then they put hair dye down there, and then there's hair. And so between their sink drain and their shower drain, and I've got one of those hair catchers. Do you think they use it? No. So that's interesting. I was looking for the dad, Konrad Imirowicz, blood alcohol level. Can't find it. I'm still not getting a picture on the judge's court cam. Actually, I closed the window, so when this commercial is over, I'll go look again. I'm not sure what Court TV is doing. They played little snippets. Starting at about an hour, 15 minutes ago, they were playing little snippets of the first two witnesses, and then they've been playing probably for almost an hour now the brother's testimony. And again, I don't know. I'm getting some weird vibes with the brother. It could be because I'm Queen Crabass right now, or it could be, I don't know. The guy with the red glasses, the attorney yesterday, the commentator, or that had some commentary on this, he's like, there's a story behind the story. And then, Absurd Beats and Skate Coach over on YouTube are mentioning, the brother's demeanor kind of compared to Megan's demeanor. I mean, she looks genuinely sad. She's crying. I mean, those are real tears. That's real emotion. No, just you getting those words, vibes? Are you kidding me? Absurd Beats? What do you know? You're sweating over there with 37% humidity. Just kidding. I'm teasing. Yeah, so kind of a weird day. And let's see, 4 hours, 43 minutes. So the first probably 3.5 hours of this live stream, we were watching the, I'm teasing. We were watching the Taylor Schabusiness hearing. Well, I'm on YouTube, but for those of you that were watching, she dismembered him, and there's an SA charge that they're looking to have dropped because he was dead at the time that she used what have you for the what have you. I don't know if
He
that makes
ended up
sense.
suffering chemical burns all over his body. He later died. It took 5 months, but he died from his injuries. Let's go back into the court now to the next witness to take the stand after the son/brother was Lucas Colby. You remember he was mentioned. He showed up at the hospital with
Okay, this is one I haven't seen. Hey, Skate Coach.
And he's this
Is this a new witness for the afternoon session? I wish Court TV would tell us what's going on. This guy looks new. I'll be quiet.
Did you spend a lot of time at Conrad's house?
Yes.
Did you live nearby?
Yeah, I lived right down, well, I don't know, about 3 miles away.
So you went to the same school, I assume?
Yes.
Is that where you met?
Originally, no. We met playing baseball.
Okay. I want to take you to October 1st, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At that time, were you living with Austin?
Yes.
Okay. You were not living at the Imirowicz home, though?
No, we were living in a home off of Stanley Avenue in Pontiac.
Okay. Did you come to learn that something had happened to Mr. Imirowicz that day?
Yes.
How did that happen?
We received a call from Kayla Busquette that he looked dead, and we informed her to call the police, and then we headed to the home.
Okay. Now, did you talk to Kayla yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Who did the call actually come to?
Austin.
It came to Austin. How did you end up talking to Kayla?
To try and figure out what was going on. I just spoke to her over Austin's phone.
Okay. Did Austin put on the speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Is that unusual?
No.
All right. So you heard Kayla telling Austin and yourself about what was going on?
Yes.
And then you went directly to the home?
Yes.
All right. And you went with Austin to the home?
I drove Austin to his dad's.
All right. What did you see when you got there?
EMS.
All right. And was there anybody else there?
Trooper Smith, I believe, got there afterwards, but there was local PD.
Okay. And was Kayla there?
I believe so, but honestly, the details are foggy there.
Okay. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. When you pulled up, what was going on with Konrad? Did you see him?
I did see him.
Where was he?
On the couch.
All right. So you went inside the home?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw him in there?
Yes.
How did he look to you?
Like a rotting corpse.
What makes you say that?
He had skin falling off of him and just stuff all over him, and there was liquid on the floor and stuff on the couch where he was asleep.
You said there was liquid on the floor?
Yes.
How much liquid?
A lot.
Okay, when you say a lot, tell me what we're talking about.
had to have been minimum a gallon. I don't know what the liquid was personally.
Did you touch it?
No.
Okay. Did you see stuff on the couch?
Yes.
What was on the couch?
White powder.
Okay. Did you know what that was?
No, not immediately.
All right. Where was Conrad when you came in?
On the couch.
But where on the couch, excuse me?
In relation to...
Yeah, if you're sitting on the couch, is it the left side or the right side?
Well, he was laying across the couch.
Okay, so he's laying down at that point?
Yes.
All right. Did he say anything to you?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes, I asked what happened.
Did he tell you?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. You said you saw water on the floor. What about the couch? Was the couch?
Objection, Your Honor. He did not say water on the floor. He said liquid.
That's right. Excuse me. You saw liquid on the floor. Is that right?
That is correct.
What about the couch? Was the couch wet?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know the couch was wet?
Well, because it changes color when it's wet and it becomes dark.
So was it darker?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't actually touch the couch, though, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The room was pretty messy. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been there before?
Yes.
And it's been messy before?
Yes.
All right.
However, it was messier than normal.
It was messier than normal?
There was a lot of garbage strewn about that wasn't there previously.
That was unusual?
Yes.
Okay. When you went in, you tried to talk to him. He didn't respond to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
What happened then?
EMS took him out and they took him to Beaumont Hospital.
Took him to Beaumont. Okay. Was it Beaumont?
Or Genesis, maybe.
Okay.
Honestly, that's a little bit fuzzy.
They took him to a hospital. Is that
A hospital.
Okay. You don't recall which one? Okay. And did you then go to the hospital as well?
Yes.
With Austin?
Yes.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
I went into the hospital and spoke with Conrad a little bit.
Okay.
And then Austin went in immediately after me.
Okay. So you went in first?
That is correct.
All right. What did you talk to Conrad about while you were in there?
I asked him what had happened, or if it was... I asked him what had happened and asked him if someone had done it to him or what.
Okay. When you asked him these questions, was Austin in the room with you at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did Conrad tell you what happened before Austin came in?
No.
Okay. What did he say when you asked him those questions?
Honestly, he wasn't very verbal. He made noise, but it was hard for him to speak.
Mr. DeSantis, is this a witness?
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge.
To my knowledge, either.
Deputy, is that a witness? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you. Sorry. You said he wasn't very verbal.
That is correct.
Okay. How long were you in there before Austin came in?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. Did he talk to you at all in that time?
No, I mostly just spoke with nurses.
Okay. And then Austin came in?
And then I went out and Austin came in because they had a one-person rule.
Okay.
Or, no, sorry, that was at Hurley.
Okay.
I apologize. Austin did come in. We were both in the room. And then Conrad started to talk.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up for us a little bit, okay? Hurley's the second hospital, correct?
That is correct. That's where he went to the burn unit.
All right. So the first hospital is what we're talking about now. Austin did come into the room while you were in there?
Correct.
Okay. Were you then continuing to talk to Conrad, you and Austin?
Austin spoke to Conrad. I kind of sat in the back.
Okay. Did Austin ask Conrad what happened?
Yes.
Did Conrad respond to Austin?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what Conrad said?
Not verbatim. No.
Okay. Would you gave a written statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was given the same day as the incident, October 1st?
Yes.
All right. You'd agree that your recollection then was better than it is now?
Absolutely.
All right. Would looking at the written statement possibly refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Can you just read that to yourself and then put the face down and look at me when you're done?
Mm-hmm.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, what did Conrad tell Austin?
Conrad told Austin that Megan had thrown trash at him.
Okay.
And a variety of other things.
Do you recall? Sorry, I couldn't hear that. I was going to
A
ask.
variety of other things among trash.
Did you say anything specific in that variety of other things?
Hair dye products, cleaning solution.
Okay, how did that make you feel when you heard that?
Rather upset.
Okay. You've known Megan, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you see her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify her for us?
Right there.
Judge, ask the record to reflect the witness identify the defendant.
No objection.
So noted.
Have you known Megan pretty much the same amount of time as Austin, or a different period?
A little bit shorter of an amount of time after Conrad and Julie split.
Okay. And to be clear, Julie is
Conrad's ex-wife.
Thank you. So how long were you in the room with Austin and Conrad?
Until we had to leave I went out so that Julie could go in, actually.
Okay.
So maybe an hour.
All right. Did you or Austin say anything to Conrad about protecting Megan?
Austin.
What did Austin say?
Austin asked if Megan had done it and then told Conrad that he didn't have to protect Megan if she had.
Okay, and what did Conrad say?
He said that she had.
Okay, that she had done it?
I'm sorry, one more. I didn't hear you.
Austin told Conrad that if Megan had done it, he didn't need to protect her. And Austin said that Megan had thrown trash and stuff at him. So.
Austin said Megan that, or Conrad said that?
Conrad said that to Austin.
Okay, but it was Austin who asked about protecting Megan?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to ask a follow-up question?
No, I couldn't hear him.
Sure.
I apologize. I'll keep my voice up.
That's okay. Did you go see Conrad ever again?
Once.
When was that?
Before he was released for hospice.
So you saw him out at Hurley?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to talk to him then?
Yes.
What kind of condition was he in?
Real bad condition.
Okay. Do you recall roughly when it was?
Maybe February or early March.
Okay, so that'd be pretty close to when he came home.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to talk to him at all?
He wasn't all there by the time that I was able to see him again.
All right, but we won't ask about what he said, okay?
I appreciate it.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you. So you arrived at the home. We're talking about the home now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to answer yes or no because it
Yes, okay. I apologize.
That's not a problem. We just want to make sure we make a good record. When you got there, there was an ambulance there already?
That is correct.
And you and Austin went into the house?
That is correct.
You went up the stairs then?
Yes, and to the left, and then looked into the living room where the couch was with Conrad laying on it.
He was on the couch when you got there?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said you saw liquid.
That is correct.
Where was the liquid?
On the couch and on the floor, right next to Conrad.
And how do you know it was liquid?
Have you ever seen liquid?
Yes.
Okay, it pools.
It pools. Okay, were there pools on the couch?
Well, the couch was dark.
Snark attack.
There was a pool of liquid on the floor. So I surmised that there was liquid on the couch.
Okay, so based upon the color change in the couch, you're assuming there was water on the couch?
I am not assuming, sir. I am telling you that there was liquid on the couch.
Liquid on the couch, based on your observations?
That is correct.
All right. And on the floor, there was standing liquid, correct?
That is correct.
And where was that located?
That was located at the base of the couch and towards the table that was in the center of the room.
Okay. So let's fast forward, and you're going to the hospital. You're at the hospital. You go in and talk to Mr. Imirowicz first, correct?
That is correct.
You were there a half hour, you said? Rough guess?
To an hour, yes.
Okay. With just you?
Just myself, about a half of an hour.
Okay. And was Mr. Imirowicz speaking to you?
No. As I stated, I mostly spoke to nurses and doctors.
So he didn't make any statements to you then?
No, I asked him questions, but he was not very verbal in his answers.
All right. And at some point then, Austin came in, correct?
That is correct.
And you stayed for a few minutes while he talked to Austin?
That is correct.
And then you left and Austin was still there a little bit?
That is correct.
And then Julie Conrad came in, so you left, correct?
That is correct. There were only 2 people allowed in the hospital, so I left to allow Julie Conrad to come in.
And Julie's his ex-wife, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Mr. DeSantis?
How big was this standing pool of liquid?
I would say that it was rather large. It covered pretty much end to end the couch, on the floor at least.
So, given that Conrad was laying on the couch, it was close to Conrad, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Could you tell what it was from where you were?
I could tell that it was liquid. I couldn't tell you what the liquid was.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there questions? Sir, you are thanked and excused.
I have questions.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody know if the floor was carpeted or if it was wood floor, linoleum, tile? The hell?
Arguments, a Wisconsin woman accused of killing a man, sexually assaulting his corpse, and then
I think this is the same bumper we saw earlier.
Business awaits trial in this alleged gruesome drug.
Hey, Absurd Beats, doesn't she look pleasant? You dodged a bullet over there in Wisconsin. Those cheeseheads. Most of them are really nice. I have tons and tons of friends in Wisconsin. My dad is actually was born in Amory. So half of Amory is related. Okay, so I've kind of given up on the courtroom camera, so we're just going to keep rolling with this. TK Phillips. So TK Phillips over on the Rumblies, and then between Queen Crabass, aka me, and Absurd Beats and Skate Coach, we're all thinking something is fishy. And then Absurd Beats was clever and said, I can smell lutefisk in this statement. That's right, lutefisk smells absolutely disgusting. And it lingers in the house. Thank God my mom wasn't a lutefisk maker. My mom, I'd come home from school and she'd make, I don't know if you've ever had cabbage and hamburger, but you take perfectly normal ground beef and she'd put it in like an electric fryer, until it was browned. And then, that's another texture thing. And then she'd take cabbage and she'd put the cabbage over the top of the hamburger and then turn down the temperature so that the cabbage would get steamed by the heat of the cabbage and hamburger. And, I don't mind cabbage in like a coleslaw, but, and I'd always get stuck with like the part that had like the big, like cabbage, like base vein, thick, Why ruin perfectly good hamburger? I don't know why she just didn't throw some manwich on top of it instead. So you'd walk in the house at my mom's and it'd smell like cabbage and hamburger. It's like, oh great. It's cabbage and hamburger night. Ew. Well, cabbage is really good for you. I don't remember the farts, the cabbage farts. Okay, so let's get back to this. Oh, the lawnmower people are still here. Oh, joy. Well, actually, that's kind of good because I always get crabby when the lawnmower people come because they take freaking ever. Okay. And half the time they take their little weed whipper and mow down my flowers. Edges. A-holes. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. So this is, TK Phillips says, I agree something weird is going on here. Here, TK Phelps, I figured out I can copy and paste you over on the StreamYard. See, look at this. We don't have a cute little icon for you, but you get my icon. Yeah, so here's what's weird. So this guy, Lucas Colby, he's the fourth witness of the day. So yesterday there was one witness. It was the girl. The former friend of Megan was the one witness yesterday. Then today, when we were watching the other hearing, there was, I think it was like the fire inspector, and then a guy with the beard, and then the brother, and now this guy, Kobe, the friend. But he had said that there was liquid, a puddle of liquid, the length of the couch underneath his body. Oh, there's the couch right there. Let's turn the volume on, huh?
Back into the court now where the medical examiner is taking the stand.
Okay, so also I'm not 100% sure if they're scrubbing this video because there's no video coming from the judge, but it is what it is, and we'll figure it out later.
Normal in that process in this case?
No, there was none. Other than that, his limbs or lower legs were amputated before he died, so I could not examine his legs and feet. So that was the only unusual.
When you perform an autopsy, do you consult many medical records that might be available?
A person was in a hospital or previously was in a hospital which is related to the cause of death, we find, yes, we usually get the hospital record as much as we can.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What records did you review?
We mostly received the pile of record from the Genesis in a Grand Blanc, which is the hospital, where he was taken after he sustained the injury.
And what did you find when you were performing your autopsy on Mr. Imirowicz?
From outside, he had several healing ulcers, means the top of the skin, some of the superficial, some of the deep, were present on the head, the forehead, the chest, the left side of the shoulder, the upper arm, the abdominal area, entire back, and some spotted ulcer on the thighs. They were like some injury we sustain, and it doesn't want to heal and continue growing again, and then the crust formation, and then you take it out, and again it start bleeding and keep on going. So he had those, we call them chronic ulcers.
So as of March 7, 2022, some of the injuries he sustained still had not fully healed. Is that what we should understand?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discover anything else in the autopsy of note?
In his inside examination, when I was doing his separate organs, yes, his heart, he was 64 when he died. So his heart was enlarged. The wall of the thickness on both right and left side of the heart were thicker than normal. His inside heart chambers were slightly dilated, indicating that he had some chronic heart disease like hypertension, which many a time usually causes this kind of changes if it is not treated very well and going on. Along with it, I also found his kidneys were also having the effect of the long-standing high blood pressure. So they, instead of nice, smooth, shiny surface, they were having a pitting surface, which is a common finding in a long-standing high blood pressure disease process.
Were you aware that he'd been placed on dialysis while at the hospital?
Yes, when I look at the chart, I was made aware that he was on dialysis because his kidneys were not functioning properly.
Do you know why they weren't functioning properly?
That I could not figure it out, whether they put dialysis before he sustained this injury or after he did that. Very likely after this sustaining injury, because he was having a congestive heart failure on and on. He was on medication to treat those ulcers and heart condition. And sometimes that happens, the kidneys don't function properly. I mean, they did not stop completely functioning, but they were not functioning properly. So according to the hospital doctor's best judgment, it put him on a dialysis so that his other unusual chemicals don't start building up in the body.
Can you explain congestive heart failure in this case?
Heart failure is where the heart cannot pump blood properly, either because of the inherent process problem with the heart itself, or because of the high blood pressure like a lot of us have in an older age. So the pumping of the blood against the increased pressure makes the heart strain more, struggle more, and that's why the chamber get dilated, the muscle get thicker, and still cannot function properly. Then it start failing, means the proper pumping of the blood circulation is not going all over the body. We call it congestive heart failure.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Again, because of this non-healing ulcer since October, he sustained and he died in March, so longer than 5 months. He was in and out of the hospital or in the hospital, continuously being treated for this kind of ulcers and chemical burns. So this could be the mostly part of it, on top of his chronic hypertensive heart disease and kidney problem.
Did you determine the mechanism of his death?
In his case, mechanism is complications of this chemical burns, means the congestive heart failure, on and off infection in the lung. They were treating him all the time, and the chronic kidney failure, that combination of those complications from the heart, the lungs, and kidneys combined ended his life.
So that's what complications means.
Yes.
So would these complications have occurred but for the burns upon him?
Without those chemical burns, he should not have those complications, of course, and how long he would have lived, I cannot tell you, but he would not have died without the chemical burns and complications.
Okay. Did you determine the cause of death?
His cause of death was chemical burns with complications.
Okay. And did you determine the manner of death?
I classified as a homicide.
And what did you base that upon?
Based on the information I was provided that somebody threw the lye and the water on him while he was lying down, almost face down on the left side, because the burn pattern is on the back and on the left side, on the right side and face down. So that created the starting situation, and that was done by somebody on purpose to hurt him, and that's why classification is homicide.
So I want to ask you about that. You said the lye and the water. Was there anything what made you think it was lye and water?
Well, part of it is the information provided to me. Of course, 5 months later, I cannot do any test on his body to identify that. But again, the non-healing nature of the ulcer tells me that some chemical was there which was preventing those ulcers not to heal properly. So that's...
All right, not exactly clear cut in terms of the relation between what happened according to this witness and the defendant to the death of the victim, but it's been established that it was the beginning of the end. That's very clear from all of the witness testimony that we've seen in this case. Corey Pegues is still with us. He is in New York. He's the author of Once a Cop. And Corey, the medical examiner may or may not move the needle here, but the brother, the friend of the brother, and other witnesses that talked about what happened on the day that this occurred will likely give jurors a very good idea of what happened. Do you think that there was, because there hasn't been any evidence to this, any intent to kill in this scenario, or to even harm, or do you think it's throwing, which the defense wants you to think is that yes, they got in a fight, she was throwing things at him, a loaf of bread and maybe whatever she just grabbed, and they don't admit that she even threw the lie, but from a juror's standpoint, where do you think the jury is right now in terms of the evidence that we've seen?
Well, I think the jury is a little confused at this point, but we do know. So if you're throwing something at somebody, there's an intent. It should, an implied consent. Intent that you're trying to harm that person. But again, I think, Ted, like the sticking question is going to be, the lie, and if in fact she knew what it was. And I think that's where the jury has this gray area. At this point here, I don't see them convicting her yet. I'm waiting to see the dynamic evidence come out because it's very gray at this point.
The defense was very unclear in terms of the track that they're going to take in this case. So it's hard. You know, a lot of times you'll hear the defense attorney say, you're going to hear from the defendant. They're going to tell you this. That didn't happen here. She's very young. Chance she takes the stand, or is this probably a witness that you'd want to keep away from the stand?
That's a great question, Ted, because I'm thinking if she takes the stand and displays a bunch of emotion, how much she loved her dad, they fought from time to time, and, you know, she did not know what she was throwing at him would harm him at, you know, any point of the argument or the fight. I think it would, again, pull at the emotional strings of the hearts of the jury, and I could see an acquittal.
And that would get her into the count 2, the assault or assault and battery, domestic violence, which has a maximum 93 days. You know, it'd be a lot better if she can get up there, and we've already seen her cry. You know, she was reacting to her brother on the stand, and frankly, from my vantage point of just watching the evidence that's come through so far, it's hard for me to believe without an internet search or something else that she knew exactly what she was throwing at him at the time. And if she does take the stand, the other part of the equation is her youthfulness will come across, and that typically helps a defendant, at least in the eyes of a potentially sympathetic jury. Let's get a break in here. We'll get you more testimony right after this. Stay with us.
I'm assuming they're giving us a scrubbed video because there's still nothing on the court cam.
I'm about to be the big.
Okay, so between the Twitter world and the Rumbles over, TK Phillips is commenting over there. Thank you so much. And we've got Skate Coach and Absurd Beats over on YouTube. You know, Absurd Beats has said both him and his dad do not know what lie is. So, and she's 18. I think it's quite possible she wouldn't have known. I didn't know that lye reacted with water. Again, I was explaining like the pool chemicals. It says right on the bottle. Like, make sure to, you know, mix with water prior to pouring in the pool. Like, you don't just, like, hold the, you know, pH down on top of it and start dumping it in the pool. You got to take a bucket, grab some pool water after you've measured, and then you calculate it out on an app, how much water or how much chemical you need for the size of your pool. And then you stir it together, and then you dump it back in. But you always add the chemical to water. You don't put the chemical in and then add the water. But you know, the fact that lye is not a very common, I don't want to say ingredient, thing. I can't even think at this point. It's not very common knowledge what lye is, let alone what lye does. The only thing that kind of debunks that is it says right on the front of the bottle, drain cleaner made with lye. And again, if you were here yesterday, I'm Norwegian, and my grandma used to make lutefisk, which is cod dried and then preserved in lye. So you got to soak the lye out overnight out of the cod, and then bake it, and it's disgusting. Even Andrew Zimmer doesn't like lutefisk, which that's saying something. He eats like bugs and brains and all kinds of weird things. I think my brother has that episode somewhere saved. And then Absurd Beats just said, how do we know he didn't hit her first and she was defending herself? Well, he was passed out drunk naked on the couch. So I suppose he could have hit her, and it was her birthday party. So I think she turned 18 on September, Going off my memory, I believe it was September 29th. This incident happened on October 1st, 2021. And so 2 days after, 2 days after, because September has 30 days. So, I mean, I guess it's plausible that she and him had gotten into an altercation, and then here's a question. Why is he naked on the couch? And not in his bedroom? And if you're drunk, I mean, I've had a few adult beverages and didn't switch into my pajamas. That just hit me too. Like, why would he be naked on the couch? Why wouldn't he have, like, boxers on or tighty whities or something? Oh, were you thinking the same thing? That would be Jinx, you owe me 3 Cokes. I'm just teasing. Yeah. Strange. Okay, I was going to go check the mail.
Again, Imirowicz, here we go.
So I'm going to go do that now so I don't miss the next commercial.
The other information came from investigation.
And you said in particular the burn pattern indicated that he was lying face down and on his side?
Face down mostly, maybe slightly on his right side, because the right side
I'll put the
shoulder
banner
was
away.
not having any burns.
Okay, so the red on the screen is closed captioning, which isn't always perfect, but he's got a pretty big accent. Oh, and my face is covering his. Hi.
Yes.
When do you do
Just
that in
kidding.
relation to perform the
Okay, I'm going to
autopsy?
get rid of my face. I have to go get the mail.
During the autopsy, doing the autopsy, and just after the autopsy, writing those notes, and then doing the dictation and preparing the report immediately following the autopsy on the same day.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing the witness what I previously marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3.
Yes, this is the copy of the 8-page autopsy report and toxicology on Konrad Imirowicz.
Thank you. And you said hand the toxicology report. What is that?
It is a routine process for medical examiner to take the blood and other fluid for analysis. Many a time we find the cause of death from the results of this analysis. Some people die of alcohol intoxication, some people die of drug intoxications combination. So every case when the fluid and blood is available, we always save it and send it to the lab. And they analyze it, they send us the report, we call it toxicology report.
Doctor, is this report fairly and accurately depict your findings and your process here?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
Mr. Mill?
No objection.
So admitted.
If I can just publish a little bit to the jury, Judge.
Yes. Adjourn seat number 1. Thank you.
Doctor, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What are we looking at here on the screen?
Well, on the left side is the first page of the autopsy report, and on the right side is the last page of the autopsy.
Okay. And what information is contained on the left side, the autopsy protocol?
His name, his case number, his age, his gender, his date of death, where he was pronounced and time of death, his date of autopsy, where I did the autopsy, and what date and time I did the autopsy, as well as the cause of death and manner of death.
And on the other page is the final line of your opinion. Can you read that for us?
Yeah, that is final, the last page of the autopsy report. I call it opinion, means my explanation why I determine the cause of death as it is. And that it reads that this 64-year-old white male, Konrad Imirowicz, died of chemical burns with complications. He sustained these burns when caustic chemical was thrown on him. He survived longer than 5 months with medical treatment for these burns. There were no other physical injuries. The manner of death is homicide, and then my name and signature on it.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Baroni, you indicated looking at the toxicology report can sometimes tell you the cause of death and perhaps alcohol intoxication. In this case, we talked about this before at a previous hearing, correct, that this person was someone who drank?
Well, because he survived that long, more than 5 months after injury, we cannot run the alcohol 5-month-old, of course. And he was on hospice care lately before he died. So we did not find any alcohol in his system at the time of death.
But that doesn't mean there wasn't alcohol in the system at the time he was injured, is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you. So, Doctor, you can't say, well, let's put it this way. You testified earlier. Did the liver show any alcohol damage?
No, sir.
All right. And given the time since the incident and the date of death, I believe you testified that the liver can really regenerate and heal itself, correct?
Yes, actually it does. And a lot of people like to hear that if somebody drinks and then doesn't drink for next 5, 6, 7 days, the effect of the alcoholic process on the liver completely heals. So within a week, the liver is back to normal again. But if somebody continues drinking daily without stopping, then liver doesn't have time to recover completely. And then ongoing process creates the chronic liver failure or alcoholic liver disease. But people who are so-called binge drinkers, they usually don't get those liver disease, long-standing liver disease.
Okay. So do you know what his alcohol level was when he was admitted to the hospital?
No, sir. I was not provided that information. Only information I was provided that he was, quote-unquote, highly intoxicated.
What the hell? A girl can't go check the mail without shit happening? What the hell? A girl can't go check the mail? Oh, I got my iPad. Shit happening? Queen Crabass is going to be even crabassier. I didn't think that was going to be possible. Oh, I gotta shut the ceiling fan off. Every time I turn my little air conditioner on in here, the ceiling fan starts making racket. Okay, so let's just go through some. Let's see if another one of these channels is working. I have full bars, so that's not it. Okay, 48 hours is working. Court TV, if you're watching Crime Spies, you've got one job. Your one job is to cover live court proceedings. Okay, let's go through some of these questions. How can a burn be the cause of death 5 months later? They said he had an enlarged heart and had to be on dialysis. Okay, so he did have congestive heart issues. Yeah, they did say he had congestive heart issues, so he had a pre-existing condition. I think from what I understood, and again, I've only been sort of half watching because there's just too many things happening right now. My brain is a little bit scrambled. But I believe he had to be put on dialysis after his legs were amputated. But that's a really good question. I can't copy and paste it. Shit. So the alcohol caused the complications, not the lie. You know, that's a really, really good point. Absurd Beats, you're so smart. You're talented and smart. Yeah. All they need to do is point a camera at it. Dan Bongino says that all the time. You've got one job. Let's try the judge's camera again. I think when Crime Spies says that she doesn't ever want to cover live trials again, she should just stick to her original plan. It's always the ones I pick. Bleefnick was that way too. Letitia was, I thought, after you got used to it, I thought that was run really well. Just was super ass long. Yeah, I got nothing over here either. Let's go over on Twitter and see what the hell's going on. Save. Oh, great. We're missing the January 6th Congressional Subcommittee meeting. Brandon Straka is testifying. Well, after this Megan trial is over, I'm going to set up a new live stream because I want to cover Trump's speech from Bedminster. That's at 8:15 or 8:30ish. Eastern Standard Time. So I might put on that subcommittee hearing that Brandon was at on like 1.5 times speed. Let's see if we can get... Where's my face? This is Murphy's Law in action. What can go wrong will go wrong. Crime Spies. Why does the universe hate me? The universe told me the moment I realign with love, clear direction is presented to me. Maybe I haven't realigned with love. This is 52. Maybe I'm only supposed to do one a week. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing these every day. The Universe Has Your Back by Gabrielle Bernstein. It's a deck of 52 cards. So we got nothing on the Zoom. Quit. Still haven't found his blood alcohol concentration. Let's just quit Pluto and redo Pluto. Again, this is just like Bleefnick. I would unsubscribe to my own channel. Oh my God. Is that the end of it? Let's see what... Looks like Grizzly True Crime had an afternoon session. Maybe it's just over, but then why wouldn't Court TV have Court TV on? I think she's just... Oh no, here she's got it. Gisela, I hope you don't mind. How in the world did she find it? I'm gonna have to send her a message and ask her. So Gisela, if you don't follow her on Grizzly True Crime, I love her. So she has... So this is the doctor we were watching. before I went to the mailbox and all hell broke loose. So maybe it's just done for the afternoon, but then again, why wouldn't Court TV be back on? Why is it just a blank error screen?
Now, based on the heart you saw,
That's Gisela underneath me.
is that something that had just occurred, or is
Gisela?
it something that dragged out and had been
I'm
going
going
on
to send
for
you a message on
a significant amount
Twitter.
of time?
It has
I
been going on
apologize.
since a long time, because otherwise I would not see the changes in the heart at the autopsy if it
I'm
came
going to
within a
ask her
short
where
period
she
of
got
time.
that feed from.
This has been going on for years.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember taking a look at all at the intake records at Genesis Hospital?
As far as my old memory, yes, I would say yes. But specifically, if you ask me something number-wise, that what was that, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And that, it's been a year and a half. It's been a while. All right. Kidney disease. You indicated there were some issues with the kidneys.
Yes, again, that same hypertension creates the damage on the kidney. Well, medical theory is that either kidney start creating problem first and that causes the hypertension, or hypertension is first and then causes the kidney disease. We, as a medical field, we do not understand exactly which comes first, but they are very closely related to each other. One doesn't go without the other one.
And so they're related, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, that had probably been going on for years too?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know if he was on dialysis when they brought him in?
That part I do not know, sir.
But he, at some point, was on dialysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if they had brought him home from hospice and not put him on dialysis, would that contribute to his death?
That would be, yes, like I say, without proper functioning of kidney, we cannot excrete all the metabolic chemical product from the body. And that building up metabolic product would create the complications, like you already had other complication, it add-on complication, I should say. Yes.
Okay. So that's a complication, and that would be part of it as well, right?
Yes.
So if you went home on hospice, what is hospice, do you know?
Hospice is somebody sent home and say, okay, somebody going to die within short time, so keeping that person in the hospital is not worthwhile, both ways. So they are sent home and for the home care only, and somebody, either practitioner, nurse practitioner or somebody, visit them almost daily or every other day and check on them. So that much I know about hospice.
Yeah. The goal is to kind of keep them comfortable and let them...
Correct.
And again, if they don't get the dialysis, that's going to contribute to it as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, other physical injuries, I understand his legs were amputated. Did you take a look at his hands?
Yeah, his, let me check, I think his left hand had the finger which were not looking good, particularly the left hand. So the end part of those left hand fingers, from the little finger up to the index finger, they were kind of short and the nails were getting darker.
Okay. Now, you didn't do any tests on this chemical, did you?
No, I cannot, like I say, it was, time-wise, it was not possible for me to do anything.
All right. And you obviously didn't interview Mr. Imirowicz.
No.
You rely on whatever information is in the police report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if that information is hearsay and based on everything else, you still get to rely on it, right?
Yeah, that is accepted for me as a forensic pathologist. I have to rely on a lot of other department information.
So, you go with that information no matter what people have testified to when it comes out, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had indicated there's some issue with the lungs.
Well, his lungs were heavy, loaded with the fluid, and also there was a scarring on the surface of both lungs, which, as a pathologist, tells me that he had on and off infection in the lungs, which were then treated with the antibiotic and healed, and during the healing process, the scarring formation happened. So that's what I saw, and that's the process of the lung problem.
All right, so, do you know when the lungs were damaged?
Again, only thing I can say is it's a long, many weeks, maybe months injury. It's not like a 1 or 2 days old injury. So that is the best I can tell you, sir.
Okay, so it could have been a long time ago, but it's been working on it over time.
Yes.
So, had Had he been healthy without the lungs, kidney, and liver, well, his liver was okay, lungs and kidney, would he have survived?
If, like I said, that if he did not develop this complication, terminal end complications, yeah, he would have survived. Nobody can tell how long, but he would have survived.
Sure, I mean, he could have had a heart attack possibly at any point in time.
It could happen to anybody, anytime. So,
but he had some extra stuff going on. His heart and his kidneys weren't in good shape, right?
yeah, it was to begin with before the injury, but that does not really prevent us to say that the injury and complication caused him death.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Nothing further.
Mr. Sanders?
Thank you, Judge. So, Dr. Barani, I want to ask a couple questions. The first thing is, you talked about the nails on his left hand getting darker. What was that indicating to you?
Means, again, the circulation in that hand was not going properly, and that's why many a time the nails are the first one to show little bluish discoloration. That indicates that the circulation in the arm was not proper.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand, probably the hypertensive heart disease and the kidney damage, those things go together, you said?
Yes.
And those were things that existed for some time before the actual incident with the burns?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how long that had been there?
No. I cannot. Again, the effect on the kidneys and the heart I observed at the time of autopsy tells me that it is a long-term process. He has hypertension months and months, sometimes years. Otherwise, he would not demonstrate those physical, visible abnormalities in the heart and kidneys.
But up to the point that he had been burned, those conditions had not caused his death?
No, it might have little add-on effect on it, because it's pre-existing condition. But in forensic pathology, pre-existing disease, in spite of having pre-existing disease, the injury take the precedent, and the cause and manner of death are classified according to the final injury.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the infections in the lungs, the scarrings in the lungs, you said. Do you know if the scarring, what was the cause of the scarring to your determination?
Again, it's infection. Anywhere there is an infection, when it heals, if you have a cut in the skin, it will make a visible scar. But inside, you see the scar, which is, we call it adhesions, means the surface of the lung is supposed to be smooth and floating in the chest cavity, and there should be a vacuum between the chest wall and the surface of the lung, so the lung can collapse, expand, and again breathe in and breathe out. In his case, the lungs are stuck with the inside of the wall on both sides. It's a scarring. It is called adhesions, means the surface to surface stuck together. Only way it happens when somebody has on and off infection and healing, that thin lining on the surface, on the chest wall and the lung stick together and start forming the scar.
So the only way that can happen is from repeated infections?
Repeated infection, yes.
This is not something that can occur from some sort of single one-time acute incident?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about relying on the reports you're given. You indicated you have to rely sometimes on reports from other agencies, correct?
Yes, that is part of our statute, medical examiner statute.
And that went into your determination of the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Does it go into your determination of cause of death?
Cause of death, mostly what I observed during the autopsy. Very rarely, I can count on my one hand finger the cases that I had to rely on information to find the cause of death. Because then physically and physiologically, I don't have any visible injury on the body, visible disease process in the body. Just the example I'll give you is that if somebody's old person sleeping and somebody put the soft pillow on the face and keep a little pressure, person stop breathing, person died. You don't see any injury whatsoever related to that part. But the information is documented somewhere that this is how it happened. I call it a suffocation or asphyxia as the cause of death, which is totally relying on information. But that is very rarely happen. In this case, I saw the visible injury, I saw the congestive heart failure, I saw the complications inside of the body. So that cause of death is there. But manner, of course, I have to rely on information.
And so in determining manner of death, would it be fair to say that you can take comparisons? See if the information you're given from outside matches your physical examinations, and if those things go together, you can declare it a homicide.
Correct.
Is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Just briefly. Doctor, you don't know how long that chemical was on the body when it was burned, do you?
From the information was what day the chemical was thrown, and that's only how long I can tell you. But how long it stayed on the body before some hospital people cleaned it up, I do not know.
And you rely on whatever those reports say to make your determination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? Thank you, sir. Your excuse is the witness.
Thank you.
Judge, I have one more witness today. I'm going to check and see in the hallway if they're here.
Thank you.
Okay, they've got one more witness, you guys. Wow, okay, so he's set on this is homicide because it was complications from the chemical burns.
Okay, I sent Gisela a tweet and just asked her where she got this from. Because periodically I've been continuing to try the judge's chambers. So Crime Spies is just not having any luck today. I will also... I did link her video in the YouTube chat. If you wouldn't mind going and subscribing to her, she's just fabulous. I just love her. She's so sweet. But it looks like only Absurd Beats and I are watching over on the YouTube. I think everybody gave up on Crime Spies. Thanks, Absurd Beats, for sticking it out. So she's saying there's one more witness here. But I would, if you have a chance, go subscribe to her Grizzly True Crime channel. She does just an incredible job. She's so sweet and compassionate in this dark world of true crime. This is the one I could find, and hopefully I'll hear back from her. She's over in the Netherlands, so it's getting quite late over there for her, I'm sure. Anyway.
Friend Austin was his sister.
Okay. Identify the defendant.
No objection.
Thank you. Do you know
and
Megan Imirowicz?
Yes.
Do you see her in court today?
I do have this at 1.25 speed.
Over there in the blue blouse.
So let me know if it's too fast. I think at this point we're just trying to get...
Mr. Shelton, how do you know Megan Imirowicz? Please point to her to KE.
At this point we're just trying to get this testimony done. And hopefully tomorrow will be a better
Can you please
day.
spell your name for the record?
Blake Bradford Shelton. BLAKE. BRADFORDSHELTON.
Thank you. And do you know a Megan Imirowicz?
Yes.
Blake Shelton.
Yes.
Can you please point to her to identify something she's wearing for us?
Over there in the blue blouse.
Judge, ask the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
No objection.
So noted.
Mr. Shelton, how do you know Megan Imirowicz?
Through my former friend Austin was his sister.
Okay. Did you have contact with Megan around October 8th, 2021?
I can't recall the date. Not that I can remember, no.
Okay. Do you have text conversations with her occasionally back then?
In the time prior to the accident, I would speak to her. I was at Austin's house. There was very little text messaging. Very little.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm showing the witness who had previously marked as people from others at 16 and 17. Can you take this from me? Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos of text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, so that's a conversation you had with Megan?
Yes.
Does that fairly accurately show the conversation that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit people supposed to get 16 and 17.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I'm going to publish the jury, Judge. Sweet. So these are screenshots, is that right?
These are photos of the messages we had. Yeah.
Okay. I've got my cursor here on People's Exhibit 16. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I've got my cursor here on People's Exhibit 16. I'll touch on that. On Exhibit 16, do you see a date there?
Yes.
What date is that?
That's October 8th, 2021.
Okay, and so you were having a conversation. I assume the me in red is you.
Yes.
And the blue in the name in blue, Megan, is Megan.
Yes.
The defendant.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like you reached out to her asking about some money. Is that right?
Yes. We had. I think she had reached out to me about helping her out with a song for a school project or something along those lines, and it was something I believe that she was going to pay me to help her out with.
Okay. And so then she started telling you. She said, "I get that. I get that. Sorry, I'm just in a hard place." You probably heard what happened, right?
Yes.
Had you heard about what happened with her father at that point?
I had not. No.
Okay. So then she goes on to say, "I'm dealing with a few things first before I can get to the better things." You indicate you had not heard.
Yes.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 17, there's a series of photos there, isn't that right?
Those are videos, yes.
Okay, so that's a series of videos?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to show on the screen here for authentication purposes what I propose Exhibit 18. And I'm just going to play for a moment. Sorry, Judge, I'm not sure why it's not playing here.
Friday morning I woke up and...
Do you recall those videos?
I do, yes.
Is that the video that you were sent?
Yes.
Okay, now there was a series of videos. These have been spliced together and part of them edited so that there's something not admissible in there. But did that fairly accurately record what you were sent?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit People's Exhibit 18.
Mr. Miller?
I guess my question is, have you seen these videos now?
I've seen them, yes.
Okay, and they're, what happened on that date?
Those were the videos I received of her, to my knowledge, explaining what she...
Well, before you get into what was actually in the videos, do you recognize the videos as Mr. DeSantis is going to play them? Have you?
Yes, I've
his
seen them.
indication is that they have been edited. Have you seen the edited version?
Judge, I have not shown him the edited version. There was just a cut something out that I discussed with Mr. Miller.
Okay.
He did, but those are the videos she sent you, correct?
Yes.
Then I won't object.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. I'll display the court from the beginning.
I'm going to send this in the video because I don't feel like texting, but Friday morning I woke up and I went to go see my dad because I had hair appointments, so I needed to take me. And he was drunk, and I was like, what's that? Because he's like an alcoholic and we want to stop and everything. So I threw a bag of bread at him because I was angry. I'm not going to throw something that's going to hurt him. And then I threw a few other things, but they were like at the end of the couch, so like wasn't near him. And I left. And when I left, I said goodbye to him. He said goodbye. And then I needed his like card info for the hotel because I was going to a hotel for my 18th birthday. And then I had my friend Kayla, go to my house because she was on the street to get it from him. And she was like, Megan, your dad's not okay. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, there's like burns on it. And I was like, what? Like I was so confused because I was like, why is he like what is happening? I was like, my instant thought was he probably like stood up and fell because he's prone to hurting himself when he's drunk. And I'm always the one who has to go and help him off the floor and make sure he's okay. So I was like, call my brother. I didn't know what to do, like, so I just told my brother and they called me.
Mary would like.
Let's try this again, shall we? I just wanted to slow it down to normal speed because she talks pretty fast.
Yes.
What date is that?
That's October 8th, 2021.
Okay, and so you were having a conversation. I assume the me in red is you.
Yes.
The blue in the name in blue, Megan, is Megan.
Yes.
The defendant.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like you reached out to her asking about some money. Is that right?
Yes. We had. I think she had reached out to me about helping her out with a song for a school project or something along those lines, and it was something I believe that she was going to pay me to help her out with.
Okay. And so then she started telling you. She said, "I get that. I get that. Sorry, I'm just in a hard place. You probably heard what happened, right?"
Yes.
Had you heard about what happened with her father at that point?
I had not. No.
Okay. So then she goes on to say, I'm dealing with a few things first before I can get to the better things. And you indicate you had not heard.
Yes.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 17, there's a series of photos there, isn't that right?
Those are videos, yes.
Okay, so that's a series of videos?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to show on the screen here for authentication purposes what I proposed Exhibit 18. And I'm just going to play for a moment. Sorry, Judge, I'm not sure why it's not playing here.
I don't feel like texting, but Friday morning I woke up and...
Do you recall those videos?
I do, yes.
Is that the video that you were sent?
Yes.
Okay, now there was a series of videos. These have been spliced together and part of them edited so that there's something not admissible in there. But did that fairly accurately record what you were sent?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit People's Exhibit 18.
Mr. Miller?
I guess my question is, have you seen these videos now?
I've seen them, yes.
Okay, and they're, what happened on that date?
Those were the videos I received of her, to my knowledge, explaining what she...
Well, before you get into what was actually in the videos, Do you recognize the videos as Mr. DeSantis is going to play them? Have you?
Yes, I've
his
seen them.
indication is that they have been edited. Have you seen the edited version?
Judge, I have not shown him the edited version. It was just to cut something out that I discussed with Mr. Miller.
Okay.
He did, but those are the videos she sent you, correct?
Yes.
Then I won't object.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. I'll just play to the court from the beginning.
I'm gonna send this in a video because I don't feel like texting, but Friday morning I woke up and I went to go see my dad because I had hair appointments, so I needed to take me. And he was drunk, and I was like upset because he's like an alcoholic and we wanted to stop and everything. So I threw a bag of bread at him because I was angry. I'm not gonna throw something that's gonna hurt him. And then I threw a few other things, but I threw it like at the end of the couch so it like wasn't near him. And I left, and when I left, I said goodbye to him, he said goodbye, and then I needed his like card info for the hotel because I was going to a hotel for my 18th birthday, and then I had Kayla, my friend Kayla, go to my house because she lives down the street to get it from him, and she was like, Megan, your dad's not okay, and I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, there's like burns on it. And I was like, what? Like, I was so confused because I was like, why is he, like, what is happening? I was like, my instant thought was he probably, like, stood up and fell because he's prone to hurting himself when he's drunk. And I'm always the one who has to go and help him off the floor and make sure he's okay. So I was like, call my brother. I didn't know what to do, like, so I just told her to call my brother and they called an ambulance. And it's like, apparently there were, like, chemical burns on him, and I'm like, I was so like, I didn't even know what's happening, and then my brother's like yelling at me saying I did it. I didn't do it. When I left, he was perfectly fine. I would never intentionally hurt my dad. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm against violence, that my dad's like my best friend. I'd never hurt him. And my brother wasn't even there. And Lucas, Kobe, and Bella West over here are like, since they're all best friends, they were like talking to the police, and they were like, yeah, Megan did it. She did it. Were you there? No, you weren't there. Neither was I. Nobody knows what happened. But they all blamed me because people like you in this world don't know how to shut up. And so they all like, they blamed me. They said it was my fault. I wasn't there. I didn't. The cops came to the hotel I was at, and they were like, so your dad is severely injured. He's in the hospital, and everyone's saying you did it. You mean everyone who wasn't there? Is that so? Because what? And they were saying, like, my mom said that my dad didn't know what happened. He didn't know. Like, so how are y'all gonna arrest me for that shit? So I said, take me to jail. Even though I'm fucking innocent, they took me to jail. And I was there until yesterday. I got out. And then I have to live with my mom now, which is like no problem. Like, I'd rather be here and happy and be able to be the girl that I know I can be and have my future and everything. But my brother and Bella and Lucas all have my cats, so I have to go get that. The whole school fucking knows. Everyone's gonna judge me, even though they don't know what fucking happened. I'm like, I have like court dates and everything, but hopefully everything turns out good, but yeah.
Mr. Shelton, was that the videos you received?
Yes.
Is that the first time you had heard about the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Megan about it after?
I believe that after I received these, I had stopped communication, so I don't believe so.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
No questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions?
don't have any other witnesses for today. Thank you. My two remaining witnesses in this case are, of course, the trooper, who's an officer in charge and goes last. And my remaining witness is Dr. Laura Seawald of Hurley Medical Center, who is an ER doctor who's working today and is tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:25. We are going to conclude for today. I will have you come back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Okay? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, I'm sorry.
Thank
Don't
you,
talk about the
Gisela.
case, even between each other.
Thank you,
No research
Gisela, for
anything, no looking, on the internet,
unknowingly
dictionaries,
being a
encyclopedias,
part of the
anything
last
that
20 or so minutes
Have a
of
great night.
Crime Spies. Completely messed up live stream of day 2 of Megan Imirowicz. Hopefully you got a couple subscribers. I think Absurd Beats went over there. He's the only one left in the YouTube chat. We started off with a beautiful... I'm going to put you on pause now. We started off... Well, I guess we can watch this. We started off with a beautiful... beautiful group this morning. I started early, and we were watching the Taylor Schabusiness hearing, and the judge's court cam, Zoom cam, wasn't working. So I did send you, Gisela, couple tweets now and posted in the link, but like I said, you're the only one I could find that had this last witness on that we didn't get a chance to see before Court TV shit the bed on Pluto and just went dark. So there's that. Finally it's over. Here, where's my screaming goat? Can't see. My tea is in the way. That's how I feel right now. Unbelievable. Okay, and if that wasn't... So if you haven't had a chance, please subscribe to Gisela. She's in the Netherlands. Her YouTube channel is called Grizzly True Crime. She's not on Rumble yet, but hopefully one day she'll come on over to the Rumblies. We've had TK Phillips over in the Rumble chat. Thank you so much. Absurd Beats, you're hanging in there over on YouTube. So I posted Gisela's link to her YouTube channel in both Rumble and YouTube chat. I'm not even sure where to begin with the recap of today because it's been such a cluster. But Lily of London about 2 minutes ago posted on my Twitter, you will not believe this. Yes, it says Queen Crabass. Crime Spies. Now streaming as Queen Crabass Crime Spies. I mean, we have to remain, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore. Yep, everyone else left and the beautiful group stayed. Who's so tiny? Gisela? Oh, Megan. Okay, Absurd Beats. If today wasn't enough of a frustrated live stream, Lily of London just posted on my Twitter, apparently 2 minutes ago, apparently the court now decided they won't stream via the Zoom link. So that link I've been showing you and I've been trying to get in for 2 whole days, that's not happening. So it sounds like the state only has 2 more witnesses. I believe they said there was a trooper, and I thought the other one was a doctor. So that'll be tomorrow. I figured this trial would be short. Thank God, because, yeah, She just, I'm sorry, 6 minutes ago. Apparently the court now decided they won't stream via Zoom. So that link I've been showing you over on the other screen and paying attention to and ripping my hair out practically, trying to make sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, they changed their mind. So I don't know where we're getting the feed from. And I suppose I can check on Pluto TV, but frankly, at this point, I don't know what to do. I don't think... Okay, so... So the guy that Court TV was interviewing, I don't know, an hour or so ago, he seemed to think there was the question about whether or not she should take the stand, and the guy basically kind of surmised that it didn't look like she had intent. And I think this video kind of shows, you know, she threw a bag of bread on him and a couple things, said goodbye. She says in that video that he said goodbye back. Do you think it was a setup? Do you think someone else came in the house and they were the ones that poured the lye on top of the water and bread and whatever else was on there? I don't know. I mean, if he responded back goodbye, then if he was burning from the lie, you would think. Pluto TV, still no Court TV. Let's go on YouTube. So thank you, Gisela. I know you can't hear me. Your live stream is over. Hopefully you got a couple subscribers from Crime Spies. And then here, let's see what Court TV has going on. All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this live stream because otherwise I'm just going to keep rambling because I'm frustrated. I'm going to cut this live stream off. Then I'm going to set up a new link because I want to listen to that subcommittee that Brandon Straka testified in, which should be several hours. And then I want to cover... well, anyway, I'm going to set up a political live stream after this. So let's just see what they have for videos on Court TV. It looks like they've got... the brother testifying. This is the lady from yesterday. They've got a couple of the Schabusiness ones, which we saw already. Let's see if they have anything live going on. No, they've got, doesn't look like it. And then let's go look on Long Crime. Well, this actually worked out kind of good because I think the hearing started for Goat POTUS like 50 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, so Parkland shooting. So Parkland shooting, I know Dylan from the alternate corner is covering that trial. That's on week 2, the school officer. And then Jay, the shaming of Jay on YouTube, is covering this rapper NYNW Melly double murder trial. On that one. And Crime Spies picked the one with all the nightmares in it. Well, that looks like the same stupid channel. Okay, I'm just going to quit. I got one more notification to go through. So if you want to join my political channel, give me about 15 minutes. If that. And we will see you over there. I'm so disgusted I'm not even going to do the outro. Because it sucks anyway. I got to do a new one. She wasn't the last one to see him. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If she's, I mean, in that video, I mean, it looks like she was just telling her story, like I threw some bread on him or whatever. I mean, I don't know why she'd throw bread on him, but I mean, she admits to throwing stuff on him, but did they fingerprint the lye bottle? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know. So Absurd Beats, you've seen the emojis they got? Whose emojis? I mean, what's the evidence that she did this? You'd think there'd be fingerprints on the bottle. YouTube emojis? Oh, yes, she does have special emojis because she's monetized. See, Crime Spies needs 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. Well, I did pick up some the last couple of days. I think I'm up to like 80 now. So Crime Spies is going to be on YouTube for a very, very long time before I get to 1,000 subscribers. But once you get to that, then YouTube lets you create, I forget what they're called. I can do that over on Rumble. I just haven't figured out. Let me see. They're called emotes. So on my Rumble channel, I can add, it looks like probably 100 or so emotes. I think I can do that through Canva. I just haven't gotten around to it, because that's kind of low on the totem pole. Low on the Crime Spies totem pole. So are you saying if I had custom emotes? Well, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. But on Rumble, after, it's either 25 or 100, or maybe it's because I upgraded my membership, then I can get I can have custom emotes over there. They don't have the tyrannical laws on Rumble that they do over on the YouTubes. All right, I'm going to stop rambling because I want to talk on the other live stream. So if you want to come back to Crime Spies, join me over on Rumble for sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to go over on YouTube, because I just don't think I'm going to. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I suppose I could start. All right. Well, for now. Yes, yeah. Oh, see. All it says is what? Oh, there's pride emojis in the chat. See, I can't see that because I'm in stream. So I'm monitoring the YouTube chat in StreamYard. So I'm not on my own channel. And then Rumble doesn't integrate, so I have to have the Rumble chat popped out on the other. Well, actually, it's kind of been behind today because today has been such a nightmare. So, hi TK Phillips. Well, I enjoyed the show today. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, you did put a picture up. There you are. It's very, very small, but I can see you. Hello. Oh, I'll follow your channel. Now you should have 50 followers. So TK Phillips, I'm going to cancel. So I'm going to shut this off because there's no more witnesses in the Megan trial. There'll be a couple witnesses tomorrow. The court has now said that they're not going to be streaming through Zoom, which I guess is pretty good because in 2 days they've failed miserably. They've got one job. And now Court TV has gone kaputty on me. So I'm going to close this live stream. It takes like 15 minutes. Rumble will give me a new live stream back. TK Phillips, you're welcome to join me. Absurd Beats, you're welcome to join me. I will for sure be doing it on Rumble. I'm going to just start a political live stream. I would like to watch the subcommittee hearing on on January 6th. That, yeah, for sure. I'm going to only have to have it on Rumble because YouTube won't let me have Jan 6 on there. So give me about 15 minutes to get that set up. And then we'll watch that subcommittee hearing rebroadcast of it because I'm assuming by now it's done. And then we'll just take a look at the coverage of the Miami Trump hearing. And then 8:15 Eastern Time, he's supposed to be, I think it's 8:15 or 8:30 Eastern Time, he's supposed to be having a speech from Bedminster. Sound good, people? So we'll see you in a few. Go grab a snack. Open the emojis in a live chat and check. They're all different genders. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that later. That's how it'd be like Rumble. I really don't think I'll ever get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Who am I kidding? I keep picking these trials. The Beliefnik one was a complete cluster, and now this one. I do want to cover that Schabusiness one. So I don't think this Megan one's going to last very long, but that Schabusiness one, that starts July 22nd. That's just nuts. Actually, also, if you have a chance, go, so Gisela, the Grizzly True Crime that we watched The Last Witness and Megan's video on about 3 weeks ago or so, she's got like a 1 hour recap of the Taylor Schabusiness crime. And Gisela, it really is, she's so talented. All right, like I said, I'm not going to do the outro because it's kind of stupid. And I'm crabby. Oh, wait. Let's. And I'll go look at that. So about 15 minutes. And then we'll talk politics. Crime Spies always does better on politics. Queen Crabass wishes you goodbye for now. See you in a bit.